Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, you are going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with NestJS Microservices. I can guarantee if you complete this video, by the end of this video, you will be able to create a complete microservices application from scratch by your own. Now before we'll discuss all the sections, let's see what are the texts that we are going to cover in this particular project. Now for authentication, we will be using Clerk, especially the Clerk backend package. Now I've added a link in the description and also the link will be in the pinned comment, so you can click on that link and you can register for free. Now remember, this is a complete backend tutorial, so I'm going to cover some of the very interesting topics that I can guarantee most probably you haven't heard before. Now for microservices, we definitely are going to use NestJS with RabbitMQ, and for RabbitMQ we are also going to use Docker for that. For file upload, we'll be using Multer with Cloudinary, means all the images that we'll be using that we are going to store in a Cloudinary storage. And at the end of this video, we will be having a complete dedicated production VPS deployment section. So now let's see what are the sections that we are going to cover. So first we'll start with creating the workspace and implementing our microservices skeleton. Once we'll do that, we will move to second section, which will be how we are going to integrate or set up RabbitMQ, and we will be creating all the health checks endpoints. And then we'll start with our first dedicated section, which will be gateway and authentication and authorization layer with Clerk. Now let's see what are the things that we'll be covering in this one, because this will be very important. So first, we will be actually implementing a dedicated auth module. We are going to use the Clerk backend package, and this is what I was talking about. Now here we will be using something called long-lived JWT template, and this is very interesting because this is what we are going to use for our backend testing, and this will be very helpful, and this will be new concepts that you are going to learn if you are currently working as a backend developer, or let's say in future you want to work. We are also going to implement JWT auth guard, how you are going to handle public based and authenticated route using decorators, right, especially public decorators and admin decorators. Then we'll move to our first service or first microservice, which will be catalog service. Now for database, we are going to use MongoDB. Now in this whole project, you are going to learn two very important concepts, that is called how you are going to communicate from your gateway to your service, and then how you are going to communicate from service to service. So these two will be the core concepts that you are going to learn. Once we'll complete the catalog service, then we'll be moving to very important section, and here I'm going to say a very interesting thing, that how you are going to implement a global based exception handlers that we are going to implement using RpcException. Once we'll complete this, then we'll move to another very important section, that will be media service and Cloudinary integration. Now this is where it will become very tricky. So what we are going to do, right, this is where we are going to talk to from our catalog service via gateway to our media service. So what will happen whenever we are going to upload or create a product, so it's going to talk to media service, it's going to upload the image to your Cloudinary, it's going to get the URL back, and then based on that we are going to store that product in our DB. Once we'll complete that, then we'll move to another very key concept, that is called service to service communication, that we are going to do using RabbitMQ, and for this one we are going to talk from catalog service to our search service. Now once we'll do that, then we'll move to search microservice as a read model. So this is where we are going to implement the search query endpoint. Now this is where you will be learning how you are going to talk to search service from your gateway via HTTP controller, and at the end we will be having a complete dedicated production deployment section on VPS. So this is all what we are going to cover. Now regarding the source code, I always add the source code in the description. You can download from my website for completely free. I can guarantee that this is one of the best videos that I've created so far, so please like, comment, and if possible also you can hype and also share with your friends. So that's all for the intro. Now let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's get started. See, first thing what we are going to do, right, we will be setting up our project, and then we need to do a couple of changes, and also I'm going to create all the apps or basically the services. But before that, I wanted to mention that point once again, that if you don't have any idea on NestJS and directly coming to this particular video and learning NestJS microservices, this will be little tricky. Okay, now remember, NestJS itself is like little, I will say, intermediate level of things that you need to know. Why? Because there are a lot of concepts, like you need to understand the concepts of decorators, modules, controllers, all these things. So you can do two things: either you can watch my previous video on NestJS, or do this whenever I'm going to discuss any concepts, right? Just go to the official documentation and try to read that what actually that is, and then come back to this video and then do coding along with this particular video. If you are not doing coding and you are watching, I can guarantee, I mean 100% guarantee you are not going to learn anything. Okay, so first thing what I'll do right now, one more thing is we will go through the documentation. See, remember, I'm creating this video because I already read the documentation. I have experience. I have created multiple projects, right? And from last 4 to 6 months I'm creating projects on microservices. So that is the reason what I'll do, right? When I will be teaching, instead of coming here, right, see, remember, I already have read most of the things, and from here I sum up some of the key concepts, and that I'm going to explain. But for you, what you need to do, you have to come here multiple times, okay, in the documentation to read that what actually is happening and how things are working. So what I mean by that, the main thing that I'm actually focusing, or the main resource that you need to follow, that is the official documentation here. So now first thing what I'll do, right, so I already created one folder, and now first thing we are going to create the project. Okay, so we need to create a NestJS project. So we'll go here. Now I already have some of the commands that I've already written, so this will just to save some time. The first thing, you need to install the NestJS CLI. So you just copy this. I already have, but still I'm going to just run it. So we'll do npm install -g NestJS CLI. Enter. Once you do that, right, that time we are going to create a new NestJS project. So I'm going to give this one as NestJS Microservices. So now let's copy this. Let's wait for some time. And also remember, this will be e-commerce application. Now remember, this will not be a very detailed e-commerce, but you are going to get very advanced level of idea, right? So you're going to have, I'm going to discuss that what are the services we are going to have. I'm going to also give you some homework, so that it's not like whatever I will be teaching in this video that you're going to learn, but you're going to create something by your own. And that is very, very important. I mention always in my videos. So first, let's do step by step and do slowly. So create a NestJS NestJS project first. I'm going to give this one name as NestJS Microservices. So enter. Now first thing, it's going to ask that what are the package manager you are going to use. See, so I'm going to use the npm only. Use npm, it's fine. Once this is done, right, then I'm going to open this in our VS Code, and I'll give you the exact process. What are the things, or what are the changes first we need to do before we are going to create all our services, right? So I'll pause this for some time. Once this is done, then we are going to start. Alright, so you can see that our project is now created. Now what are the first thing that we are going to do? Now remember, when you create a new project, right, so inside this you'll be having a source folder, and then you're going to have your app module. Alright, and then you're going to also have the test folder here. First thing what I'll do, right, I will just right click and then go to our file explorer. And then the first thing, I'm going to delete the source folder and the test folder. Okay, so I'm going to do shift delete and delete this folder permanently. Same for the test folder for now, and I'm going to delete both. So now I'll go back, so I don't have anything else. Now what we're going to do, right, we need to first of all see, whenever we'll be creating project, you need to understand, okay, how many services I'm going to have, and how my services are going to communicate with each other, right? I already mentioned this part always, that whenever you'll be creating any project, instead of following someone, you try to apply your own idea, that okay, how you're going to create the project. For example, for this particular project, we are going to have basically, you can consider as 4 applications, right, or 4 services. API gateway. So gateway is where we are going to do a authentication, and we are going to keep our main logic, right, core logic from the gateway. Now one more thing, like I already created a Node.js part 2 where I explain the microservices. If you watch that video, right, it will be easy for you to understand that how we are going to authenticate via API gateway, and then you're going to have your all other services. For example, here we are going to have a catalog services, right, where we will be able to create a products, like edit a product, all those things. Then we are going to have a media service, and then we are going to have a search service. Now remember, if it is possible, right, once we'll complete the main core services, these 4 services, I'm going to have one more service, but for now these code will be these 4 services will be more than enough. And you'll understand why I am telling that, because these will be very complicated, right? You have to understand all those things. So don't consider that okay, only 4 services. If you do these 4 services only, right, you'll be able to create 10 services. So this is what I mean. So you'll be able to understand the concept. So first we are going to create we'll be creating all those applications. Okay, So first I'm going to copy this. So you're going to do nestj app and the name of the application. So I'm going to copy this, go here, and let's start with first one. So I'll do nestj app. Now remember all these things, these commands and everything I explained in my video previously. Also you can go to the official documentation and then you can see, right? Now here what I mean, right? So for example, let's see if you just copy this part and go here and then just search here and then click on this. So you'll be getting all these CLI commands, right? That how you're going to, so this is like a generate a new applications within a monorepo, something like that. So here we'll go and then I'm going to hit enter. First we'll start with this gateway. Now gateway is the main entry point, right? So this is very, very important. So let's wait for some time. Alright, so once this is done, this will create apps folder, and inside this you're going to have the this gateway. So now what I'm going to do, simply here I'm going to create, so I'll do clear and then I'll do nestj app, and here I'm going to give this one as catalog, enter. Alright, so this is done. Let's clear once again. Do the same for the media service. I'll do nestj apps media, and then we are going to do for search. Alright, and then I'm just going to clear this and do one more for search. Okay, so now inside these it will create 4 applications. Next thing what I will do, right, we'll go to our nest CLI and we need to make couple of changes here. So first thing, if you go here, right, you'll see that it's actually using the source root applications NestJS Microservices and then source, right? So it's going here, but we have already deleted that, right? So what we need to do, right, here we just have to remove this and then give point to the root. Same goes for this root also. So just remove this one. Alright, and second thing what you're going to do, just remove this tsconfig path. This is also not needed. So I'm going to remove here and then save this. So for now, till this part, this is done. So now what are you going to do, right? Now remember, we need to do quite a few things. Okay, first of all, let's start with the very basic thing, and that is we need to first install our Nest Microservices package. So that will be our first thing. So first we'll go here and go to microservices, and then what you'll do, right, simply first you're going to install this, right? So we need the NestJS Microservices, and one very important point I'm going to explain, and that is that by default NestJS uses TCP transport. Now remember, we are going to convert this TCP to RabbitMQ, but first you need to understand that how actually this process work, right? So how you're going to initialize a Nest Microservices and you're going to communicate with a TCP transport. So to do this one, we actually need the package, right? So for this one, I'm going to just copy this. We'll do npm install save Nest Microservices, and we'll go here and then I'm going to install this package. So let's clear this. Also, I'm going to add this document, okay, so that you'll be getting this one in the source code only, so that you can just copy paste. And also I'll be adding some more notes in case you have some doubts related to microservices. I'll add some concepts also. Alright, so now the basic setup is done. So now let's start writing some of the basic logics. So first we'll start with our gateway. So let me just close this, okay, all this, and then we'll go to gateway. First we'll go to our main.ts. Why? Because this is the entry point, right? So if you see, notice one thing here, right? This is actually using the gateway module, right, which is creating the application, and this is actually running on this particular port. Okay, now before that we also need to do one very, very important point, and that is I'll go here and then I'm going to create .env file. So what I'll do, right, for every time I'm going to add all the envs that is actually needed incrementally, right, instead of adding all the envs, so that it will be easier for you to understand. So let me just pause this video for a minute. I'm going to copy some of the envs that we need, and then we're going to paste, or else it will take just some time. Alright, so you can see that I've taken one for the gateway, which will be running on 3000, and this will be for our microservices for TCP, right? So we have the catalog, this is the port that I have taken. Alright, so now let's go here, and then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to delete everything. Okay, so let's start step by step, because what I will do, right, for one particular module I'm going to write everything and then I'm going to explain, and then for next for my individual microservices, if we are doing the same thing, I'm going to copy paste some of the things, right, so that it will also save some time, because if I write multiple things, same things multiple times, it will be like little boring. So first what we need to do, right, so let's start. First we are going to import what? So we're going to import our Nest factory. So I'm going to go to NestJS core module, and then we are going to import Nest factory. So this will be the first step. Now what I'll do, right, simply, very important, you also need your module here, right? So we need our gateway module. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import gateway module. So let's go to our gateway module, and then we are going to get our gateway module here. So now what I'll do, so I'm going to create our bootstrap function. So I'll do async function, and I'll do bootstrap. And what I'll do, right, if I increase this is fine or what? Okay, let's keep a little bigger so that it will be easier, right? You can also, if possible, you can also close this also. So now this will be async function bootstrap. Now first thing what I'll do, right, I'm going to actually give a title for this particular here, so that what will happen, right, this will actually makes the OS process name readable. So here you're going to take a process, and let's give a title, and I'm just going to give this one as gateway. Okay, so after this I'm also going to take a logger. So I'm going to take a logger, and let's do this one as new logger, import from the common package, and here you're going to give, maybe let's give gateway bootstrap. Alright, so this is done. So after this, now we are going to create the app. So creating the app is very simple. So you just have to do await, you get the next factory, and then do create, and then what you need to pass, you need to pass the module. Module will be what? The gateway module. So I'm going to pass the gateway module, and now what I'm going to do, right, here actually you can use a method called enable shutdown hooks. So I'll do app.enable shutdown hooks. So what this is do, right, so you can see that this will actually enables the graceful shutdown. Okay, so enables the uses of shutdown hooks. And here after this, what we need to do, very important, we need to take the port. So I'm going to take the port. So here I'm simply going to do number, and I'll do process.env. So the name is, let's check, so I'll do gateway port. So if this is present, or else this will be 3000. Okay, so I think this is done, and at the end what we need to do, so I'm going to do await app.listen, and here you are going to pass the port. Alright, and then also let's give a logger. So I'll do logger.log, and maybe I'll do gateway running at, and or let's give just port, running at port, and let's give at port, and then the port number, and don't forget to call the bootstrap method here. Now let's give this one, I've given capital, let's give small, and then I'm going to call this method here. Okay, so this is done. So this is the just the starting point we have. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's go to our gateway controller, and I'm going to create a health endpoint here. So what I'll do, right, I'll go to gateway controller, and for now what I'll do, right, maybe let's remove this. Okay, this is not needed, so I'm going to remove this one, and maybe what I'll do, I'm going to create a simple get. So I'll take a get, and let's do this one as health. So I'll do health, and now here what I'll do, simply I'm going to create a method. Let's return okay as true, and I'm also going to give a service, and this I'm going to give this one as gateway, and also maybe I'm going to give a now property. Let's give a new date, and I'll do to local date string. Okay, so this is just a small endpoint that we have created. So after this what I'll do, right, let's go to our gateway module. So I'll go to gateway module, and if you see, you don't have to make any changes here. Just you have to check that whether you are using the gateway controller here or in the providers you are using the gateway service or not. And if I go to gateway service, so for now we have this, but we don't have to make any changes. This is fine. So this will be the first thing that we need to do. Now what we are going to do, right, we are going to create our TCP microservices boot. So how we are going to do that? We need to make changes in our microservices. So for now we have the catalog service, search service, and media service. I hope this is clear, right? Now remember, gateway is actually your entry point. So now first thing what you're going to do, very important, okay, so go to catalog, go to source, and then go to main.ts file, and now I'm going to close everything. Okay, so this will be the first logic. Here you are going to first understand how we are going to create our microservices instance. Okay, now remember, this is not a HTTP server. So first thing, maybe let's delete everything. Okay, so let's start step by step. So first I'm going to import these from, again, NestJS core. What you need, so you need the nest factory. Now after this, what I'm going to do, right, simply let's create the function. So I'll do async function, and we'll do bootstrap, and I'm going to give again process.title, and let's give title as catalog. All right, after this also let's call the bootstrap method here. Now after this, what I'm going to do, simply first let's create the logger. So we'll do logger, and we'll do here new logger, and give this one as catalog bootstrap. Now what we need to do, first we're going to get the port. Okay, so I'll do port, and this will be number. So we'll have process.env dot, so we have the catalog TCP port, so I'm going to pass it here, or else give the default ones. I think we have taken 4011, so I'll do 4011. Okay, so after this, now we are going to create a microservices instance. So I'll do create an microservices instance. Now if you notice, if you go to the official doc, right, this is where actually I'm taking all this information. Okay, this is not like I'm discovering something, or I'm then like this is very complicated, nothing else. I read always the documentation. Whenever I have any doubt, I go to Stack Overflow, I read blogs, then I'll go to this ChatGPT and everything. If you're a beginner and you're learning a technology, directly going to, I can guarantee you, go to ChatGPT, right, and try to learn these microservices. Why most of the people will fail? Because they will say, okay, ChatGPT will give you the code ready-made, you'll try copy and paste, and you'll see that, oh, this is working, and then you'll go to a you are working in a company and you are working on someone else's code, right, you are fixing something, and you'll see that how much you're able to do it. I can guarantee you'll be stuck. So that's why I always mention this, go to the documentation and read all of this, right? So first what I'll do, simply, so first we're going to create a microservices instance. So I'm going to create an app here, and I'll have it. Now here you're going to do next factory. Now remember, this is going to give you this create microservice, right? This is very important. And here what you're going to do, you're going to give a option here. Now you can see all this method here also, right? So you have create microservices options and everything. So I'm going to import microservices options, and now we are going to pass the module. Now remember, module will be what? So this is what? This is the catalog service, right? So you need to import the catalog module. Okay, so we'll go here, and then I'm going to get the catalog module. Now what you need to pass, so you need to pass the transport. Now transport is actually important. Now for this one we're going to use the default transport, right? So I'm going to import transport from microservices, and I'm going to give dot, and you'll see a lot of things you're going to get, right? So you have gRPC, Kafka, NATS, Redis, RMQ, TCP. So I'm going to use TCP, and now let's give options, right? So I'm just going to give options. Maybe I'm going to give a host, and this host I'm going to do 0.0.0.0, okay, comma, and also, sorry, you need to take options host, and also you're going to pass the port, correct. So now this is done. So this is going to create a microservices instance. Once this is done, again we're going to do the same thing, right? So after this, I'm going to just do app.enable shutdown hooks. I'm going to listen to the port, so I'll do app.listen, right? And then let's do the log again. So I'm going to do logger.log, and now I'm going to simply do catalog microservice. Now remember, this is actually TCP listening on port, and then you're going to do pass the port here. This is done. Now if you just wanted to check this one, right, open this, open to terminal, go here, and then I'm going to just watch. So I'm going to do nest start gateway watch, nest start catalog watch. So copy this, and then I'll go here and then just paste it, and we'll do the same for these also. Let's copy here, and I'm going to run it. Let's see if there are any error or anything. So you can see that this should be fine. Let's wait. Okay, so gateway is now running, so this is fine, there is no error. Let's wait for this one. Okay, so catalog microservice is now listening to port 4011. I hope this is clear. So now one we have already created. Now this is for catalog we have created. The exact same thing we need to do for media service. Now let's say you are having 10 microservices. You are going to do the same thing in all files. Go to media and go to open the main.ts file. Same, go to search source, go to main.ts file. Right, I already mentioned the same thing, right? It won't be like some rocket science that it's very difficult. You need to understand the concepts very well. So now you go to media. First thing, now I'm going to remove everything. Okay, so here only I'm just going to add the changes. So first let's start with process.title, and let's give this one as media maybe, and then after this we are going to create the logger. So I'll do logger, and this will be new logger, and let's give this one as media bootstrap. So once this is done, so now app we need to create a microservices instance, right? So I'll go here, take the port, and this will be what? This will be the, let's open this one, search media TCP port. So copy this, and then I'm going to do media TCP port, or else this will be running on 4012. Port is done. Now we are going to create what? We are going to create the microservices instance. So I'm going to remove this. I'll do nest factory dot create microservice, and you're going to pass the microservices options, and exactly the same thing. So we're going to pass the media module, and then pass the transport, which will be transport dot TCP, same thing, options, and let's copy this one from here. Okay, so I think this is done. So now we are going to do what? So I'll do app.enable shutdown hooks, and you're simply going to just listen, and maybe let's log here also. So I'm going to copy this, and then we are going to paste it here. So this will be our media microservices listening to this port, and this is done, right? So now if you go here, just open and then run this. So we have the nest start. Now this will become media watch. Okay, so this is now running. So same thing you do have to do for what? The search service. Now what you should do, right? This is what actually I tell, and this is how my teaching process is. Now, instead of watching the video, now you try to create the search one exactly same how we have created for catalog and media by yourself, right? Then only you are going to learn. Then you just resume the video once again and see if you're able to do it or not. If you just do like, okay, you know that word, right? That you, whatever someone else is doing, you are following the exact same thing. You are not going to improve, right? You are doing what they are doing. You don't have your own idea. So try to apply all these things, right? So again, here also we need to do the same thing. So first I'm going to do process.title. Maybe let's give this one a search. Then we need the port. Now I'm not going to write, so let's copy. Okay, let's create the logger also. Paste it here. Import the logger, and I'm going to give this one as search. So this will become the search TCP port, or as 4013, right? So app will become the NestJS service, right? So let me just give some enter here. Okay, so here I'm going to give app.listen, and here I'm going to do this one will be create microservice, and this will become microservices options, and you're going to pass the search module, and here you're going to have the transport, which will be what, transport.tcp, and you're going to pass the options, and you're going to pass the host, and then you're going to pass the port, and this is done. And then you're going to give the logger once again. Also let's give app.enable shutdown hooks, and I'm going to do logger.log, and here I'm just going to do search microservice. Okay, this is also will be TCP listening to port, and then you're going to pass the port here, and this is done. So now we have created all this. Open one more terminal. You have to keep all this running, right? And then change this one to search. Let's wait. Okay, so now with this so first of all our gateway is running, right? So gateway is already running, and all our three services are also running. So this is done. Now what will be our next step? Now next step we are going to now start with our RabbitMQ setup, right? Now before that, also one more thing, I already mentioned this one in my last week. I uploaded one video about the prerequisite, right? So I told you that you need to have your Docker desktop enabled, right? Or not enabled means installed, right? So that we are going to use this, because next one we are going to have, we'll be using our RabbitMQ, right? So we're going to use Docker for this, and once we'll do that, then we are going to convert this TCP to our RabbitMQ instance. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. It's very important, so do not skip the next section. Alright, so first let's convert our TCP to RabbitMQ. The first thing, I hope that you all have Docker desktop installed. Once you'll do that, we're going to start the RabbitMQ. So we're going to run this command. Okay, I'm going to add this command. So we'll be getting the RabbitMQ image, right? And then we are going to map the port, the MQ port, to this 5672, and this will be the dashboard port, right? So if you go to localhost 15672, once you run this command, you'll see that the RabbitMQ dashboard will be able to access in this particular port. And also if you go here in the env, we've added this, the RabbitMQ URL and some queue names. So for catalog, I'm going to use the catalog queue, for search queue, and for media queue, this will be media queue. Okay, so this will be the basic prerequisite that you need. Once we'll do that, then we are going to start converting. So first, what will be the first step? So first we'll start with our catalog service. So let's go to our catalog.main ts file. This is the entry where we have created the microservices instance. And also if you just confused, so let me just show you one more thing. So I'll go here and then I'll just copy this part, and then okay, I already have this one. So you see this is how we'll be getting the dashboards, and then you can just log in with guest, and if you log in, you'll be able to see the instance here. Okay, so that's why first step will be need to run this. Once we'll do that, now let's get started, right? And now we have a lot of things to do. First I'm going to close everything. Now here, what are the things we need to change? Sorry, I'm going to bring this one down. The first thing what we need to do right now, we are going to get our RabbitMQ connection URL. Okay, so first let's change this one, right? So this particular line actually not needed. So first I'm going to do what? So I'm going to do const, and let's give this one as RMQ, and then I'm going to do URL, and then I'm simply going to do process.env dot, and now let's go here. Okay, I'm going to just open this env here. So I'm going to open this, and I need this URL, or else I'm going to give a default, right? So default, I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this will be our first step. Once we'll do that, what actually you need now, each service listens to its own queue, right? So that is the reason I have taken 3 queue, catalog queue named as catalog queue. So I'm going to have the queue also here. So I'm going to take const and I'll do queue, and this will be process.env. and then you're going to name the name of the queue, which will be catalog queue. Okay, and here you're going to pass the by default name, which will be this. That's it. So now what we need to do, right, we are going to now use RabbitMQ transport instead of TCP transport. Now if you go to the official documentation, it's very simple. What we need to do, first we are going to install this. Once you do that, you need to pass couple of options. First you're going to pass the URL, right? You need to pass the queue, okay, and then you're also going to pass some queue options also you can pass here, right? For example, let's say you want to pass double false, something like that. So this is actually fine basically for dev demos, right? So we are simply telling that here we don't need any kind of persistence, something like that. So now what I'm going to do simply, so we're going to convert that. So we'll go here and then just okay, we are going to keep this one like this. First this will be same catalog module transport. We are now going to change this one from transport dot, and this will become RMQ. And here what we need to do right now, so we're going to remove this and we are going to have transport. Oh, sorry, I think we need to remove the options here. This is not needed. So now after this I'm going to use the transport we already have here. We are going to use the options, that's right. Now here I'm going to simply do URLs, okay, and now if you go to the doc, so you'll see that URL you are going to use like this. Okay, so we have this part, right, RMQ URL. So this is what we are going to use, and then I'm also going to use the queue. So queue we already created, and then you're going to also have the queue options and just pass double will be false. Now also open this one more terminal and we need to install this. Okay, so first we'll go here and then install. Once we'll do that, right now what will happen, instead of listening to microservices messages, what you're going to do, you're going to start consuming messages, right? So here this will be app.listen, this will be same. I'm going to change now this microservice TCP from RMQ. So I'm going to do, for example, let's say catalog RMQ. So let's remove this. Now these things I'm doing, although these are very simple, simple things, right, or little things, but still I'm writing all of this so that you can understand that what are the change is happening. For example, previously it was communicating with TCP, now completely the scenario is changing, right? So now it actually is listening, or it's going to consume the message. So now I'm going to give this one as RMQ listening on queue. Okay, so give a queue and then give the queue name. Okay, this is listening to this particular queue, and then I'm simply going to do via, and then you're going to pass the RMQ URL. So this will be the change. So now let's save this, and if I'm not wrong, let's see what is happening here. We have run this, right? If there are no error, there should not be any error. So now catalog RMQ is listening on queue, which is this queue, via the URL. Fantastic. Now the same thing, exact same thing we need to do for two other services. So one will be for our media service and one will be for our search service. So we'll go to our media service. So go to main.ts and do the same thing again. Okay, so first what will be the thing, so first we'll go here and then I'm going to copy. Also this port is not needed, we can remove this port. So first I'm going to copy this, go to media service, and again remove this port, this is not needed, paste it. So this will be same, catalog will become search. So this, no sorry, this will be media, my bad. So this will be media queue and this will become media queue. Transport will become to RMQ, and here you are going to have the options, and in the options we are going to pass the URLs, so which will be RMQ URL. Then you are going to pass the queue and you are going to pass the queue options. So I'm going to pass double as false. So this will be same, again we will give the let's copy this and then I'm going to paste it here, and this will become media RMQ. Okay, So I think this is done, and the same thing we're going to do for search also. So we'll go to the search, go to source main.ts, and then I'm going to just do the exact same thing. So I'm going to copy this, remove the port. First of all, this is not needed, and this will become now search, right? Search we have given, so this will be search queue. Alright, so first change the transport, and this will be the URLs. Then you have what? We are going to have the queue, then you have the queue options. Alright, and then just log the same thing. So I'll copy this, and this will become search. Okay, and I think now this is done. So now let's quickly confirm. So we'll go here first, I'll go to the end. So now the media queue is listening, and same should be for the search one. Okay, so this is now completed. So now what are you going to do? So now we are going to add a message pattern in each microservice. So again, if you want to read this, right, just search for message pattern, right? So something like this, right? So here again, once again, right, so if you come here directly without knowing anything, this will be little tricky. So that is the reason I'm telling you, do hands-on, then come back and do back and forth. Okay, now I'm going to make this one very simple. You are not going to forget. So first what you'll do, right, let's do very simple and slowly, because some of the things can become little tricky. First we will start with our catalog service. So we'll go to our catalog service. So let's go to the catalog service first. Okay, I'm going to close everything. So catalog service, and then we are going to change the same in our catalog controller. So now, so here you can see that we have this method get hello, which is fine. Now I'm going to do what? So here I'm going to add, maybe let's add a ping method, something like that. So I'm going to just remove this. Let's take a ping, and here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to return, so let's return OK as true, and then I'm going to do a service, right? So here I'm going to do a service, maybe let's take this one as catalog, and here I'm going to also going to give a now. So I'll do new date dot to local date string, not let's do to ISO string. Okay, so this is the first thing we are going to do. Now definitely you are going to get error. Why? Because we have removed that method. So now we'll go to our catalog controller, and here what I'm going to do right now, so I'm going to remove this. Okay, now let's see how we are doing. Every step you need to understand how these things are happening. So first I'm going to take this one as, let's say, ping. Okay, and now I'm going to use what? So I'll do this dot. So we have our catalog service, right? And this catalog service will give, if you do dot, so this will give you the ping method. So this is the service, right? So you need to do like thing like this. If you're creating a Mon application, right? So you're going to have what? You're going to have your entry file, you're going to have your controllers, you're going to have your routes, something like that, right? So think this one as, this service as your helper file, right? So this is where you're actually writing your business logic, and this controller is actually where you're going to write all your routes and everything, something like that. So that means here I'm using this service, this helper. Okay, so just to explain in a simpler way, so this is what we are doing here. So it's simply telling that, okay, whenever this method I wanted to use this particular helper method, so I'm going to call this. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to add a message pattern here. So I'll do message pattern. Okay, so these you're going to import from NestJS Microservices. Here what you need to do, you have to give a metadata or the name. So maybe what I'll do, right, I'm going to give this one as service.ping, something like that. Okay, now let's save this, and this is done. Now what you're going to do, right, we're going to do the exact same thing for our search service also. Let's save this. So we'll go here and let's go to our search service and do the exact same thing. Okay, so I'm not going to rewrite, I'll just go here and then I'm going to copy from this, and then I'm going to just paste it here. So this is the first thing, and then you'll do what? You're going to go to your search controller. Again you're going to get the error because we need to use that method. So here instead of that, so I'm going to remove this. So let's use ping, and I'm going to do return. So I'll do these dot search service dot ping, and you're going to use the message pattern. So I'm going to use message pattern, and you're going to give the same name. So I'll do service dot ping. Okay, so save both and do the same thing for your media service also. So go here and let's go to our media service, and let's open the media controller. Okay, so here also I'm going to just copy and paste it. Sorry, we need to paste it here, and the same thing you're going to use here. So this will be ping, and this will become ping, and this will become message pattern, and you're going to give this one as service dot ping. Okay, so till this part this is done. All right, so now what are you going to do, right? So what we have done, we have added a helper method or service for each and every microservices, and that we are using or consuming in our controller via, and we have given a message pattern here. Okay, so this is basically to subscribe the incoming messages which fulfills that particular pattern. So now what are you going to do, right? We need to now register our RabbitMQ clients, right? So how we are going to do that? Now here we have something called the concept called client proxy. So if you go here, right, just search for client proxy, and so you can see that. So this is the client. Okay, this is the client I'm talking about. That like other microservices transformer, you have several options for creating a RabbitMQ client proxy instance. So this is how we are going to do that. So we need to use this clients module which is going to register. Okay, and then we are going to pass the services. So this is the thing you need to do, and this is where we are going to do that. So we're going to do that in our gateway, because gateway is the entry, right? From gateway it's going to actually, so think like that. So gateway is like the main person who is communicating with multiple services. So this is very important concept. Okay, so this is what now we are going to do. So what we need to do now, so we need to go to our gateway module file. Okay, so we'll go to gateway module. So now let's go to gateway source and gateway module, and this is where now we are going to consume. So if you go here, right, just notice carefully, in the imports we are actually registering this client here. Okay, so this is where we are going to do that. So first we are going to go here, close everything else. Right, now here how we are going to now do that. The first of all, as I already mentioned, now remember, if you are not doing inside import, you are going to get error, right? So you need to use do that inside import. So now I'm going to create the client. So I'm going to do client, it's called clients module from next services, and this is going to give you this register method. Very important. Now in this one, what you're going to do, you're going to do what, you're going to add all your services here, or basically you're telling that, okay, I have all these 5 services and I want to use these services, something like that in simpler way. So now in this case we have 3 services, right? We have what, category client, search client, or media client. 3 client will be there. So first let's start with the first one. So first we're going to do what, so we're going to take a object, and inside this you're going to give a name. So I'm going to give this one as catalog client. You can take all of this here, okay? Name, transport, options, very simple. So here what you can do, you're going to do catalog client, and you're going to pass the transport. So transport will be transport dot RabbitMQ. Give the options will be what, URLs. So here what I can do, right, so maybe what I can do, right, so let's go to our catalog main.ts, and now what I can do, maybe I can just copy this part. Okay, and then you just pass it here, something like this, then give comma, give the q, and q also I'm going to just copy and paste it here, and then give the q options, and let's do durable as false, and do the exact same thing for what, for your search client and for your media client. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here 2 times. So this I'm going to change this one to media client, Now what will change? RabbitMQ will be same, right? So this will become the media queue, and this will also become the media queue, and these will be the search client, and this will be search queue, and this will become also search, right? This will become search. Okay, so till this part this is done. Okay, so now what we have done, we have actually registered all our services using this client modules.register method. So we're going to save this. Now remember, one thing is very important, the name has to be different, right? And queue has to be different. Very important. Like these all are the minor mistakes that you can do, right? If you're using same queue, you're going to get error later. So till this part this is done. Let's see if we are getting any error or anything that we are going to fix, but I don't think we are having any error. All right, awesome. So once this is done, so now let me just close this. So what will be our next step? So now we are going to use a health method here maybe. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our gateway controller method. So you have this health, this one, right? So now see what we are going to do first. All right, so first let's remove this one. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. So let's create same endpoint only. So I'm going to give this one as health, and now what I'll do, right, so I'm going to create a async method here. So first let's give this one as health, and now what we are going to do, right, first, so first now remember we have created the service.ping message pattern in all the services, right? So those we are going to actually extract here. So let's see how we are going to do that. First I'm going to take, let's take a ping, and let's do this one as async. So I'm going to take two things. So first I'm going to take the service name, so let's take this one as string, and also I'm going to take a client, and for this one what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to, this client will be my client proxy. So I'm going to use the client proxy from NestJS Microservices. Okay, so first let's import this. Now what I'm going to do, right, inside this first I'm going to take a try catch, and inside this try block first I'm going to get the result. So I'm going to do const result, and this will be await. Now if you're not sure, so let me give you one more important concept, and that is called the first value from. So this actually, this method we used to extract or retrieve the data of any request in form of a promise, and this we are going to import from RxJS. So first what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to use this one as await, and then I'm going to do first value from, and inside this what we are going to do, right, now we need to have this client. So this client is going to give you this send method. So I'm going to use this send, and here what you have to pass, you have to pass the pattern and if there is any data, both is any type. So the pattern will be now the service.ping that we have used, right, and second we are going to pass the data. Now here what we are going to do, right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do from, and this will be from gateway. Okay, so now once this is done, so I'm simply going to do return, and then I'll do true, and service I'm going to do this one as maybe, let's do service name. So what is this service name that we are going to use, and also I'm going to use the result. Okay, this result here. So this is fine. So now what you're going to do, if there is any catch, if there is any error, so here what I can do, we can simply going to return a okay, and I'm going to do false. Let's do service, which will be service name, and here I'm going to do error. So I'm simply going to check if there is error dot message present, or else I'm going to do just unknown error. Alright, so now I think till this part this is done. So now what you can do, you can simply use promise.all to call all the pings, right? So to do this one, first I'm going to do const, and let's take this one as await. So I'm going to do promise.all, and inside this now what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this ping method that you created. So you have to pass the service name. So I'm going to pass the service name as catalog, and now here we need to pass the catalog client. Now to pass the catalog client, what we need to do, we need to inject something in our constructor. So what we are going to inject, so if you go here, let's go to gateway module, you can see that we have actually imported and registered all our client here. So we have the catalog client, media client, and the search client. Same thing we need to actually use here. So inside constructor, what you're going to do, so I'm going to remove this, and here I'm going to use inject. So I'm going to import inject from next common package. And what you're going to inject first, so you're going to inject the client. So I'll go to gateway module, and I'm going to copy the catalog client first, and then I'm going to paste it here, not here man, in this catalog client. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a private read only, and let's take this one as catalog client. And what will be the type? This will be a client proxy. I hope this is clear. Same thing you need to do for the search client and the media client. So copy this and inject both, and this will become the media client, and this will become the search client. Okay, and this will become media client, and this will become search client. Okay, so this is clear. So now what you're going to do simply, so here you have to pass what? Two things. So you need to pass the client. So now this will become what? So this will become your these dot catalog client. See how these things are connected together, right? And if you see, this is where registering we have clearly mentioned that okay, this is actually the catalog view and all these options that you have given with the name. Same thing you have to do what? So you have to call the ping method, and let's give this on search, and now we are going to pass these dot, let's do media first. So I'll do media, and I'm going to do these dot media client, and same you're going to do for search. So I'm going to do search, and this will become these dot search client. Okay, now here we are going to take catalog, let's take media, and let's take search. Okay, and now what we're going to do simply, let's create a OK method, sorry, OK variable. And what we can do simply, we're going to use this catalog media search, and then I'm going to do a every, and let's do here as dot OK, and at the end I'm going to return. So what I'm going to return, I'm going to return the OK. Let's return the gateway. So I'm going to return gateway. So here I'm going to return the service. So this will be my gateway service, and now will be my new date dot to ISO string, and then I'm going to return all my services. So now I'm going to return my catalog service, my media service, and my search service. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So I think with this we have actually completed these. So let's see if there are any error. So first let's start with this one. We'll go to the end. So we don't have any error. Next, catalog is running. Media one, let's see, media is also listening, and then we are having the search one. So I think this is working fine. So now if you want to test it, what you can do, right, you can go here, and then I'm going to just use this. Okay, and then I'm going to send this one. Sorry, we have to do get and send this. See, so you're getting okay gateway, this is the service gateway, catalog true, and this what you are getting result, right? Media okay, service, this is what result you are getting. All right, one more thing what we are seeing, that for all we are getting this one as catalog. Why that is the case, that we need to see. Something we are doing wrong here then. Maybe, okay, I got it. Let's go to our media main.ts, not here, service. See, that's why we need to return media here in the media service. Same for the search one. So go to search and go to search service, and we need to return media. That's it. Now I think this would work. So now what you're going to do simply, so let's send once again, and you can see that now for catalog you're getting the result, for media you're getting this, for search you're getting this. Now you actually are talking talking to microservices from your gateway. Okay, now the important part that you need to understand, that what we have done here in the gateway, right, not in main, in your module, this is the important part. This is where actually you're registering all your client, and you're actually using this transport, so that it is understanding that now we are actually using RabbitMQ to talk or communicate with multiple services. So this will be a proper way to set up your microservices, and then in NestJS and with RabbitMQ. I hope this is clear. Now we are going to start with our authentication. So for authentication I will be using Clerk. Now remember, for this one it's a backend authentication, right? Most of the videos you'll see that they are using Clerk on front end. I'm going to show you one of the best way. I can guarantee you haven't seen this kind of Clerk integration in any of the YouTube videos. If you have watched, comment it down, but I can guarantee you haven't watched. What I'm going to show you that we are going to use the Clerk backend package, and I'm going to show you the best way to authenticate using JWT. I'm also going to show you some of the JWT strategy, like how you're going to get token, how you're going to create user IDs, all those things, and how also you will be able to do a testing in your Postman using creating a JWT template. So those strategy also I'm going to show you in the next part. So next part will be very important. Like I will say that is the foundation where we are going to implement a complete authentication system, okay, complete with role-based authentication. So don't skip this. We are going to do each and everything step by step. So now let's move on to the next one. So now let's start with our authentication. The first thing what we are going to do, right? So if I go here, right, so you can see that we actually need these two things. Now remember, we are not going to use any front-end related logic. You will see a lot of videos on that. So this will be completely backend, and I'm going to explain each and every step. But before that, we need the Clerk secret key and publishable key. Now before that, what I'll do, right, I already added this link. Now this is completely free. So see, this is, I'll be very honest, right? So what you need to do, right, this is my request. Just click on this link and register for free. Okay, so this will do nothing, just support my channel. So what you can do, right, you can just copy this. Now remember, this is completely free, right? You don't have to pay or do anything. So you can click on this, and if you don't have any account, just log in, and then after that what you need to do, you have to click on this dashboard icon, dashboard button, and you'll be redirecting to this dashboard page. So here first of all I'm going to create a new application. So let's click. What I'll do, right, what I will suggest for this one, you just uncomment this Google one, because as I already mentioned, there will be more videos that will be coming, and in the upcoming videos I will be doing one with Google authentication also. Okay, so here I'm just going to give this one as NestJS Microservices. Okay, let's do e-commerce, something like that. So I think this is done. So now I'm going to just do create application. Okay, now after this, now remember, here I'm going to show you a lot of advanced level of details also, that how you're going to create JWT template, how you can do testing from your Postman and all those things. But before that, first we need two things. One, we need, so if I go here, first of all we need the Clerk secret key and the publishable key, and both the things will be getting from here. So you can just copy the publishable key and the secret key. So I'm just going to copy these two things here, and then I'll just go to my env. Okay, so I'll go to my env, and here after this I'm going to just add it, but I'm not going to show that because there are sensitive information. So I'm just going to repeat once again, because some of you already have this kind of queries. What you need to do, just copy from here, go to your env and paste it, and then change this one to whatever you want to keep, right? So I'm going to keep the secret key as Clerk secret key, and publishable key will be Clerk publishable key. Okay, so for now these two will be enough. So I'm going to just copy paste these two things. After that we are going to start implementing the logic. Alright, so I hope you copy pasted these two things. Now next thing what we are going to do will be creating our MongoDB project. Okay, now remember, so many of you actually mentioned that to use Postgre. I already have some videos, multiple videos on Postgre, but the reason that why I'm using with MongoDB, so that, right, everyone has their own choices, right? So someone wants to work with Mongo, someone wants to work with Postgre. As I already mentioned that there will be more videos that are in pipeline, so I'll be creating more videos with PostgreSQL also. So first what I'll do simply here, so let's give the name. So I'll do NestJS Microservice e-commerce, something like that. So I'm going to do next, and then I'll do create project. Once we do that, we are going to create the cluster, and remember to select the free option. So create the cluster, and then select free, and then just do create deployment. Okay, in the meantime what you can do, right, go to database. Okay, also here I'm just going to give my password. Now remember, some of you actually mentioned that why I'm showing the password. See, I always normally deletes all the DB and everything once the video recording is completed, so you don't have to worry on that, right? And this is also not my main account, right? So I use this for my dummy projects and everything. So I'll do Sangam 1996. So I'm going to create the database user. Now if I don't solve all of this, right, some of you actually faces these kind of issues, and then later I'm going to choose the connection method. So for now I'm going to close this, go to database and network access, and then what I'll do, go to IP access list, and then for now I'm going to add IP address, and I'm going to do allow access from anywhere, which is absolutely fine for your dev purpose. So I'm going to do confirm. In the meantime, let's go to our clusters. So till this time this is deploying, right? I think it's almost done. So now what will be our next step? Now next step will be actually, now remember we are actually going to have different collections. Okay, so for this one what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to create one more env. So let me just go here, and I'm going to, okay, I think you are seeing this, which is fine, that's okay. So here I'm just going to create one more. So I'll do this one as Mongo, and let's do this one as URI. Oh, see why I don't want to show, because some of you actually uses this, although I mentioned all this multiple times, which is fine. I can delete all of this later also. I'll do Mongo URI users, and here I'll go, and then let's wait, I think it's done. So let's do connect, and then I'm going to do Mongo for VS Code, copy this, and then just paste it, and then change this one to Sangam 1996. And after this I'm going to just give this one as, maybe let's do users, or let's do this one as maybe as SOP users, something like that. Okay, so now let's save this. So these two things we need. So we need the Mongo URL for our users collection, and we need the client Clerk secret key and the Clerk publishable key. Once this is done, now we will go to Clerk, and then I'm going to do one more thing, and that is I'm going to go to configure. Okay, and in this configure, see, normally you will not see these kind of things, that there are a lot of things you can do here, because you're using complete backend tutorial, right? There is a concept called session, and here you can go to these JWT templates. Now this is very interesting. Okay, so what you can do, right, you can create a new template. So I'm going to just do this one as test. Okay, and then remember, for now I'm going to give a lifetime little more. Okay, so that we don't have to actually take our token multiple times or refresh the token multiple times. So I'm going to give some long value for now. Okay, so I'm going to save this now. Okay, we have to remove this, and then I'm going to save this. Okay, so this is now saved. So now what we're going to do, right, we will be actually using, because say for example, let's say you are a backend developer, right? What you actually need, normally how backend developers work, so they need to test this their logic from their Postman, right? Or let's say they are using some other tool. So in that case you need your JWT token. So I'm going to show you that how we are going to create the JWT token based on this JWT template. So till this part the configuration is done. Now the main thing will start, and see how I'm going to explain that authentication very simpler way. You are not going to forget anything. Okay, so first thing will be, let's go to our gateway. Now from this point, this will be very interesting and very little, I will say little intermediate level. You need to do all these things very slowly. So go to gateway, and inside source create a auth folder. So this will be the first step. Inside auth folder, I'm going to first create my auth.types.ts. When I'm going to write each and every line of code, right, you will see how it will become very simpler to understand. So let's create a user context. So I'm going to do export type, and I'll do user context. And here, what are the things that we need? See, we are not only going to use Clerk, that okay, we are only going to store the user in Clerk, that it will automatically do, right, in your user collections. But I'm going to show you that how you are going to save that particular user in your MongoDB collection. So that is the reason we have created that user collection. So that means what? Means I'm not going to show you that how you're going to use Clerk, but also you're going to actually sync that Clerk data to your MongoDB, or let's say to your Postgre. The concept will be same. So in that case, what you're going to do, right, we need our Clerk user ID. Okay, so this will be identified. So I'm going to take this one as Clerk user ID, and this will be a string. So this will be the first thing. Then I need the email, which will be string. I also need the name, which I'm going to keep this one as string. Now I'm going to take a role. So role will be either user or this will be admin. Okay, and at the end I'm also going to take a, maybe let's take a is admin, something like that. So this can be some helpful flag, right, that you can directly use. See, anyway, you can also use with role. If role is equal to admin, you can also check that, but I just wanted to keep some extra. So I'll do is admin will be boolean. So these will be our first step. So for now I'm telling that okay, my user type will consist of all these things. Okay, now remember I always mention all these kind of things in every video. This doesn't mean that you are only going to take only 5. What I always mention all of you, that when I'm taking 5 fields, you try to innovate or you try to think something from your side and add some 2 more field here, maybe ABC, maybe city, maybe address. I hope you're getting right. So what I mean by that, so that you can practically apply the knowledges that you are learning from that video. This is the best piece of advice that I can give you. No one is going to tell you all of this. This is the single reason why all of you are actually stuck in tutorial hell. I hope I already created a video also. See, I'm not giving you some lecture here, right? These things are very important if you want to be very successful and you want to clear the interview. I'm going to repeat what you need to do, right? Whenever I will be doing any logic, you pause that video, okay, think something, maybe let's add some 2 more fields here. See, most of you actually do the same, and also they commented, also they reply me on Insta, and I actually I'll be very happy that oh, these guys are actually applying their own idea and they're creating something new. They are not following me 100%. That you should not never do. So now this will be the first thing that you need to do. What will be the second thing? Now second thing, I'm going to create 2 decorators. Now remember I already mentioned that you need to understand all this concept, and I will not be able to explain each and everything. That is the reason I created the NestJS video part 4. I explained the concept of decorators. So we are going to have 2 decorators. One will be for public, okay, and second one will be for admin, which admin can only access, something like that. So here what I'm going to do, right, inside auth, I'm going to create one public dot decorator dot ts. Again, in case you don't know all of this, I already mentioned that also. Whenever I'll be typing something, let's say this is new, what you need to do, copy that term, go to the official documentation and read first. If you're still not able to understand, then you paste that particular concept to ChatGPT and then try to understand with the example. Then come back to this video, resume the video and do the same thing again. Okay, this is like a loop. This is what you need to follow. So now instead of like you are doing like blindly whatever I'm doing, you're not going to create any project by yourself, I can guarantee. So here first of all we need to do what, we are going to set a metadata. Okay, so I'm just going to do a export and let's do const, and I'm going to do something like is public key, and this one I'm going to give this one as is public, and I'm just going to do export const, so I'll do public, and this will be, so you're going to use the concept of set metadata from next command. So you're going to pass this is public key, okay, is public key, and then you're going to pass this one as true. Okay, so this is the first thing, and that's it. This is what you need. Now second thing what we're going to do, we are going to have our admin decorator. So I'm going to go here and create one more file, and let's give this one as admin dot decorator dot ts. Now here we are going to do the exact same thing. So I'm just going to do export const, and let's do required role key, and this will be, let's do required role. Okay, and then you are going to do export const, and this will become admin only. Okay, and do the same thing again. So you're going to use the set metadata, and you're going to pass the metadata key, which will be this required role key, and what will be the key? The key will be admin. So that means only admin will be able to use that particular route whenever we are going to protect that route using this decorator. So till this part, this is done. So now what we are going to do, right, we also need to create one more decorator where we are going to get our current user information, because we need to understand, right, that which user is actually logged in, right, so that we'll be able to understand. Maybe let's say I want to get the current user ID. If the user is logged in, then only you'll be able to extract that ID, right? So for that one, I'm going to create one more file, and let's give this one name as current-user.decorator.ts. So here what you're going to do first, so I'm going to do export const, and you're going to do this one as current user, and here you're going to use something called create param decorator. Okay, now here what I'm going to do simply, so first, so let's give enter, and here I'm going to take this one as unknown, give comma, and then I'm going to take a context, and this will be my execution context. And here what you're going to do simply first, so you're going to get our request. Okay, so this request we're going to get from, so we'll do request, so this will be this context, this will give you called switch to HTTP, and here you're going to get the request, and you're going to do this one as any. And now what you're going to do, I'm simply going to return request.user as, now the type will become the user context, this one, and then I'm going to use this user context, or this will become undefined. Okay, so this will be our current user. If you want to check this, let's say I have some doubt, so I'll go here, this is what I also do. Let's say I'm going to paste here. Oh, you're not getting any options for, okay, let me just search for okay, we'll search for the current user decorator, something like that. Look, current user decorator, this one. I think this is for the GraphQL, but see, this is what I'm talking about. So this is the current user, so you're using a create param decorator, right? So getting the data and the context. Okay, now remember, this is, I think they're using for GraphQL. So for normal our express request, what you're going to do, you're going to do switch to HTTP. I'm also going to show you that if it is there. Let me just check. So we'll do switch to HTTP method. Search for switch to HTTP. So this will be to switch the context to HTTP, and this is where we are going to get that. And also not able to get that request, let me just check. So I'll do get request. Let's check it. Let me just check in the, I want to show you that how. So let's go to the security. We'll go to authorization, someplace basic RpcException. Okay, let's check here. Something will be here. Let's go to the authentication. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? So this is how you're going to get the request. Okay, so you have to take the context, you'll do switch to HTTP and get request. And from this particular request, actually we are going to extract the user. See, I told you, right? This is how I also do. I'll be stuck sometime, but I'll be reading the documentation, and this is how we are going to. So this is simply you creating a method can activate, something like that. Okay, and this is where, if you notice, this is where they're actually do what? They're actually appending or assigning the payload. See, we are assigning the payload to the request object here, so that we can access it in our route handler. That means, let's say if I have a protected route, and in that protected route I want to extract the user information, the authenticated user information. So this is where we are actually doing what? We are actually adding the user information, right, in our request, so that we can extract it. And the same thing we are actually doing here, right? So we are actually getting it, this request, and then we are actually returning the request.user, okay, as user context. So in that particular format, or else this will be undefined. So see, I told you practically that how I usually do all of this, right? So for example, let's say I'm getting some doubt here, so I'm going to copy this, I'll go here, I'll do experiment all the places that are from where this is coming. I'm going to read each and every line. I'm going to create the project. Whenever I'll be stuck, that time I'll go to some ChatGPT or let's say Stack Overflow, and then I'll do back and forth like that. Okay, so till this part, this is done. So now what will be our next step? So current user decorator we have created. So now what we are going to do, right, we will be creating our users schema. Okay, so let's start with our user schema. But before that, now we are going to install a couple of packages. So I'm going to go here, let's go to this, and I'm going to clear. And then we actually need the Clerk backend package. I already told that we are going to use complete pure backend package. We need the nextjs config package. We need the mongoose and nestjs mongoose package. So all these three things. So I'm going to do what? I'm going to do npm install, and let's copy all of this. So copy this, paste it here, and then I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and then copy this whole part and then install. Alright, so I think this is done. So now we will go to our source and then let's create our users folder. Inside this I'm going to create user.schema.ts. So now let's start. So first what I'll do, right, I'm going to simply do export class and let's give this one name as users. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a schema. So I'll do a schema. Also I need to import this. So I'll do import these from, so you've installed the NestJS Mongoose. So this is where you're going to import this. This is very slow, man. Okay, schema we are going to, and then here what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to pass a timestamps and let's make the timestamp as true. So in these users, so now what you're going to do, right, we are going to store our clerk user ID as our stable foreign key. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So I'm going to give this one as clerk user ID. Okay, and this will be string, and here I'm also going to add a prop. So I'll do @ and I'll use prop, and let's give this one some validation. So maybe required, I'm going to keep this one as true, and also let's do unique. Now this will be definitely unique, which will be true, and I'm also going to make index as true. Okay, so this is done. Now what else we need? Now we also need email. So I'm going to take email. This also will be a string, and here I'm also going to use another prop. So I'll do @prop, and let's make the required will be true. Okay, also let's make the unique as also true for this one. Alright, so email is also done. Then you're going to have the name. So do the same thing for name, and here I'm going to do this one as @prop, and I'm going to do required will be true. Then we are also going to have for role. So I'm going to do role will be what? User, or this will be admin, and then copy this. So required will be true, and then I'm going to pass a enum, and here I'm going to pass this one as user, comma, admin. And let's do one very important point, and that is let's pass a default property, and in default I'm going to pass the user. Now if you notice one thing, right, if you just compare this with the Mongoose schema, you'll see that this is exactly same thing you're doing, right? This is why I mentioned in the previous prerequisite video that if you have idea on Node.js or Express or Mongoose, you'll be able to understand these things, right? If you notice, this is like creating same, right? You are going to create a mongoose.schema, then you are going to give all this property, you are going to add the options like required will be true or not, unique will be true or not. So it's like a similar thing. Also let's add one more property here. I'm going to do last seen at, and I'm going to do this one as date, and also I'm going to make the required will be true. Okay, so I think this is done. So now how we are going to export this? So I'm going to do export const, and let's do user schema. So this will be the schema factory you have to use from Mongoose package, NestJS Mongoose, and here you will be getting create for class, and then you are going to pass this class. So it's going to create the schema. So if you go over here, right, you'll see that it will need the schema. So here you're going to pass this. That's it. So now these will be our user schema. Now remember, if you have added some extra property, right, for example, let's say you added address property, so you're going to add all of this. Let's say you have added age property, you have to add and change the type to number. Okay, so till this part this is done. So now what will be our next step? Next we are going to now come into real business. Business means now main logic we are going to write. So now we are going to create our user service. Okay, so what we are going to do, simply we are going to upsert the authenticated user profile. Okay, now let's see how we are going to do that. First, what I'm going to do in these users, we are going to create a users dot service dot maybe ts. Now I'm going to write each and every line so that you can understand what actually is happening here. So let's start with first. So I'm going to do export const, and I'm going to do users service. Okay, now first thing here, what you're going to do, you're going to use injectable. Alright, so first thing what you're going to do, I'm going to take a constructor, right? Why it's not giving the suggestion? Oh, we need to make this one as class. Okay, so you're going to take the constructor. Now first of all, we are going to do what? We are going to inject or model the user model that we have created. But before that, let's quickly do one thing. So we are going to actually export a type here. So what I'm going to do, right, simply, so I'm going to do export type, and let's do this one as user document, and I'm going to use the hydrated document, and then we are going to pass our user here. Okay, so now we will go here. So first of all, what I'm going to do simply, so this Nest mongoose package is going to give you this inject model. Okay, so this you're going to use. So what we are going to do here simply, so I'm going to just inject, so I'm going to import our user model, sorry, user schema, and then I'm going to take a private read only. Let's give this one name as user model, and here the type will be model from mongoose, and then you're going to pass the type because this need a type here. Okay, so if you go here, this is the user document type which we are going to use. Okay, so this is the first step, we need to import this. Now second thing what we are going to do, now this is important part. Now here we are going to actually upsert our user, or upsert our auth user, or upsert our user that we are going to actually our clerk user into our DB. So upsert, how it will work. So first we are going to use the find one and update method. So first it's going to check that, okay, actually if this particular property is present, based on that we are going to update that particular document. If it is not present, so in that case we are going to use a upsert options or config. So what will happen, if it is not present, it's going to create a new document. Okay, so I'm just going to do async, and let's do little slowly. So I'm going to do upsert, so I'm going to upsert my auth user. So now here I need the input, and what are the things that we need? So here I'm going to get the clerk user ID, which will be string. I also need the email, which will be string. Also I need the name, which will be string. Okay, so now after this what I'm going to do simply, so here first of all I'm going to take the current date, so I'm going to do new date. So this is the first thing. So now what we are going to do, right, simply I'm going to return. Now we are going to call our user model. So now here we are going to do this dot user model, and if you do dot, you're going to get all the methods. Okay, now here actually we need this find one and update. So you're going to do two things at once. If the document is present, you're going to update. If the document is not present, it's going to create a new document. But for that one, you need to pass a upsert config. So I'm going to show you. So here, first of all, I'm going to update based on what? So I'm going to check based on this clerk user ID. Okay. Here we're going to use clerk. No, find one and update. Find one and update. Guys, find one and update. So here you need the clerk user ID. And this clerk user ID will be our input.clerk user ID. So here we are going to pass input.clerk user ID. And then what are the things we are going to update? So here how you can do that, so you're going to take a set method. Okay, and this set method you are going to simply tell that, okay, if the email is present, this email will become this input.email, name will become input.name, and last seen at will become what? So every time we are going to update our last seen at, so this will become now. Okay, so this is the last time the user has checked. Now very important here, what we are going to do, right? Remember, we also need to update our role. Now by default we have kept our role. Now every time you can't update the role, right? So what we will do, so here we can actually set on property, and we'll do set on insert. And in this one we are simply going to tell what? That role we are going to only set at first time creation, not from the next time. Why? Now you can ask me why. So that we can actually manage our role from our DB. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass role, and let's pass this one as user. I hope this is clear. Now once this is done, right, so now till this part. Okay, after this I'm going to give comma, and here I'm going to pass some options. So first I'm going to pass a new property which will become true. Now here you're going to pass this upsert. Now this is very important. So upsert you're going to do this one as true, and you're also going to pass a set defaults on insert. You're going to pass this one also as true. So now it's this property is going to check that, okay, this is this with this user ID. If the document is not present, it's going to create. If it is present, then it's going to update. I hope this is clear. So now I think this is done, right? So now let's go here. So I'm going to also create one more function here. Let's do maybe find by clerk user ID. Just I'm creating so that later if we need we can use this. So I'll do Clerk user ID, which I'm going to receive as string, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to return these.user model, and then you're going to do what, find one. And now it's how easy this is. You're simply going to find based on this Clerk user ID. So this is going to give what, this is going to fetch the current user from your DB. Okay, so for now these two things we need. So we are simply doing what, we are going to getting all this information, we are just doing what, we are doing an upsert to our DB using our user model. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now once this is done, so now we are going to start working on our user. So user service we have created, users model. Now we'll go to our user model, or we need to create this. So I'll do user dot model dot ts. So now let's create this. So this will be a module. Okay, so you're going to import from nest common, and here three things we are going to usually use, right? So we have imports, we have providers, we have exports. I've done these things multiple times, so that's why if in case you're getting issues, you can check the documentation, you can check my previous video also, and this will be export. Now this is where some beginners actually make some mistakes, right? So you need to understand that how these things are working. Also what you're going to do right here, I'm going to do export class, and I'll do users model. Okay, so I think this is done. Now what are the things you need to import, what are the things you're going to use in your provider, and what are the things you're going to do export. You'll see my previous video how I've explained all of this in complete details, each and everything. So first of all, what are you going to import? Now remember, you need to register the user model for what, for dependency injection. Very important, you need to do that, or else it's not going to work. So how we are going to do that? So we have something called mongoose module. Okay, and this is going to give you this for feature method. Alright, if you're using type ORM, right, same thing you need to do. So here we are using for feature, and now what you're going to do, simply here you're going to pass the name, and this will be the user, this user from your user schema dot name, and then you're going to pass a schema, and this will become what, the user schema. Okay, if you don't do this, in services will not be able to use this, right? So you have to do this one. So first of all, we need to import. So what we are doing, I'm just going to give a comment that we are registering or registers the user model for what, for dependency injection. So this is the first thing. Providers, what you're going to provide, you're going to provide what, the user service, right? If you don't provide the user service, it's not going to do what, it's not going to do the upsert method or the future queries. So in the providers, you're going to use the users service. So you're going to import this, will be users service. What you're going to use in your exports, same thing. Why? Because these exports, whatever things we are going to export, means what, we should be able to use this from a different module, right? That is like the concept of export and import. If we don't export this user service, we won't be able to use this from our auth module. Okay, so that means to use this user service, we need to export it. So now I'm going to pass the users service here also. I hope this is clear, right? So till this part, this is completed. So now what are the things we have done? So we've created our auth types. We have created two decorators, right? Not two, three. Public decorator, admin decorator, current user decorator. We created our user schema, user service, where actually we are going to actually injecting the model. We are doing the upsert. If the user is present, you update the properties. If the user is not present, you are going to create a new document. And very important, this is actually you're doing ulta, means some people will say, well, ulta means this. Ulta means, I mean, like we can do start from here also. We can start from this, then go back to this user service. But this is also fine. So first we created the user schema. Why I'm doing this? If I start from here, right, you have to do back and forth. It will be difficult for you to understand. But if I create the user schema first, so you'll understand what are the properties we are having and what actually you're doing. I hope you're getting it. We're going to an opposite way. So then at the end, we are actually importing this or registering the user model, providing the user service, and exporting the user service so that we can use in our auth modules. So till this part, this is done. So now we are going to import we are going to implement our auth service. We need to implement our JWT guard. Why? Because whenever we are going to protect a route, let's say we have three routes. One route only admin can access, one route only user can access, and one route anyone can access. So we are going to protect the route, right? So role-based authentication or authorization. So that we are going to do in our JWT auth guard. So quite a few things we need to do. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now you will understand that how all the pieces will join together. So till this part I'll just recap once again. So we have created our user schema, we created our user service, and we created our users module. And in the users module, we have actually exported our user service so that we'll be able to use this in our auth module. Okay, so what will be our next step? The next step will be we need to create a couple of files. First, we are going to create our auth service. We also need to implement our JWT guard. Very, very important. We are going to create auth controller, auth module, and then after that I'm going to show you that how we are going to protect or implement a role-based authorization. Okay, so now first of all let's start with our auth service. So first we'll go to our auth, and then let's create a auth dot service dot ts. Okay, the first thing, so let's close everything, and this will be a class. So I'll do export class, and I'll do auth service. Again, this will be injectable. Alright, so inside this, the first of all what we need to do, we need to create a Clerk backend client instance. Okay, so I'm just going to do a private read only, and then I'll do Clerk, and this is where we need this Clerk create Clerk client. So these we need from our Clerk backend package, and here we're going to pass two things. One will be our secret key, and second will be our publishable key. So secret key will be, so let's go here and copy this. So I'll do process.env dot client secret key, and we'll do process.env dot so we have this Clerk publishable key. Alright, so this is done. So now what you're going to do here, first of all I'm going to create a JWT verify options. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So first of all let's do one thing. First let's create the helper functions. I'm just going to do private, and let's give this one as JK, let's do JWT, and then we'll do verify options, something like that. And here I'm going to take this one as a record, and this will be a string comma any. And now what I'm going to do, simply here I'm just going to return, so we are going to return a secret key, and I'm just going to pass the Clerk secret key. You'll understand what actually we are doing here. Now what I'm going to do, right, simply, so I'm going to verify and build our context. So what you're going to do, so we will be actually getting a bearer token, right? So first of all we are going to verify with that bearer token with our Clerk, and then we are going to build our own app owned user context. Okay, and this Clerk ID we are going to get, or this will comes from the JWT sub claim. Okay, role will be decided by our app. That is the reason I already mentioned that we are going to update our role in our user services, right? If you go to user services, we are updating this one only once, so that we can directly manage this one from our DB also. So you can change this one from user to admin. Okay, so this we are going to manage, and email and name both, that will be taken from the token if it is present. If it is not present, we are going to fetch from Clerk. So let's see how we are going to do that. So I'm going to write all this comment. So I'm just going to do a async, and let's give this one name as maybe verify, okay, and build context. So I'm going to get a bearer token which will be a string, and here I'm just going to do a promise, and this is going to return the user context. Remember, we have created our auth types, so this will consist of what? Clerk user ID, email, role, name, and is admin. Now this is optional, this also we can actually remove, right? So maybe let's remove this. This is actually not needed. This we can remove actually. Okay, so these four things will be more than enough, because anyway we are going to check from role equal to user or admin, right? So this is fine. So first of all we are going to take a try catch, and inside this what I'll do, simply first we are going to verify. So I'll do const verified, something like that. Now here how we are going to verify, now this will be await, and I'm going to use this verify token method from Clerk backend. Okay, so this is going to receive the token, so I'm just going to pass the token. Which token? This token that we are going to receive, and what will be the options. So if you see, right, this is also going to take the options. these options, right? And here if you notice, this will take the secret key. And now what I can do in this method, we are actually returning this secret key, right? So that is the reason we have taken this. So I'm just going to simply call this JWT verify options and call this method here. Okay, so this is going to verify. Now once this is verified, for now I'm going to give this one any, and then what we are going to do simply, so clerk usually returns an object, right? And that object is going to have the decoded payload, right? So it will consist of your data, right? So now what you're going to do simply, so I'm just going to take const payload, and this is going to give you if this verified dot payload, if this is present, so you're going to take the verified dot payload, or else you're going to keep this on as let's keep this on as verified. So now what you're going to do simply, so sub will be the subject of the token, right? So that is nothing but our clerk user ID. So this clerk user ID we are going to get from this payload dot sub. So now I'm just going to do const clerk user ID, and this will be if this payload dot sub, if this is present. So I'm just going to take this one as payload, or else this will take from payload dot user ID. So either take from this from user ID. Mostly you're going to get from the sub. We can also log this later just to check. If this clerk user ID is not present, so in that case I'll simply throw a new unauthorized exception, and then I'm just going to do token is missing user ID. Okay, so till this part this is done. So now what we're going to do, right, simply, now remember we are actually managing our role from our DB. Okay, so this is actually important part. So first I'm going to take a role which will be either user, or I'm going to take this one as admin, and by default I'm going to take this one as user. And here first I'm going to check if my JWT template that we have created, right, in our clerk dashboard, if that consists of name and email or not. Okay, so first I'll check if that email is present or not. So I'm just going to do if email is actually present in our token. So I'll do email from token. So I'll check if the payload consists token, or else payload consists of email underscore address, or else you're going to check payload dot, and you're going to do primary email address, or else this will be empty. Okay, similarly you are going to do for the name also. So I'm going to do const, I'll do name from token, and here I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. So this will be payload dot name, or else payload dot full name is present, or else this will be payload dot if the user and name is present, whatever is present you are going to return me that. Okay, so now I'm simply going to check if both is present. So I'm going to do if the email from token and name from token both are present, so you're going to return me the following things. So first you're going to return me the client ID, sorry, clerk user ID. You're also going to return me the email, which will become this email from token. You're going to return me the name, which will become name from token. You're going to return me the role, and now I'm also going to role, I think this will be fine. So these four things we are going to return. Okay, now what I'm going to do simply, if in case this is not present, so we can also take this one in a different way. So how we are going to take it? So first I'm going to simply take this one as const, and this will be user, and this will become this, sorry, await, and I'll do this dot clerk, and this will give you this users method, and here you're going to get the user from your clerk user ID. Okay, and now what you can do, right, you can simply, this will give you the current user in case that is not present from your token. So in that case I'm just going to do the primary email, for example. And now if you do, right, so we'll do user dot email addresses dot find. So I'll do user something like that, and here I'm just going to do if this user dot ID, if this is equal to user, sorry, not user, this, sorry, let's make this one e. So I'll do e dot ID if this is equal to this user dot primary email address ID. If this is true, so in that case you are going to return me the email address, or else what you'll do is write simply, so do user.email addresses and give me the first one only, and then you're going to get the email address. So simply we are doing nothing. So first we are checking that, okay, if the token is present, you are going to verify the token. If in the token the email and name is present, you return, or else you're directly going to get from your clerk method. Same thing you're going to do for full name. So I'm just going to do const and let's do full name, and here what you can do simply, so this user is going to give you the user dot let's do first name comma user dot last name, and then we are going to just do a filter, and I'm going to pass this on a boolean. Let's do a join, normal concepts, right? Nothing to explain here. So we're going to join, or else we are going to check if user dot username, if this is present, so return. If this is also not present, just return me the primary email, right? If this is also not present, or give me the clerk user ID. This is done. So now in that case I'm simply going to return, so first I'm going to return the clerk user ID, so this clerk user ID. Second, I'm going to return the email, so email will become either email from token, or you give me this primary email. Same for name also, so you're going to get the name, so if the name from token, or else you're going to give me the full name. Also return me the role, and I think this is done. And if there are any errors, so in that case you're going to throw a new unauthorized exception, right? So I'll do invalid or expired token. So I think till this part this is done. Okay, so now we have created our auth service. So once we are going to create our auth service, now we are going to create the second thing, which will be our auth guard. So inside this I'm going to create a JWT, and let's give this one as auth guard. Let's do this on .ts. Alright, so first thing, there are quite a few things we need to do. Now before doing that also, you need to understand one more concept here, and that is called can activate. Now although I have actually explained all of this, so this one you have to understand what is this execution context is, how we are going to do that. So first you're going to import this from your next common, and then let's say we are creating a JWT auth guard, so it's going to implement this particular method, and this is actually going to give you a execution context. Okay, and this execution context we are going to use to protect our routes based on roles. Roles means, here I already mentioned, you can have multiple routes. Some routes only user can access, some routes only admin can access. Okay, so let's see in action so that it will be easy, or else some of the thing will be little tricky to understand. So first I'm going to create a JWT class. So I'll do JWT auth guard, and this is going to implement can activate. Okay, you can see what this is telling, that interface defining the can activate function that must be implemented by a guard, correct? Return values indicates whether or not the current request is allowed to proceed. I hope this is clear, right? So that means if the current request you want to proceed or you want to block. Okay, so now here I'm just going to import this, and now first of all again we need to do this one as injectable, and here I'm just going to take our constructor. So in the constructor there are quite a few things we need. First of all we need something called reflector. So what reflector does, reflector lets you to read the metadata from your decorators. Now you may ask me, okay, what do you mean by decorators? Now here, that is the reason we have created our two decorators. One is our public decorator and one is our admin decorator. So this reflector is going to read the data from these decorators. Okay, so if this is for public or this is for your admin decorator. So now first of all I need the reflector here. So first what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a private read only. Let's make this one as reflector, and then you're going to import the reflector, and reflector you have to import from core package. So this is the first thing that you need. Second thing, we need our auth service. Why? Because auth service actually hides the clerk details behind a generic auth interface, right? This auth service that we have created, this one. So this actually we need here. So I'm just going to do private, I'll do private read only, and let's give this one as maybe auth service. So I'll do auth service. And next what we need the user service. Now if you go to user service, that is the reason we have actually exported this. Why? Because now we are going to use this here. Why actually we need it, a user service? Because if you go to the user service here, this is actually doing what? This is actually handling the upserting your data in your Mongo user collection. So that means we definitely need this here. So now I'm going to get this. So I'll do private read only, and maybe let's do this one as user service. Now see, I'm going to repeat one thing. You'll see that sometimes I am also getting little difficulty explaining each and every term. I already mentioned this on multiple times that if you're doing this one for the first time, especially microservices and everything, these will be very tricky. For me, I'm able to understand everything and I can do very quickly, but teaching everything to all of you in a simpler way is much more difficult than you can understand. I'm being very honest here. What I want all of you, that there might be a lot of queries you can have, right? And I can't explain each and everything. The best way will be you have to comment. So what will happen, right? If you do one single comment, I can't create a video. If I see multiple comments that okay, I have this doubt, I have this particular doubt, so that I can sum up all those doubts and I can create another video in the next part. So whenever I'm going to do a part 2 microservices project, those doubts I can cover more detailed way. I hope this is clear. For example, let's say you don't even know what is the concept of controller, what is this injectable is doing. That means you don't have any basic idea or concepts also for NestJS, and you are doing a microservices project. I hope you're getting right. So those who understand my point, they will understand clearly what actually I'm telling, and I'm repeating these things again and again and again. You can't blame me that okay, you are doing very fast. No, I'm doing actually the pace that I should be doing, right? If you know all of these things, that okay, how we have to export these so that we are going to use this here, this will be easy for you to understand. If you don't know all of this, I can't do anything. You have to learn all of this from the previous video. So I just wanted to mention this point. Okay, so first I already mentioned this reflector will do what. I'm going to repeat once again. So this is going to read the metadata from your decorators. Like for example, we created our public decorator and admin only decorator. This we need our auth service, because this is where we are going to be using our clerk related operations and we are verifying the token. And once we'll do that, verify the token, what we need to upsert the user, right, in our DB. So that is the reason we need our user service. I hope this is clear. Once we'll do all of this, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a can activate method here. So I'm going to do can activate. See, this is the method that we need. Now this I already mentioned, this is going to give you the execution context. Now for now, what I can do, right, you can remove all of this. Now first of all, see what we are going to do. So this can activate here, we are simply going to check that, oh, if the handler, if this is marked as public, means anyone can access this route. This is same as the middleware concept in your nodejs. Means let's say I have a route as health route. Now this route are not user, auth users, admin, anyone can access. So that means this will be what? This will be a public route. So we are not going to protect this route. So in that case, we are going to do what? We are going to mark that handler as public. I hope this is clear. But how we are going to do that? Now this is the trick part. Now here you have to take this something called, let's take a is public. Now see how we are going to do that. I already mentioned what actually is going to read the decorator that you have created. So the read decorator will be done by reflector. So reflector is going to read the metadata. So what you need to do, you have to use this dot reflector, and this is going to give you this get all and override. This you need. Okay, very important. Pass this one as boolean. Now what you have to do, right, because we are marking this handler as public, very important. I can't explain enough how this is. So you have to use this public key. In case you're using admin key, you're doing wrong. So you have to pass this public key here. That means you are simply telling that, oh, whenever you're going to read this, you'll understand that this reflector will understand that this will be a public route. So I'm just going to pass is underscore public key. See, no one is going to explain you in this detail way. Even you're not going to get in Udemy courses also, I can guarantee. Now you're going to get the context, and this is going to give you this get handler. So this will be get handler, and also you're going to get the context dot, so you're getting a get class. Okay, but why this is, we have to import this, man, that's why. So see, now you'll be getting get handler, and this will be your get class. Okay, so now this will be a this will be a public handler. So now if this is public, so what you will do, so if it is a public route, means we are not going to check anything, we are simply going to return as true. That means you are doing what? So skip this route. If this route is a public route, so whenever, let's say I have a get request, something like this, what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to call this, and then I'm going to tell that, oh, this will be a public. Okay, now whenever I'm going to pass this public decorator, so this will understand that, oh, this will be now a public route, means anyone can access, so it's going to skip the authentication. So same thing we are doing here. So now what are you going to do? Simply now we are going to read our express request, so that we are going to access our headers. So how are we going to do that? So I'm going to do request, and we'll do context dot, I already mentioned, switch to HTTP, and then you're going to get the request. And for now I'm going to do this on as any, and now I'm going to get our authorization. So I'll do authorization. So I'm going to do request dot headers, and here you're going to pass the authorization, right? So I'll do authorization. Now very important, you have to give a check. I always give these kind of checks. You will see, and you will check if this type of authorization, if what are you going to do, not equal to string. Okay, so if this is not equal to string, I'm going to throw a unauthorized exception. What I'll do, it will give a missing. These pop-ups are very weird, man. Okay, missing authorization header, right? So I'll just give a small check. Once you'll do that, now we are, what you need to do, so what you usually do in a Node.js application, whenever you're going to get the token, you're going to extract the token from a bearer token, right? So you'll be getting from bearer, then you're going to get the token, something like that. So there will be space in between, correct? I hope this is clear. So I'm going to extract the token now. So first I'm going to do extract the token from bearer token, and then you're going to get the token. So I'm just going to do authorization, and I'm going to do starts with, and very important, you have to give bearer, give a space. Okay, and then if this is present, that means you will do authorization dot slice, and slice with what? Bearer, right? So you're going to do bearer. I also do this kind of mistakes here. You have to give a space. Okay, and then what you can do, simply we have to give a dot length here, and then I'm just going to do a trim. That's it. Okay, so it's going to, trim is going to avoid any kind of white space if this is there or not, or else this will be empty. So this is fine. So this is done. So now again give a small check that if this token is not present, so you're going to do a missing token, something like that. So I'll do missing token, auth token, so our missing token is fine. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now we are going to do what? We are going to verify the token. How we are going to verify? That is the reason we have created this verify and build context. Now you see this again, once again, I can create this first and then do the service, fine, but opposite is also fine. Now this will be very easy for you to understand. If I just call this method from here, you'll understand, oh, I'll be getting the token here, it's going to verify the token, it's going to get the payload. If the payload data and everything is present, so you're going to return, or else it's going to get from our Clerk client instance. So now we are going to do what? We are going to verify the token. So we'll do verify the token, and if you see, that is the reason we need this auth service here. I hope this is clear. So now I'm simply going to do what? So let's do const identify user, something like that, identify auth user, and then you'll do await, you'll do this dot auth service dot verify and build context, and this need the token. So token will be this token that you're going to receive. I hope this is clear. And now what you're going to do, once the verify token is completed, so you're going to do upsert our user to our DB. So I'm going to do const, and let's do this one as DB user, something like that, and I'll do await, and now we need this user service. So I'm going to do await, and I'll do this dot user service dot upsert auth user. And what are the things you need? We need an input. In the input we have the clerk user ID, we have the email, and we have the this name. From where we'll be getting this one from our identify user. Why? Because if you go here at the end, we are returning clerk user ID, email, and role. See, everything is matching, right? So now what we are going to do, simply we are going to pass it here. So I'm going to upsert, and inside this I'm going to pass the clerk user ID. So this will become the identify auth user dot clerk user ID. Email will become identify auth user dot email, and I'm also going to pass that name, and this will become what, identify auth user dot name. One very important point, if you notice, and if you go to this user service, right, you will see that, let's go to the user service. You'll see that that is the reason we are setting this set on insert only once, not every time. Okay, if you want to change this one to admin, simply go to your DB and just change the user to admin. That is absolutely fine. In big companies, what usually happen, they usually have some kind of like a feature flag or something, right, so that they can upload, but that is like very advanced. For you, for learning purpose, that is more than enough. Or let's say even if you're creating any project, you can directly update the role to admin also. So now till this part, this is done. So we're going to create our DB user, and then what we are going to do simply, so now we are going to finalize the request user using role from our DB. So how we are going to do that? So first I'm going to do const, and then I'll do user, and first I'm going to get so I'll do identify auth user, and I'm just going to do role, and role I'm going to do this DB user, and this will give you dot this is going to give you the role. Okay, because this has the role property, right? And if you want, I remove that property, you can add a is admin property here, right? So if the DB user dot role, if this is admin, you can directly make that flag as true, but for now that is not needed. So these two things we need. And now can you understand what we have done here? Current user. Remember, we have taken the request.user, right, from our request object. So here what we are going to do simply, so we're going to add or attach user to controllers, right, so that they can read it. Attach user so controllers can read it via @current user. Okay, I hope this is clear. So this is what we have used, this current user decorator. What you need to do, you have to use this request, and you're going to add the user, and this will become this particular user. I hope this is clear, right? Now we are going to end with, we also need to do one more verification. Can you guess? Remember in the top, before we are doing all this, we have done for the public route. But what happened, let's say we have some routes which only admin can access. So in that case, we have to actually check if this current user role is a admin user. So in that case, we are going to give a restriction that, oh, these actually for this particular route we need admin access, so you can't access this. So how we can do that? So for this one, we actually again need to make use of this reflector, because reflector at the end is going to do what? It's going to read the metadata. So now I'm going to go here, and then see, I know this is a lot of things, but I can't do something like I can do remove some of the things and make it simpler. It is what it is, right? It is little you have to understand all these flows. So we'll do reflector, and again you're going to do what? Get all and override. And can you guess what you have to pass here? So we'll do string, and here you're going to pass the required this role key, right? So this we have used required role, and what we are going to pass here, so simply you're going to pass the context dot you'll be getting the get handler context dot get class, and now this will give you the required role. Now simply you're going to simply check if this required role is equal to admin, okay, and if this user role is not admin, okay. So do user dot role, if this is not equal to admin, means what? That means you can't access this. So you're going to throw a new forbidden exception, and I'm going to do that admin access required, right? And at the end you're going to return true. Something we are doing wrong. Okay, so now I think this is done. Lot of things we have done, so let's go through each and everything, right? So first, once again I'm going to repeat, the reflector is going to do what? Now remember this, each and every time you can go and check in the documentation also. If you see, right, go here, just search for reflector. reflector. See here what you are telling, that the ability to access reference, okay, it gives us the opportunity to access the metadata set through either decorators created via reflector. Okay, now again, this is the reason I don't explain, so I'll be able to understand, but to explain this is so many things are there, right, that how we are going to do that. So in that case, let me just find where we can actually this is what I'm talking about. So the reflector method allows us to easily access the metadata by passing two arguments, a decorator reference and a context. Okay, this is what actually we are doing here, right? So it's simply telling that here what we are doing, that okay, if this is public key, we are actually passing all this context, right, get handler and get class, right? So this is going to return the type of controller class which the current handler is actually belongs. So this is going to read the metadata at the end, just think like that. Okay, so it's going to read the metadata from decorators that we have created, so public and admin only for now, two we have. The second thing, we have the auth service and the user service. This I already mentioned. The first thing I am actually reading, so reading the metadata, if this is public, okay, in that case you are going to return true, you don't have to do any check. So this route will be accessible for every single user. If not, first I'm going to get our request and then I'm going to get our authorization, because for authenticated users I'll be getting the authorization token and I'm simply going to check if this is present, right? So in that case you're going to verify the token, this method we have created here, and at the end it's going to return me these four things. Then once this is done, now I'm going to do await, and then I'm going to, if the verification is completed, then only I'm going to upsert the user. Okay, so this is fine. Now once we are going to upsert, then we are going to get our user. Remember the role we are getting from our DB role. Okay, and then we are going to attach the user in our request object, so that our current user decorator will be able to get the user in this format, right? So we need the clerk user ID, email, name and role. So this is what we are doing, right? And at the end we are simply doing what? We're checking that if the required role, right, based on this reflector, we're checking if the required role is admin role required. For example, let's say you have a get request, right, and for this one, I'm not going to import this, and here you have a pass something like is admin. I'm just giving that, okay, this means these only admin can access, something like that, admin can access this route. So in that case what will happen, the required role will become our admin. But let's say this user that you have attached, this user role is actually not admin, this user is a normal user. So what will happen, this is what we are checking, right? If the required role is admin, but if the user is not admin, so you don't have to give access. So in that case we are going to throw that admin access is needed. I hope this is clear. So this is what we are doing. So till this part, this is done. So after JWT auth guard, what will be our next step? The next step will be, we are going to create our controller. Now in the controller, now I am going to use a endpoint, and there now we are going to see that how I am going to call this current user decorator to get the current user information. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now till this part we have created our JWT auth guard. Okay, so now this is not yet done, because we need to actually go to our auth controller now. So I'm going to create an auth controller. So let's create an auth, let's give .controller.ts. Also we need to create our auth module, because at the end we need our main module file also, right? So I'm going to do auth module. So basically what I'm doing, right, I'm going to a backwards, so that you can understand. So I'm first creating the services, then go to controllers, then go to module. I hope this is clear, right? Instead of creating the module, then go to controller, then go to services. Both you can do, both are correct, but this is how I usually like. So now till this part, let me just save this, and I'm going to close everything else. Go to first auth services and JWT auth card. Now first of all I will go to auth controller. So let's create our controller first. So I'm going to do this one as export class, and I'll do auth controller. So first what we need, so I'm going to take our constructor, and inside this first what you need to use here, right? So we need to use our auth service, same concept, right? So you're going to take private. Also don't forget to make this one injectable, and then you're going to do private read only, and I'm simply going to do this one as auth service, and this will become your auth service. Now first of all I'm going to create our fast route. So I'm going to create a get route. Very important, don't skip this from this part. Okay, so import the get route and let's give this one as me. So let's say I want to get the current user information from here. Okay, but how I'm going to do that? Now this is where we are going to protect a route. Now remember, one more thing I wanted to mention that I forgot, that is I'm going to show you that how we are going to implement a global level JWT auth card. So for that one, let me just quickly show you one very important thing. And this is the page actually I was looking about, right? This is the page you have to go. There are a lot of information you'll get. docs.nestjs/guards. Okay, this is where you'll be getting each and every concepts. For example, the scan activate that we have already used, right? Then we have something called execution context, role-based authentication, right? And binding guards, how you can bind these particular, for example, let's say whenever I go to this particular controller, I need to give some guards here. But for now, these are all this I've already explained in my previous video. But for this one, I'm going to try a different thing, very interesting, and that is I'm going to show you how I'm going to do. So let me just check, where is that? I need the this one. So I'm going to use the global guards. Okay, this will be across in our whole application, because remember, gateway is our entry point, and from there we are going to handle all our other services authentication also. And to do that, in our module, what we need to do, right, we need to provide this. So we're going to provide an app guard, and this is where you're going to use a roles guard. So what will be our roles guard? So our roles guard will be our JWT auth guard that we have created. I hope this is clear, right? So this is what we are going to implement, right? And these will be considered as a global guards that will be used globally. Okay, so means what we are doing, we are enforcing the authentication by default. I hope this is clear. Now, okay, you can ask me, okay, you can counter me, then in that case, let's say I have 10 routes. Okay, so 10 routes, out of which 6 are auth routes and 4 are public routes. If I'm doing a global auth, which is actually good, in that case, what will happen, right? This 10 route, by default, it will become authenticated route. To convert these 4 routes to a public route, what we are going to do, we are going to use this public decorator that we have used. I hope this is clear. If this is getting little tricky, you need to again understand. Okay, let me just explain one more time. So you have, let's say, 10 routes. Okay, one is get, one is post, one is delete, blah blah. But the important part is 6 routes needs authentication, needs auth, but 4 routes don't need auth, don't need. So in that case, if I'm doing this, right, if I'm doing a global level authentication, in that case, what will happen, this 4 route will become what? By default, it also needs authentication. Clear? This is makes sense, right? This also needs auth, also need auth. Now to make this one public, what we can do, we can simply use this public decorator that we've used, right? So this is why we need this. So now I remove this. I'll explain that how we are going to do that. So now what I'll do, right, simply. So first of all, let's create this. So I'm going to do get me. So this will be my endpoint, and I'm going to create a me function here. And now what I'm going to do, here I'm going to use that current user decorator. Okay, and give this one as a user, and this will be my user context, because that will be the type, right? Because at the end we are going to receive all these 4 things. And what this is going to return is going to simply return the current user. That's it. Now this is going to take care of this. If I go here, this is going to do what? This is going to check if this user object is present in the request object or not. But how we are going to get this? Now again, we have this logic right here. If you notice, we are actually appending the request once the authentication is completed. So all these things are actually connected. So now I'm going to return this, but why we are getting error? We need to import this one as a type. Okay, so now I think this is done. Okay, so this is completed, but this is again not yet completed. So we need to do what? We need to create our auth module now. So we'll go to auth controller. Now we need to go to auth module, and let's create our auth module. So first I'm going to create a module, and inside this, if I don't do all of this, right, I won't be able to do practice. So it's like lot of I won't be able to test it, not practice, test it. So I need to create all of this, then only you'll be able to understand the flow. So first I need the imports. I need what? I need the providers. So I'll do providers, and I need the exports. So in the imports, first of all, what I need the user module here. So I'm going to take the user module. This is the first thing I need. Also I need to export this. We'll do export class, and I'll do auth module. And providers, what are the things we are going to provide? I'm going to provide the auth service, right? We need this auth service, right? Because this is injectable. Second thing what we need, again, we need our auth guard, F guard. This is the global level guard. So you have to use this inside providers. So you're going to provide. So after this, I'm going to do what? I'm going to do a provide, and you're going to provide a app guard. And then you're going to pass a use class, right? This is what they're using, use class. So you have to use use class and pass the JWT auth guard. Okay, this is clear. And what you're going to export, you're going to export the auth service. Why? Just like we have exported the user service so that we can use the user service in other modules, similarly you can export the auth service so that you can use the auth service in other module. These all are normal concepts. So I think with this part is also completed. Now if you notice that we have created a lot of things, but each and everything is actually connected together. In case you are getting error, confusing or getting some doubt, pause this, and again I will suggest, highly recommend, watch the video from this particular part. Do this for one more time. You'll see that you are not going to forget this flow ever again. And this is what happened, right? So if you give me these kind of things, I'll be able to do like very easily, right? This is what I'm actually repeating, that you need to, instead of, see, you know, there is a Hindi mein wo hai na ki you have to ratta nahi manna hai, means you don't have to memorize. I hope you are getting right what I'm telling. You don't have to memorize, you have to like practice. This is this is the same thing I'm going to repeat, even if you like me or not. But again, if you're getting confusion, just watch the video from here, right? Exact flow, in that flow, check the public decorator, check the admin decorator, current user decorator, create all these user modules, schema services, do the same for auth, and you'll see, once you'll come back here, you'll see that everything will be able to understand very, very easily. So till this part, we have created our auth module also. So now what we're going to do, this is not yet completed because we haven't registered our user collection also. So if I go here, right, see, have we used this MongoDB, you are a user, how it's going to store, but how we are going to do that? Now that is the query, that where we are actually going to do it. We are going to do it in our gateway module, because gateway is the entry. This is where we are going to register. So I'll go here. Now what are the things we are going to do? First of all, we need to load our env, right? Because we need to use the env. How we are going to do that? So that is the reason we have used this NestJS config. So now I'm going to take the config module, and this is going to give you the for root, and here what you can pass, right? You can simply pass is global as true. That's it. So this is the first thing. What this is going to do, this is going to loads.env into process.env, right? So process.env. Okay, so this is the simpler, very simpler, and simpler and also standard. I'm going to write. So this is absolutely fine. Now comma we have to give. After this, we are going to do what? We are going to connect our gateway to where? To our MongoDB user collection, right? So we are going to connect our gateway to our Mongo user. So to do this, we are going to take Mongo's module, and you're going to use for root, and you're going to use process.env dot, let me just copy, okay, and then pass this on as a string. This is done. Now we also need to get our user module. So I'm going to get the users module, and also you're going to import the auth module, these two things. So this is done. All right, so now I think this is done. So that means almost all the auth flow is now completed. So now what we're going to do, right, we will be start testing. The first thing I just wanted to show you one thing is that, so I have some other things that are running on 3000 ports. I just changed the gateway port to 4000, but you don't have to do that. So I just wanted to mention this. Now what I'll do, right, so first thing, if you see, I'll go to gateway controller, and you can see that I have this health endpoint. Now see what will happen if I just go here, and let's see if I just open one more with the, and I'm going to run the health endpoint. Okay, so I'm going to do HTTP. Let's take this, and I'm going to run this on 4000, and I'm going to take this one as health. The moment I'm going to send these, and let me just check in the header so you don't have anything else, and I'm going to send these, and now you'll see that one very interesting thing, and that is this health endpoint is also asking for token. So that means these endpoint is also now protected. Now that makes absolutely sense. Why? Because if you remember, we have actually added, so let's go to our auth module, and here we have added this app guard. I already explained this particular concept, right? That whenever you're going to add this, that means these will be considered as a global authentication. Means how many routes you are going to have, all routes will be considered as a authenticated route. Now to make this route as a public, now what you're going to do, so this is where now we are going to make use of the decorator that we have created. I hope this is clear, right? So now what I'm going to do for this particular route, now I'm going to just use this public decorator. Okay, this decorator you are going to get from your public decorator. The moment I'm going to save this, okay, so now let's see if it is running or not. So I'll just go here. I think, all right, so this is now running. Now see what will happen. So now I'm going to send this. Fantastic. So now you can see that you are getting the result. So what you understand that, okay, whenever I need to make any route as public route, I just need to add the decorator. I hope this is clear, right? See, if you do in this way, right, all the concepts will be clear. So basically we are telling that, oh, if I have 100 routes, I'm making all the 100 routes as auth route, because we don't have to do, because if you don't do this, right, if you don't manage this one globally, what will happen, you have to actually go for each and every route and we have to mark that one as authenticated route. Instead we are doing the reverse. So we are making all the routes as auth routes. Now let's say out of this 100 I want to make 10 as public. So what I'll do in this 10 route, I'm just going to add this public decorator. So what will happen, so Nest will understand that, okay, these 10 will be now public, so anyone can access. Rest of the 90 routes will be considered as a auth route. So I think with this is now completed. So now we will start testing our auth flow. First thing what we need to do, now remember this is a complete backend tutorial. If you have front end, the flow will be exactly same, 100% it will be identical. But in the backend side, we need some way to test all the features, especially the JWT token. Why? Because you're using Clerk. Now let's say you're using something else also. We need to take the refresh tokens, right? So what will happen, the token will be refreshed in very short duration for Clerk, right? Every 10 seconds or something. So what will happen that if we don't have any front end for a backend developer, let's say you are working in a company and you are working as a complete backend developer, you don't have any access for front end also, something like that. So you need some way to test, right? So that is the reason in this one we have actually created this JWT template. So this JWT template now will give you the token which you can use for your backend side authentication, right? But how we are going to do that? Now for this one, first I'm going to go to users, okay? And also before that you will see that one more thing. Okay, we need to actually connect here. So let me first connect, and first I'm going to create a new user in this one. Okay, so whatever project that you have created, just create a normal user. Now remember, if you have a front end, what will happen? From the front end side you are going to have a email button, right? You're going to type your email, you're going to do login. This user will be saved here because we don't have any front end, so I'm manually adding, which is absolutely fine, right? There is nothing wrong. So just add here. Maybe I'm going to add my name here, and I'm going to do Sangam, let's do @gmail.com, something like that, any random email. And I'm going to give this one, I'm going to ignore the password policies, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then I'm going to create the user. Let's see if this is connected. Okay, this is connected now. Now if you go to the this is the name that we have given, is it? Let me just check quickly. So we'll go to env. Okay, this is fine. So now in this one, so let's go to users. I'm pretty sure we don't have anything else here, right? So this should be empty for now. Okay, we don't have anything. That is correct. So now I have this email. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a JWT token for this user. So I'm going to show you that how we are going to make use of that JWT template that we have created, so that even if you don't have any front end, you can absolutely test all these features, right? That will make your life 100 times easier. For this one, I already have created all of these, right? So that it will save some time. You can also go and check the documentation also, but I'm going to show you that how we are going to do that. So first of all, you have to actually go to this HTTPS api.clerk.com/version1/sessions. So this is where you are going to create a session, okay? And in the body, what you need to pass, right? In the body, you're going to pass the user ID. So for example, let's say I'm going to create this particular user. So I'm going to get the user ID from here. So if I just go back, click in, on this user, get the user ID. So copy this. So go to Postman and then just replace this user. Now you may thinking, okay, we are doing manually. No, if you have a front end, anyways, from the front end side, you are going to send it, right? I hope you're getting what I mean, right? Because we don't have any front end, so we are doing this one manually. In the headers, what you have to do, you have to add your authorization, you have to do bearer, and then you have to add your clerk secret ID. Now don't worry, some of you actually tell that don't show all of this. I'm going to delete this. This is for my test account. What I will do, just go there. So I have my env, right? So in the env, I'm going to just copy this secret, clerk secret, and then I'm going to just paste it there. So copy this secret, your secret, don't use this one. Anyway, this you can't do. I'm going to delete this one and then just replace this one here. Okay, so this is done. So that means you have to do, first we need to create a session for this user. See, the moment I'm going to send this, see what will happen. So this is going to create a session, right? So this is a valid session ID. So this session ID, now why we need, because now based on this session ID, we are going to create a JWT token. How? Based on this JWT template that we have created. So in the configure, in the session, you have the JWT template, and here you have the test, the template name. Now if you have given different name, use the different name. So now what you have to do, so this is the first step. What will be the second step? Now second step, if you go here, in this one you will be going to this https:/api.clerk.com/version1 session, and here you have to pass the session just now we have created. Okay, this session will be what session? This session, just now we have created this session. So copy this session from here, and I'm going to go here. Alright, and now after this session, I'm going to paste /token/testing. Okay, and now this testing will be, if I go here, so this will be my test. This is the template name that you have to give. So here, instead of testing, you have to give this one as, I will be giving this one as test. This is done. So that means you'll go to this, you're going to pass the user session, because at the end we are going to create the token for that user, and in the authorization again you have to pass the bearer. Bearer will be your this secret key. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'll go here, and then I'm going to just replace this one here. Okay, so this is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to send. Fantastic. Now you have a JWT token. Now these will be valid for very long time. Now I kept that on intentionally. You don't have to do that. You can keep this on for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You can manage all of this from Clerk dashboard also. If you have a front end, anyways, you're going to manage this one from front end, right? Alright, so now we have created the token, right? So now what we can do, we can make use of this token for our rest of the testing. We need to first check that whether the current user is authenticated or not. So that will be our first step. So that means for that one, we have created this this route, right? Get and this will be me. Oh, we have to make this one. So we are going to do this one as /auth/me, something like that. So we don't have to do this one injectable. This is not correct. We are going to convert this one to a controller, and let's change this one to auth. Okay, so this is the first step. Also, let's see if we are using this in our auth module or not. We also need to use controllers here. So I'm just going to do a controllers, and here I'm going to use the auth controller. So now this is done. So if you go to your auth controller, so here we are using the current user decorator. Means what? Means if you don't pass the token, this should give you an unauthorized error, and if that is coming, means your code is working fine. Once you pass the token, we should be able to get the current user. Not only that, it should actually save the data in our DB also. So now let's go here, and I'm going to first copy this. Let's go here. I already created this. So we have localhost 4000/auth/me, and in the authorization we have this no auth. Now try to send, and you can see that we are getting missing authorization header. This is unauthorized. That means this is working absolutely fine. So now I'm just going to go here, and let's give this on a bearer, and I'm going to just remove this. So delete completely, and then I'm going to paste the token that we have copied from here. Okay, now I'm going to now send this. Fantastic. So now you're getting your clerk user ID, email, name, and role. And if you go here, now let's see if the upsert is working or not. So I'm going to just do, where is the refresh one? Here. See, awesome, right? So now not only you are using Clerk here, you can't say that, oh, you are only using Clerk and then you're storing the user. No, even if you're having a front end, what will be the flow? So I'm going to explain. So you're going to have an email box, right, in the front end. You're going to type your email, you're going to do sign in, you're going to, that user will be now saved in your user here, correct? Now because we don't have front end, we are manually adding, which is fine. Once we'll do sign in, it will actually call your backend and it's going to upsert. So basically it's the complete flow only we are implementing, just we don't have the front end. So that's why we are making use of this JWT template to create a token. But the main thing that is, this is working fine. Now see what will happen if I go here and try to send once again. You see, you'll be getting the same response, but if you go here, try to refresh this. So what I mean by this here, what I wanted to prove, that this user will not be adding multiple times, means there will be no duplicate record. So you can see that this is adding only once, only the last CNAT, this will be updated. You remember? Now role also we are saving only once, right? Now what you can do, you can manage this role completely from your DB if you want. I hope this is clear, right? So role also you can manage from your DB, and you can see these upsert means what I already mentioned. If the data is present, then you're going to add. No, it's not going to add, it's going to update. And if the data is not present, in that case it's going to add that data. Means what? It's absolutely working fine. And you can also test this one. So go to BRR token, right? And then I'm going to go to last and remove this E and try to send. See, invalid or expired token, unauthorized. This is working absolutely fine, right? So that means the complete auth flow is now completed. Now we have done a lot of things. The main flow, you have to understand that how all these things are working, right? How we are using this upsert method. So if I just copy this and search here and see where actually we are using this upsert, we are using in JWT auth guard. So that means this is going to doing what? It's now verifying your token. It's actually checking that, okay, you want to upsert the user. If the user is not present, if it is already present, you don't do anything, right? Then it's going to taking the user information, it's attaching the user in your request object, and based on that we are going to also check the required role and everything. Means what? We have successfully completed our auth flow. Means this is working absolutely fine. What I want all of you to do, and that is that this might be little tricky for some of you, that some of the flow you're not able to understand how this user and auth flow is working. I already mentioned the same thing. You can go back and start from this particular flow, how we have created the user schema, services, modules, and then interacting this user with our auth flow. So with this part is now completed. Now let's move on to the next one. Next will be our catalog service. So catalog we are going to do. Now not only that, I'm going to show you a best way to handle any kind of errors globally in a Nest microservices application. So that also I'm going to show you in the next part. Alright, so now we have implemented our authentication flow with our JWT guard. So now this will be very, very important section. So you're going to do two things. First, I'm going to show you that how you are going to handle exceptions globally using RpcException, especially in Nest microservices applications, and then we are going to use those exceptions in our catalog service. So we are going to implement our catalog service. Now, because this is like an e-commerce kind of application where we are going to create products, list product, getting the products by ID, and for this one I choose this one as catalog. If you want, you can give this one as different name also. It's up to you. The first step will be, we are going to create our leave folder, okay? And before that also you're going to do this, go to env, and then I'm going to add one more collection, okay? So let's do this one as Mongo URI, and let's do catalog, and I'm going to do this one as catalog. So now let's save this, and now let's close all. And now first thing, I'm going to open our terminal, and let's open a new terminal. So what will be the first step? First step will be creating our leave folder. So I'm just going to do this one as nest g, and then I'm going to do leave, okay? And then I'm going to give this one name as RPC. Enter. Now this is going to create. Now first of all, I'm going to also show you what I mean by exception filters, right? So you can see that you can also use HTTP exception filters layer. That is also absolutely fine. But you can see the official documentation, what it is telling that for your microservices layer, instead of throwing that, you should use RpcException. How you're going to do that? So you're going to just use a new RPC instance with the message, and you're going to get this one from RpcException from your Nest microservices package, and then you're going to pass it like this. But before that, instead we are going to do like this. I'm going to show you a much better way how you can handle all of this in one place. Like one place means globally, so that you can use this throughout your all other services. So that is what we are going to see. So I'm going to break it down into multiple files, and I'll show that how we are going to do that. So first let's go here, and okay, so here it is asking that default whether I want to keep as app or default library. So I'm going to keep this one as app. Okay, enter. So now this is going to create, so if you go here, right, sorry, so you'll go here, so it's see that it will create a leave folder inside this outside. So now you have RPC folder, and then inside this you have source, then you have index module. Now this service and service spec, this is not needed. Okay, so first I'm going to delete these two files, both the files. This is not needed, so I'm going to delete this. Also in this module, right, this module is also optional actually, but let's skip it. But I'm going to just remove some of the things. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to keep this and remove this this one, and here what I'll do, just simply keep this. Now again, this is optional. Okay, if you want to keep, you can keep it, you can also delete this. First of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a centralized list of error codes, right, that our microservices is going to use throughout all our services. So first what I'm going to do, right, inside this I'm going to create a file. So let's give this one as rpc.types.ts, and now let's close these two files. The first of all, let's give this one as export type, and let's do maybe rpc error code. Now I want to tell one more thing. Now you might be thinking that how I'm writing all this file. Remember, I already mentioned in the previous week, right, when I uploaded the prerequisite video. This video took me more than 1 month. So all these files and code that you are seeing, that is not immediate that I'm doing. I took a lot of time. Okay, then I created all those files, that how I'm going to configure these, what are the file name that I'm going to keep, what will be the flow, which file I'm going to create after that. What I mean by this, see, I am creating the video as from a teaching point of view, right? So I'm trying to teach you how I'm trying to make this flow simplify. For you, this is completely different. So these things you need to understand. Even you will see that you are going to code throughout this video, that okay, you are watching and at the same time coding. Don't leave it. Again, come back, and then you are going to check the flow and try to create a similar kind of project with the same concepts that I'm applying here. So what I mean by this, even this video, you can see that this video is maybe, let's say, 6 hours, 7 hours or 8 hours. For me, this took me more than 1 month. So for you to learn this one properly, you should take more than 2 months. So this is what I'm trying to say here, right? So don't follow exactly that, okay, I completed the project, now I know NestJS Microservices. It's not like that. If I give you, let's say, complete this project, right, and let's say someone give you a Nest Microservices project and you have to fix a bug, you'll see that you'll be stuck. You got it, right? What I mean, these things are very, very important. So don't follow me, but don't think that okay, I'm creating very quickly, so I know everything. It's not like that. Each and every flow took me a lot of time to think that how I'm going to write all the files, which file I'm going to do after what, so that I can explain easily or simply. So first I'm going to do here, first I'll do, so let's give this one as bad request. And then I'm also going to do, let's say, maybe let's do validation error, because validation error can also occur. What else can occur? So we can occur not found, right? Oh, sorry. So we'll do not found, not underscore found. Then we can also have unauthorized, very, very important, unauthorized, forbidden, and also internal. Okay, so I think this is done. And now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create a error payload save, right, so that we are going to use in our layer, microservices layer. So I'm just going to do export type, and let's do RPC error payload, and maybe I'm just going to give this on a code. So this will become your RPC error code. I'm also going to, let's say, have a message which will be string, and I'm going to have a details. Now details can be optional and this can be any, right? You don't know what kind of details is coming. So this will be our first file that we are going to create. So this will now remember, if you want you can add more details also. These payload will definitely going to differ from project to project, right? So this is, I'm just showing a generalized idea. You have to change this based on your project structure. If you have something else, let's say maybe you need to add you need to handle a feature flag, something like that, so you're going to add it here. Okay, so now this is fine. So after this, what we're going to do, right? So now we are going to create some helpers. So I'll go here and then inside this I'm going to create RPC, and let's give this one maybe dot helpers dot ts. So first I already mentioned, right, that RpcException we are going to import from Nest Microservices package. You can also read from the official documentation. So here I'm going to create couple of functions. So first let's start with export function, and you'll do RPC bad request. Okay, so you're going to receive a message which will be what, string, and also you're going to receive a details which can be any, and let's return never. And then what I'm going to do, so I'm going to create a payload. So here I'm going to create, we need to give this one as RPC payload, error payload. Just now we have created, right, this one. And then what you're going to do simply, so you're going to pass a code. So you're going to pass a code here. Code will be what, bad request, right? So this will be bad request. We already have this, all this code here, how these things are linked, you can see, right? Then you can also pass what, you can pass the message and the details. And then what you will do, right, simply you're going to throw a new what, RpcException from Nest Microservices, and what this will receive, this is going to receive the error which can be string or object. So in our case it's object, so you're going to pass this. I hope this is clear, right? So with similarly you have to do for what, so you're going to do for a not found error, validation error, internal error, unauthorized error, and forbidden error, right? So all this. So now, so let's copy this, and what we are doing, right, simply, so let's do this one as not found. So I'll do not found, and this will become not found, and here this also will be same. And what you can do right now, okay, for this one I think this is fine. Let's copy this. Now let's do the next one. So next one, what I can do, simply we are going to do an internal, and here maybe I'm just going to do some direct, let's give a default value, something like internal error. Details can be any, and here you're going to change this one to internal. Rest will be same. Next, the important one is the unauthorized. So I'm going to copy paste, and let's give this one as unauthorized. So this will be unauthorized, right? Because if it is unauthorized, it will be unauthorized, right? We don't want to show any other message. So I'm going to directly give a default value, details, and this you need to change. So this will become unauthorized. Rest it will be same. Save this. What else we are having? We are also going to have the forbidden. So now I'm also going to take a forbidden error. So I'm going to do forbidden, and also let's change this one to forbidden, and this also will be changed to forbidden. Okay, so these all the helpers that we need. So now what will be our next step? So now next, let's do what? So I'll go here, right? So let me show you one thing. We're going to create this exception filter. Okay, so why this is needed? Because this is going to run inside our microservices process. Okay, so that's why we need to do this. What actually this will do? So this is going to guarantee that whenever we are going to get any kind of error, or any, let's say it's going to throw any error, it will become a structured RpcException payload. Why? Because we have already structured this one in this format, right? So it will be always in this particular format. This is the important, right? So that's why they clearly mention that whenever you're going to use a microservices layer, instead of throwing a HTTP one, you should use a RpcException. Also you can see what the microservice exception filters we have similarly to this, only difference the catch method must return an observable, this one. So now let's see how we are going to do that. So first I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to do RPC. Let's give this one as hyphen, or let me just copy this name. Okay, so first thing what you need to do, first it's going to take a catch. So you're going to import these. I don't know, for some time this IntelliSense will not work. Okay, let me just first take the class. I'll do export class, and I'm just going to do, maybe let's do RPC all exception, something like that, exception filter, and this is going to extends, and you can see the base one, right? So this is the base RPC. Okay, no, we are not going to do that. I'm going to use the base RPC one. So I'm going to do base RPC exception filter. Okay, also we're going to use the catch here. Okay, and now inside this, first what we are going to do, so if you see, go here, so you can see that it's taking a catch, it's returning, right? So now it's mentioned here, the catch method must return an observable. So what are you going to do simply, so you're going to take a catch here. So exception any host we are going to import from next common, right? And now what you're going to do, right, you can just remove this for now. Inside this, how you're going to check it? So first we need to check that if the service already threw a RPC exception, we are going to just pass it through. So that means you're simply going to check if this exception is an instance of the RPC exception. So import this from next microservices. So how you're going to do that? So you're going to return super.catch, and then you're going to pass the exception, and then you're going to pass the host. Okay, so this is the first step. Alright, so this is done. So now what will be our next step? Now next step, if you go to the types, right, you can see that we haven't handled this validation error. So now we are going to handle this one here. So how we are going to do that? So to do this one, we are going to get two things. First one will be the status, and this is what actually I was just reading here, and this exception that is there, right? So this will give you this get status. So you can see that exception.get status. So first I'm going to get this here. So I'm going to do status, and this will be this exception dot, and I'm going to use this get status. Also I need the response, and for response you search for get response, and this you can get it from your host.switch to HTTP, and then you're going to get the response. So what I'll do, right, you're going to just copy this part from here, and then you can just simply pass it here. Okay, so now I think this is done. Also this response you're going to get from Express, so I'm going to copy this. So let's remove this one. Okay, so these two things are done. So now what you can do, right, simply you're going to check, right, that if the status, if this is equal to 400, so in that case now you're going to create a payload. Now see, this is one of the best way that you can do all of this. You have to give the RPC error payload, this one, and then you're going to give the code, right? So code will become what? The validation error now, and then you're going to do the message. So let's do something like validation failed, and then you're going to give the details, and details you can give this one as this response, this one. Okay, so I think this is done. What you need to return, so you're going to return the super.catch, and you're going to pass the new RPC exception. So in the new RPC exception, what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the payload, right, this payload, and then you're going to pass the host. So this will handle our validation error. If any other, so let's say out of this forbidden unauthorized, any other error occurs that you doesn't know, some unwanted error, what you need to do, right, you are going to make that one as internal error for now. So what you can do simply, so I'm just going to do const payload, and I'll do simply as RPC error payload, and here I'm just going to do a code, make this one as internal, and message, what you can do, right, simply give internal error, something like that, so that at least if some unknown error is occurring, so you'll be able to understand, okay, if this is coming from here or not. So this is done, and at the end you're going to return the same thing. So you'll do super.catch, and then you're going to do a new RPC exception, and you're going to pass the payload, and you're going to pass the host. Okay, so this should work. So till this part we have created our helpers, types, and the main filter logic. So what will be our next step? Remember this filter, this is actually important. So this filter that we have created is going to run where? So this is going to run inside the microservices layer or process. I'll do microservices process. Okay, and what actually this will guarantee? That our payload structure will be payload structure should follow the way that we want, the way, follow the way that we want. Okay, so this is done, but this is not yet completed. Okay, still we have. Now how actually we are going to add these in our microservices layer? Okay, so if you go here, right, let's go back where we are checking that. No, not here. So if you see, right, they are actually directly using, no, this is the filtered one, and okay, this is what I need. So they're using this use filter and they're passing this filter, but we want a better way of handling this, right? So we want to implement a global validation for all kind of message pattern that we are going to use. Message pattern means we'll be talking using our RabbitMQ, right? So that means what we need to do, we need to apply these in our microservices layer. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So that is the reason we need to create one more file. This is like, you know, if you work with jest, like testing library, we create jest setup file, right? So what will happen whenever any test is going to run, that setup file is going to run first. I hope this is clear, right? So this is similar like that. So now I'm going to create a file. Let's give this one name as rpc.setup.ts. Okay, so what we'll do, simply create a function and you'll do, right, apply microservices, apply to microservices layer maybe, or if you want you can give any other name. And here we're going to get our app. So what will be type? The type will be, this is app nest microservice. Okay, so this will be your type. And here what we are going to do, right, simply we're going to use app dot use global pipes we need to use. And here you are going to do new. Now what we need to do, right, we are going to do a new validation pipe. And here I'm going to give some property. I'll give WAITLIST as true, and then I'm going to do forbid non-whitelisted, let's do this one as true, and I'm going to do transform as true. Okay, so I think this is done. And now what you're going to do, right, simply, so after this, now we need to use this. So how we are going to use this? So that means this will be a global filter that will ensure that whenever there will be any error, so every error will become or will follow the structured payload, the structured payload that you have created. So to do this, you have to do app.use global filters. See, this is what we are doing. I hope this is clear, right? See, they're doing here, but we are doing in one common place. So I'm going to do app.use global filters. Then I'm going to pass this new RPC all this filter. Okay, so I'm going to do new RPC all exception filters. See, this is the absolute best way that you can do it. Now remember, you're not going to believe me, but when I learned this part, right, this took me more than 5 to 7 days to understand that how I'm going to do this one properly. Now you can see, okay, now I can explain this one in 30 minutes or 1 hour. That is not the case. There are n number ways that you can do that. Now definitely not only from documentation, because you see, I am always very honest that I always follow the documentation for anything I teach. It's not like that, but what I'll do, right, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to implement a code, I'm going to paste that code in ChatGPT. Okay, then I'm going to get at least 3 to 4 different type of suggestion or implementation technique. From there I will be getting, okay, what will be the best way. So this is how I usually learn, and this is what I'm also going to tell you, because I'll never say that don't use ChatGPT. Absolutely not. If you don't use those things, you'll be far behind. You have to use, but you have to know that how you're going to make the 100% or make use completely all these AI tools. AI tools will be there is no denying, but you have to, what I'm telling, that you don't have to be 100% dependent on those tools, right? You have to understand from your side and then make use of it. So this is what actually I do. Now you see, Now we have a global way of handling this. So what I'll do, right, whenever I'm going to use this, I'll go to any service and then I'm going to just call this and then I'm going to pass the app, and then this will actually take care of everything. Okay, so now I think this is done. Okay, and this will be our global validation for our all message patterns that we are going to write. So till this part we have completed. Now what I'm going to do, right, we are also going to, let's create one more file here. So I'm going to actually create a error mapper function, okay, which is going to do any kind of error mapping. So what I'll do, right, first let's go to, this is for HTTP related any error. So inside source I'm going to create one more folder, the HTTP, and then I'm going to give this one as RPC hyphen error, and let's do dot mapper dot ts. So first what I'll do, simply this will be a simple function, and then you're going to do map all RPC error to HTTP, okay, and error can be anything, and I'll do never. Okay, the first one will be, first I'm going to get the payload. So this will be, if there are error is present, take it, or else take the error. And then I'm also going to take the code. So this will be my payload dot code as string, or we are going to do undefined. And then I'm also going to do the message. So I'll do payload dot message as I think this is fine, or else you can directly do request field. Okay, so I think this is done. Now you're going to simply check if the code is equal to bad request, or let's say code is equal to validation error. So it's just actually converting the RPC error to HTTP error format. So in that case, what I'll do, I'm going to throw a new bad request exception, okay, and pass the message. Similarly you need to do for all others. So copy this, paste it, and you're going to make this one to not found. So this will become not found exception. Then I will also do for unauthorized. So this will become unauthorized exception. What else we have? Forbidden exception. So I'll copy this, paste it here. So I'll do forbidden. So this will become forbidden. No, for what is it? Forbidden already. Forbidden exception. And for all others, unknown errors, so let's just throw new internal server exception, right? There is internal server exception also, this one, and then you are going to pass the message, and this is done. So all this we have created. Now what will be our last step? Now last step will be, we need to go to our index, right, index.ts, and this is not needed, we have deleted this. Now remember, RTC modular not create, we haven't done anything, we just remove some of the things I already mentioned, right? That is optional, but keep it because we have it. So now we are just going to use all of this in our index.js file. Means I'm going to do what? So I'm going to export star from, and then I will start with the first one. So I'll do go to types, first get the types, get the what else we are having, the helpers. Do the same for all others. What is that called? Exception filter. From, and I'm going to do RPC setup. This is very important, this we need. And also I need the from, we have the HTTP and RPC error mapper, right? So we have all this, right? So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Anything we are missing? Types we have done, helpers, exception filter, setup. Okay, I think this is fine, right? Or we are missing something? Let's see. Exception we have done, helpers we have done, module we already have, types we have, error mapper we have. Okay, so I think this is done. So with this, now we actually successfully completed our global error handling. Now remember, this is not a basic one, right? This is much more advanced, right? So now you don't have to do anything, it will automatically handle all the errors. I'm going to show you that how you're going to make use all of this in our services. So now we'll start working with start our first service, that will be catalog service. Alright, so now it's time to start working on our catalog service. Now remember, one thing I wanted to mention that is very important. So if you go to the catalog here, right, inside source, so you can see that we already have the catalog controllers and then modules and everything, but I'm not going to use this one for our product related all the logic, services and the routes that we are going to create. And there is a reason why, because now whatever that we are going to write related to products, for example creating a product, listing a product, getting the product details by ID, I'm going to create another folder. Why? Because I'm going to give you some extra homework, or basically I'm going to give you some maybe 2 to 3 routes that you need to create for catalog. So okay, now you might ask me what is the reason for that. I can easily create all those inside the catalog controllers. Yes, I can do that, but that is not the point. The point is, once you're going to complete the product related all the services, so that you can practice by yourselves, and then you have to actually see whether you are able to apply all the knowledges that you have learned from that product service, and then you'll be able to create a complete routes from yourselves or not. I hope you're getting right what I mean by that. So basically this will be a homework that you're going to do once you'll complete the product related services. So this is how I'm going to teach. Instead I can easily create all those. It will be like you are going to just watch the video and then type. You have to also create by yourself some of the things. So first thing what I'm going to do here, inside source, okay, this will be inside catalog service. So inside source I'm going to create a products folder and we'll be creating everything from scratch. But before that we need to do one very important point, and that is, you remember we have actually used this rpc.setup.ts file, and I told you that this will be the main a layer that we are going to use in our services. So where we are going to use this one. So now first of all we will start with our catalog source and then main.ts. So first we'll go to this file, close everything else. Now here, right, we are going to do what? We are going to use that layer here, so that it's going to globally handle all the exception filters, right, into our RpcException payload structure that we have created. To do this we are going to do what? So we'll do apply microservices layer, okay, and then what you have to pass? You have to pass this app. I hope this is clear, right? So that means now this catalog service is actually using your exception layer here. Okay, so this is the first step we need to do. Now what will be your second step? The second step will be, now we will start working on our product related details. So first we're going to create the product schema. Right, schema basically for our Mongoose schema, we'll be creating product details for validation, we'll be creating product controller, product modules, and all those things we are going to use in our category module. Once we'll do that, then I'm going to give you some 2 or 3 routes that you are going to integrate by yourselves before moving to the next section. So first what I'll do in these products, first let's start with product.schema.ts. So what are the things that we are going to have? So first I'm going to create, so let's do export, and I'm going to close this. Also let's close this, let's take a little slowly. So I'll do export class and I'm going to do this one as product. So first this product is going to have a name which will be a string, and I'm also going to take a prop. So we're going to import from Mongoose, and maybe just give this one required will be true. Also this will be schema, so I'm just going to import the schema, and then what we need to pass, so if we pass timestamps equal to true. Also we are going to export the type, so I'm going to do export. This is same thing we have done for the user also. So I'm going to do product document, and this will be hydrated document, and then we are going to pass our type which will be this product. So this is the first thing, so we need the name. So what will be the second thing? So let's take a description. So I'm going to paste here, and let's take this one as description. Okay, we can also take a price, so paste this will be price, and this I'm going to make this one as number. Also we are going to take a product status. Okay, so I'm going to paste here, and I'm going to do this one as status. Let's create a type here quickly. So I'm going to do export type product status. So I'm going to maybe do some draft, or this will be active, something like that. And For this one, what I'll do, this will be the type will change to product status, and here I'm going to do required will be true. Let's pass the enum. Enum I'm going to give both, right? So this will be dropped and this will be active. And what else? Also let's give a default. I'm going to default give this one as dropped. So this is done. Now next thing is very important, we need our image. Now remember, for image we are going to have a separate service, that will be our media service. So we are going to talk to service, so that whenever you're going to create a product, it's going to upload the image to our Cloudinary storage. Then we are going to get the URL, we are going to store the URL with this product information. So quite a few things we need to do. The same thing we have implemented in our Node.js part 2 also. So it will be similar structure. If you have done that one, right, that this will be very easy to understand. But we need to take an image URL, and I'm going to keep this one as optional for now. Why? Because we need to actually implement the media service once we'll complete this. So later. So keep this one as optional. And then let's take one more property which will be actually important. That is, I'm going to take a property that is the clerk user ID. So I'm going to do created by clerk user ID, maybe user, let's do ID. This will be string and required will be true, and for this one required will be false. Alright, so I think this is done. Now we're going to export this. I'll do export const, and I'll do product schema, and this will be schema factory dot create for class. And what you need to pass, you need to pass this product. So this is the first step. So we exported the type, created the schema. Remember, you have to take the schema here. So what will be our next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our DTOs. DTOs concepts also I have explained in my previous NestJS video, which is the part 4. I will also add the link in the description in case some of you are not able to find that. So I'm just going to do this one as product dot DTO dot TS. So what are the things? The same thing, right? Whatever you've taken here. So I'm just going to do export class. This will be a class, and I'm going to do create product DTO. So for create product, we're going to have a name, right? So we're going to have a name which will be a string, and this I'm going to take. Oh, before that we also need to install the class validator. So I'm going to install class validator, and this is called class transformer. Both the packages we need. So let's wait for some time. So this name will be a type will be string. Then we are going to take for description. Let me in the meantime take the description and all the other fields. So we are going to have a description which will be string, and also we are going to take a price which will be a number. Then I'm going to take a status. So this will be our product status. Let's see if this is done or not. Okay, this is completed. So I'm going to just import here. Let's give is string. Don't know why this is not working. This IntelliSense, this is irritating. Okay, so we're going to import this one from class validator, and this will be, I think it's called, let's see what is happening, man. Okay, so now we're going to import this one here first. This is loading. Let's wait for some time. We are not able to recollect if it is S is, I think S is caps only. Okay, let's see in the meantime. This is also we need to import. Okay, let's take the image URL in the meantime. So image URL will be string. See, now it is happening. Okay, so this will be easy string. This also will be easy string description. Then we also, this will be is number. So I'll do is number, and also we're going to give a mean property, and I'm going to do mean of 0. Product status we need to import, and image URL will be string. Product status also will be optional, right? So let's give this one as optional. Okay, and also I'm going to give this one as is string. Okay, something we are doing wrong here. Okay, let's do one. We need to import this one as a type. Okay, so this is fine. Now image URL will be what? This is also will be is optional and is string, right? And I think these all will be fine. We also need the created by Clerk user ID. This also we need. So I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it here, and this will be is string. Save this. So let's go through. So first we have the name, right? So name will be string, description string, price will be number, and minimum will be 0. Status will be, type will be this, is optional, is string. Image also will be is optional and type will be string. And then we have what? The created by Clerk user ID. So this is fine. Also we're going to create one more. So let's create export class, and I'm going to do get product by ID. No, get product by ID DTO. And for this one we only need the ID, which will be string, and here I'm going to take this one as is string. Alright, so these two things for now we need. If we need it later, we are going to add it. So first this is completed. So what will be our next step? Next step, we are going to create our main service, right? Main business logic. Once we're going to create the product service, then we'll be creating our product controller, right? The process is like that, right? It's like similar to how we create in our Mon application. So now I'm going to go to product, and I'm going to do product dot, I am doing this product spelling wrong, product dot products, let's do products service dot ts. And the first of all, this will be injectable. Okay, let's first create the class. I'm going to do the export class, and I'll do product service. Alright, the first thing, again this will be injectable. Alright, first what are we going to do here? So first we need to inject our model, the product model that we have created, right? Same thing we have done previously also. So here we're going to take what? Constructor, and then inside this what you're going to do, you're going to inject the model. So I'll do inject model, and then I'm going to import the product, and this will be dot name. And here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take a private read only, and let's give this one as product model. So model will be from Mongoose, and then you're going to import this type, this product document, this type. So product document you are going to pass here. So do product document. Okay, so this is the first step we need to do. So now we will be creating our first service, and the first service will be creating a new product. Okay, so I'm going to do async, and I'll do create new product, or maybe create product is also. Let's do create new product. And here now what are the things we are going to receive? Okay, now first of all, now remember, when you are going to create our controller, okay, so after services we are going to create the controller. There actually we will be giving, or will be using our DTO. So for now, in this one we are going to receive a input, and in this input we are going to receive a name which will be string. Let's give a description which will be string. We are going to give a price which will be what? Number. Then we are going to receive, in case it is optional, but this will be a string. Then we are going to receive an image URL which will be also string, and I'm going to receive that created by Clerk user ID. Okay, so this also will be a string. Okay, so this is done. Now first thing what you are going to do, simply now we are going to manage all the runtime validation that can occur. How? Because now we have created our RPC that request, right? If you remember this You remember that RPC bad request and all those things help we have created, right? So let me check what is that RPC bad or something, right? This is what I'm talking about. So this one, so you can use all of this now here. So first I'm going to show you that practically how you're going to use now all that. So first I'm going to check, okay, if this input dot name, if this is not present, okay, or let's say if this input dot description is not present, so now you're going to use this RPC bad request, okay, and then you're going to simply pass a message. So I'm going to pass that name and description are required. I hope this is clear. Okay, so now second thing you're going to do for price, so I'll do if type of input dot price, if this is not equal to number, and number dot is nan, if this is true, so I'll do input dot price, or sorry, we have to give or here. This we are doing wrong, this will be number, or I'm going to check if the input dot price, if this is less than 0, so in that case we're going to return one more error. So I'm just going to do what, so I'm going to do this will be RPC bad request, and this will be price must be a maybe let's do a valid number, something like that, or greater than 0, greater than equal to 0. So this is the two things we need. What else? We can also do the same for status. Now I'm going to check, okay, check if the input dot status, if this is present, and if the input dot status is not equal to draft, right, and this is also not active, then you can make use of some, you can create a function also, right, based on that you can check, but for now I'm just writing here because we have only 2. If you're having more than 2, let's say 10 status, then you're going to implement this one in a different way. So I'll do active, and again we'll pass a bad request, and I'm going to do status must be either dropped, so I'll do status must be either dropped or active. Okay, so this is done. So now we can do const newly created product. You know, I like this very well name, almost every videos I use this. So I'll do newly created product, and I will do await. So what do we have to do? We have to use our product model, because model is what is going to interact with our DB, right? So I'll do this dot product model, and what you can do, create. So create is a normal Mongoose method, right? So it's going to create a new document, and here you're going to pass the name, and this will be input dot name. You're going to pass the description, so do input dot description. You're going to pass the price, input dot price. You have the status. See, here you have to give a check, right? So we'll do input dot status if this is present, or else mark this one as draft. Although we have kept the default as draft, but still just for check here. So I'll do image URL. So here I'm just going to do input dot image URL, or else this will be empty. And I'm also going to do created by Clerk user ID. So I'm going to do here input dot created by Clerk user ID. Okay, so this is done, and then you're going to return the newly created product. See, at the end, right, if you see all of these, this is same thing, like it's like a CRUD only. The only thing you need to understand how the flow is working. I think from my previous NestJS video till this time, I have told you the same thing 100 times, right? And I'm going to tell the same thing again and again. You need to understand how NestJS, the flow is working, right? How the files are talking to each other. If you're able to do that, you'll be able to create project very easily. Okay, so this is done now. First method is done. So I'm going to create now. Let's do one more method here. So I'm going to do async, and I'll do list products. And here what you have to do, simply return these dot product model, and then what is that method? Find. See, got it. And then I'm just going to do a sort, and here what I'll do, right, maybe I'll do created at why this is happening, created at should be -1. Okay, and then we're going to do execute. Okay, So we are going to execute the query. So this is done, and at the end we'll be doing the get product by ID. So I'll do async and I'll do get product by ID. So what actually this will receive? This is going to receive an input which will be ID will be string, right? And inside this, first you are going to check if this is not equal to is valid object ID. So object ID means what? Mongo always going to create a new ID, right? Underscore ID for every document. So we're going to check if this is not. So in that case, we're going to give an error. Now again, you can use, sorry, not this one, input.id, input.id. And here I'm simply going to give that, okay, give a RPC bad request, and I'm just going to do an invalid product ID. Okay, so this is done. So now I'm just going to find the product. So I'll do once product, so I'll do await this dot product model, and then you can simply do find by ID, right, directly, and just pass the input dot ID dot execute. If the product is not present, so what you're going to return? Now you're going to use a not RPC bad request, you're going to use RPC not found. Okay, fine. And then you're going to pass that this product is not present, product is not present in DB, and at the end we are going to return the product. That's it. So now we have created these three methods, okay, services, business logic, you can say. So now we are going to use this where in our product controller. So now this is the main place where we are going to create. So let's create from scratch. So I'm going to do product dot controller dot ts. So here, first of all, again, this will be a controller. Now that time I have done the mistake, so this will be a controller, and here you're going to export class, and you're going to give this one as product controller. Okay, so first you're going to take the constructor. What you have to take here? We have to take the reference of product service, right? Because we are going to talk to our product service. Controller will talk to service. So here inside this, first you will do what? You will take a private read only, and I'm going to do products service, and this will be the product service. Just now we have created this one, right? This part. Okay, so now first thing, now coming to the very important part. So finally you are going to learn something about your communication, that how you're going to use the RabbitMQ request and response pattern, right? So you're going to make use of something called message pattern. So here, right, if you go, I think I have also showed you this one. Let me just go to the RabbitMQ message pattern. Let me just check. See, this is what we need, this message pattern. Okay, so now we'll go here. First of all, I'm going to create a method. So this will be my create new method, and here what I'm going to do, right, now we are going to make use of our payload. So payload, from where we're going to use this payload will be from our Nest Microservices. Okay, very important. So payload we are going to use, what is this? This is microservice message pattern payload parameter decorator, right? So you can also search this payload and everything. So sometimes it will be a little tricky to find in the this documentation. Maybe let's go to the overview. Let's see if we are able to see this payload. See, this is what we need, this payload. Okay, so now what are you going to do? So first I'm going to take the payload, and here we are going to make use of the DTO. Now DTO concept is actually simple. You have to tell that, okay, for this particular payload, what will be my type? So this type will be my create product DTO, this product DTO. So I'm going to do create product DTO. Okay, and then what you have to do, we have to talk to your services, means you're going to return these dot product service dot create new product, and then you're going to pass the payload. Clear, right? But the point is actually here, now we are going to talk using a message pattern, that we are going to tell that, okay, I'm actually doing something related to product creation or catalog creation, something like that. So here what you have to do, right, first of all you have to give this message pattern. This pattern, message pattern, you are going to import from Nest Microservice package, and here you have to give a metadata. So now basically, so in a simpler way to understand, whenever I'm going to talk to this particular method, this create method, which will at the end is going to talk to this create product service, this create products, not service, create product, create new product method, which is at the end is going to talk to your MongoDB. So I'm going to tell that, okay, I need to understand that, okay, to call this method I need a name, right? So I need a metadata to identify, okay, this metadata is related to this particular controller only. So here I have to give a name which will be unique name. So I'm going to give catalog.create. Now again, I already mentioned it that I already have a catalog folder here which I'm not touching. That there is a reason, because I'll give you some of the other, but here if you want, right, you can absolutely keep this one as product.create. I hope you are getting right what I mean. So it's up to you. You can keep product.create, you can keep whatever you like, it's up to you, but I'm going to just keep this one as product.create, catalog.create. So now I think this is done. So what will be your next step? The same thing you have to do for list also. So I'm going to take list. So list is going to do what? So it's going to return these dot product service dot list products, and here also you're going to give one more message pattern for this one. So you'll give a unique identifier, think like that. So this is my unique ID. So whenever I'm going to call catalog.create, I'll understand I'm going to talk to this. When I'm going to call catalog.list, maybe, right? Or let's do one thing, we can also do this one as product.create, right? So let's do product.create only, and let's do product.list in case you're getting confused, so that whenever I'll give you the homework, you can only make you whenever you'll be creating the routes inside catalog one, right, you'll be giving related to catalog. So here you can give product.create, this is product.list, and then I'm going to have one more get by ID. So here I'm going to take the payload, and in this payload I'm going to take the payload here. This payload will be now this DTO, this get product by ID DTO, because we only need the ID, because based on the ID we are going to fetch here, right? So if you go here, you can see that we are fetching based on the ID, this one. So you need this. So I'm going to do get what is the name requirement, get product by ID DTO. Okay, and now I'm simply going to return these dot product service dot get product by ID, and here you're going to pass the payload. Okay, and here also you're going to give a message pattern. So I'm going to give a message pattern, and I'm going to do product dot get by ID. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now this is going to absolutely clear all your doubts. So basically we have created our main service logic which is talking to your DB, then we are going to using or injecting these services in our controller, and then we are going to call this, but the important part is the message pattern. So based on this unique identifier, we will be able to call this from a different service or from your gateway also, mainly gateway, right? So you can use of this metadata for each and every. So if I call now with product.list, so it's going to call this particular method. I hope this is clear, right? So now what we're going to do, now we'll go to our catalog module, because see, at the end we are using this one inside catalog module. So that means what we need to do here, right, we need to do a couple of things. So first of all, we need to load our env. Why? Because we need to make use of these Mongo URI catalog. These we need, right? How, or else how it is going to save the products, or how it's going to talk to the DB. So first I'm going to go to catalog module.ts, and then let's import a couple of things. So first I'm going to get the config module. So this will give you what? For root, and here you are going to use is global will be true. Okay, what else we need? We need the mongoose model dot for root, and you're going to use process.env dot, and I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and here you're going to pass this one as string. Okay, what else we need here? We need one more thing, and that will be we also need to register our product model. So I'm going to do mongoose model dot for feature, and here I'm going to use name. So this will be my product, which will be, let's see, okay, from our product schema only, right? We need to get and this will be dot name, and also I'm going to take the schema, and in the schema I'm going to take the product schema. So this is the imports all we need. So now what we are going to do simply, so in the controllers this is fine, and then we need to use the product controller. Okay, so this is what we need to use in our controller. So I'm going to use the products controller, and here we need to do what, providers, we need to give the products service. Okay, so now till this part this is completed. Alright, so now what will be our next step? The next step will be, now we are going to start very important section, and this will be our one of the two like patterns that we are going to understand, that how we are going to communicate with different services. So see, till now we have actually created our product controller services and we have used those in our catalog module. That is fine, but what we need to do, right, we need to actually talk to this catalog service from our gateway. Now I already mentioned that there are two patterns, so let me just explain. So what we are going to do, right, first let's go to main.ts file. So I'm going to explain you one very important point. So two things we are going to understand in these codes. First one is how you are going to talk from gateway to your particular service. So in this case we are going to talk to gateway via HTTP here. So we are going to create a HTTP controller. Okay, so we're going to create a HTTP controller which is going to do what? So we are going to talk to this particular module, category module, which is basically nothing. We're going to talk to this product controller via this message pattern. So basically what we are telling, what we are doing, we are communicating via gateway to service. Then the second pattern will be very important, and this is the main microservices pattern, and that is service to service. I hope you are getting right. So for example, let's say whenever I'm going to create a product, okay, at the same time I'm going to emit an event, and in my search service I'm going to do what? So I'm going to check, okay, there is a product is now created, so I'm going to create another collection in my search service at the same time. So that means this is service to service communication. So that means two patterns we are going to learn. First one is gateway to service, extremely important. You think that, okay, if it is microservice we are only going to talk to service. No, it's not like that. Why actually gateway is important? Because gateway is the entry point. This is where you are handling your auth and everything. So you also need to understand that how you're going to talk from your gateway to your multiple services. So this is one pattern. Second one is how you're going to talk from one service to another service. I hope this is clear, right? So two patterns we are going to understand, and both are very important. So first what I'm going to do, so now we are going to talk to our product controller, or basically to our catalog service from our gateway. So that will be gateway to your service. So to do this, first I'll do, right, in the gateway inside source I'm going to create a products folder. Now this part is very important, okay, don't skip this please. Here I'm going to do products dot what I'm going to do, right, maybe let's give this on as products dot controller dot ts. Now remember, this is our HTTP controller. This is where we are going to talk from gateway via that message pattern, and we are going to call that catalog service. Okay, there actually we have all our logic, that how we are going to save our product to our DB and everything. So I'm going to create this. So this will be inside gateway source products and product dot controller dot ts. So let's close everything else. So what will be the first thing? So first I'm going to do export class, and I'm going to give this one as products HTTP controller, and here first of all we need the constructor. Very important. Okay, now here what this will be, so this also will be a controller. Okay, and now in this one what you need to do, right, we are going to actually tell gateway that, okay, now gateway, your task is to talk. So that means gateway talks to catalog. How? Via your RabbitMQ. So I'm going to do the RMQ client created in our gateway module, right? So if I go to gateway module, so you have our category client. Remember, we have registered the clients module and we have registered the category client. So we're going to use make use of what? Client proxy. Client proxy, I've also explained the concept, right? So client proxy we are going to use from NestJS Microservices. And even if you want to check this, let me just close this tab. And if I go here, right, so if you search for client proxy, what do I click, man? Okay, let's go to the microservices and search for, or let's search here client proxy. So you can see that you have several options for creating RabbitMQ via client proxy instance, right? So this is what we are going to use. So first I'm going to do what? So we're going to inject our category client. So first of all, let's do inject. So I'm going to inject the category client here. So I'm going to inject this. Now remember, I'm going to repeat once again. Even I'm doing, see, I always do this kind of things. If you follow my videos, right, you'll see that it's not like that I'm just showing off, but you see, whoever teaches very well, right, they're actually, those teachers or those people tend to repeat the same thing again and again, and this is what actually I do. It's not like I'm doing intentionally, but I try to explain the important parts multiple times, and you will notice this pattern in each and every video. So that's why I'm telling one more thing, one more time, that is that this is what gateway to service communication. Then we are going to do service to service communication. Two things are there. Okay, so this is, we are going to do inject category client, and then I'm simply going to do a private read only, and let's do this one as scatter log client, and this will be a client proxy type, client proxy. Okay, so this is the first thing. Similarly, when we are going to talk to our media client, we are going to inject the media client. Okay, this is how we are going to do that. So now let's save the, what happened, man? Oh, we have to remove this. Okay, so now I'm going to take our post request, and this will be our products endpoint. So this is where we are going to create our products. So this is basically, we are going to call this products controller, and then we are going to call this method. Okay, so now after this, what we will do simply, so now I'm just going to create a async. Now we need to do a couple of more things, but let me just first do create product, and here we need to take a couple of things. So first I'm going to take the current user decorator. So I'm going to do current user. Again, I'm not going to repeat this, we have already discussed multiple times. So I'm going to take the user context. We are also going to have our body, and in this body, what I'll do, right, so we're going to have our body, and these will be, we're going to have the name, which will be string, right, so we're going to have the description, which will be string. What else we have? We have the price. Price is the number, right, so price will be number. Then status we have, which is optional, remember, we have, this will be string, and then also we can have image URL. This one we are going to manage later, not now. So this is done. So for now, remember, we also need to add our image related logic later. So we'll add media related media and image logic later, placeholder. So now what I'll do, right, why this is giving options, we need to import as a type. Okay, so now inside this, first of all, I think we have already taken the, let's check this, we have already taken all this, right? So let's do one thing, even I'm thinking if we can take this, or maybe I think it's fine, this will automatically handle here, we don't have to take this. So first what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm just going to take, so let's take a type here first. So I'm going to take a type, and I'm going to take a product type. So product will be having an ID which will be created. So ID will be, this will be a string. Then we are going to have the name, which will be string. Then we are going to have the description, which will be string. Then we are going to have what? Price, which will be number. Then we are going to have the status. This will be the, so what we can do, we can create a product status, or we can directly take this will be draft, or this will be active. Then what else we are going to have? The image URL, which will be string, right? And what else? So what else? Let's make this one as undefined, and also I'm going to take the, I have to check that. So created by Clerk user ID. Okay, so this will be also a string or undefined. So this will be our type. Now inside this, now remember, we are already doing the validation in our product service, right? Here we are doing the validation, so you don't have to do it again here. If you want to do it, you can just give a placeholder. I'll give a placeholder that do some valid basic validation if you want. Again, this is just for practice, right? Okay, now what I'll do simply, I'm going to what I need to do, man. Okay, so I need to take the product. Okay, product, the output product type will be the product that we have just now created, right? This type. So this product we are going to take, and now what we need to know, this is the very important part here. So first of all, I'm going to create a payload. Okay, so I'm going to do const and I'll do a payload, and this payload will become the body dot name. Sorry, first we're going to take name, which will become the body dot name. Then we have the description, so this will become body dot description. Now again, this is coming from here, all this, and then we are going to do what, price. So price will become number. Remember, we need to convert to number, so we'll do number body dot price. And also what we can do, right, simply we can give a status, which will be body dot status in case it is there, and we're going to pass the image URL. For now I'm going to pass this one as empty. Okay, and then I'm going to do created, that one. Let me just take this. So created, this will be getting from user dot clerk user ID. User means the current user, remember this one. Okay, so I think this is fine. So this will be our payload. Why? Because if you go to this, right, go to create product DTO, how these things, so you have name, description, price, status, image URL, and created by clerk user ID. So now what do you have to do? Now this is where we are going to talk to our catalog service. So this is the pattern of RMQ, so RabbitMQ request and response pattern, right? So this is the important part that you want to understand. So first I'm going to do a try, and let's do a catch. I'm going to do error, and I'm simply going to do map RPC error to HTTP. Remember, we have this method, we have created this method, and here you're going to pass the error in case there are any error. Let's make this one error. So this is done. Now in this try block, now you're going to do what? So we'll be creating the product. So product will be what? Avid. Now I'm going to do first value, so I'm going to take the RxJS first value from, and this is where now you're going to do this dot catalog client dot send. Okay, very important. This is the part you are waiting till this part you are waiting to understand all of this, right? This is what the pattern you need to understand, that how we are talking to that particular service. So you're doing what? Send. Now in this send, you're going to do what? You're going to pass a pattern, right? So it's like a send a message to the server or the broker. This is the message driven communication between microservices. Okay, so what you have to pass here? Now this is where you need to pass this product.create. Okay, so this is the message pattern. Now this would be match. If you change this one, it's not going to work, so you have to pass product.create. Okay, so this is how it's going to communicate. So I'm going to pass product.create. What will be the second thing you need to pass? You can pass the data. So you can see right here the data here, any. So here I'm going to pass the payload. That's it. Now this is done, right? So now it's going to automatically create. So whenever you're going to call from localhost 4000/products, it's going to understand based on this communication that, okay, whenever I'm going to call these, it's going to match with this message pattern. It's going to call this, which is calling the service create new product. Create new product is going to at the end save your product to DB. So now this is done, and at the end what you can do, right, you can just simply return the product. Okay, so I'll do return product. Now we need to do one more thing that I'm going to do later, but for now I think this is fine. Now let's do one thing. Now this is not yet done. Okay, so what we need to do, right, we need to go to our gateway module. Why? So here we need to actually so let's go to the gateway module. So let me just first check. So we have the config, this one, user module, auth module, register, this all are fine. We just need to add our controllers. We need to add our product HTTP controller that we have just now created, this one. Okay, or else it's not going to work. So you're just going to pass the products HTTP controller. Save this. So now I want to see if any error is happening or not. Variable product is used before it is assigned. Is it? What we are doing? No, this is something different, some cache issue. Let me just rerun again. Let's see. See, it's actually my laptop is slow, so that's why it's happening. So if I do this the same thing in Mac and everything, right, it will be, see, there is no error, right? I already mentioned. Check here also, you can get some error or what, no error found. Alright, so now we are going to test it. So I just open the DB. So you can see that we have the catalog and the products collection. So first, so we don't have any error here. Okay, now there is no error. So now first of all, I already created one endpoint so that we don't have to create. So first I'm going to change couple of things, right? So first we are going to change to 4000, and then you can see that what I've done, right, in the authorization for now I'm going to do no auth, and in the headers also you can see that I don't have any authorization. So I'm going to send this one. See, so first of all, our authentication is working. Means if you go here, right, so this part is working, right? So here, so it's actually need a current user info, means the user has to be authenticated. So now I'm going to test. So I'll go here, let's go to body, and then I'm going to do new first product. So I'll do first product, and I'll do first product name, first product description, price, status, image URL, keep empty for now. And now I'm going to do what? So let's go here. So what you can do, right, you can copy this token, go to headers, and let's add one more bearer. Okay, so now this should work. So let's see what is happening. So in the body we already have the data. So now let's send this. Fantastic. So name you're getting, description, price, status, image URL, created by Clerk user ID, string, and this is your newly created ID. And if you go here, just refresh this. Awesome. Now I'm going to show you one very interesting thing, and that is, now let's say I want to give one extra guard here, but this part we need to actually check that if this is working or not. And what I wanted to check, now let's say I wanted to convert this particular route to an admin only route. So what I can do, right, so for example, let's say I'm just going to do admin only from my admin decorator. So now in that case, let's say if this is working or not. So if I go here, right, and let's say try to send this request, sorry, no, it's still loading, I think. Okay, now it's done. So let's send once again. Fantastic, awesome. So now why this is happening? This is because if you go to your where is that? No, not this one, this one. So if you remember, we have created one user, and that user is actually, oh sorry, I think we have to change this to E. I think we remove this token, right? So now let's try. So we have the role as user. Now what I'll do, right, I'll go to my Clerk dashboard. I'm going to create a new user. Let's give this one as John, and I'll do john@gmail.com. I'm going to I'll just show you all the process that how we are doing. So I'll give 1 2 3 4, ignore this, create the user. Okay, go here. Now take the user ID, go to Postman. First we'll take the session ID. Remember, we have taken the session ID. So I'm going to go to body, and then you change this one to the John user ID. Send this. We'll get the session ID. Copy this. Now I'll go here, and then we're going to create the token. So I'm going to just change this to the John session that we just now created. So it will give me one more token. So I'm going to now copy this, and now I'll go to my get this me route. Why? Because if I go to my DB, right, and let's go to users collection, so we should have only one user now, right? So we should be having one more now, because I'm going to run one more user for John. And then what I'll do, right, I'm just going to remove this and then change to the John's token. Now let's send this. Okay, so it's created. Now I'll go here. I'm going to do what? I'm going to refresh this. Now you'll see that there is a John user. Now I'm going to change this one to admin. Okay, so I'll change this one to admin now. See what will happen. So I'm going to update. So John is now changed to admin. Send the same request again. See, role is admin, correct? So now what will happen, right? If I now take the token, this token, or let's say if you want to create one, or normally you're going to create this token multiple times, right? Every in some duration from when you are going to have the front end. So if you now copy these and now you go to the post request of that products and then change this token to this token, right? And then send this. That's it. Fantastic, right? So now only admin can create this product. This is what I'm talking about, right? So now this is the John user ID. See, this is the whole flow, right? This is absolutely perfect. That what you can do whenever you're going to have any front end means what you are doing. So what I'm telling that you are not only managing the users from your Clerk dashboard, you are managing the complete control in your hand in your DB also. So the role you are actually changing in your DB. Every time you're going to get the current user information, which is this one, this get me or whatever, you're getting the updated one from your DB, right? This is coming from your DB. Now whenever from in your front end side you're going to create the token, right, JWT token, so you're going to pass, these will automatically check that if this is admin user or not. Okay, and based on that it's going to create the product. So this is the complete flow. So this is done. So now what will be our next step? Now next let's create one more. So now I'm going to create for our list of products. So I'm going to do get. Now this will be a get, and here I'm going to do now products, and this will be a public. Okay, so this will be a public route, and now I'm going to create async list products. What I can do try catch. So I'll do map RPC error to HTTP, pass the error, and this time what you need to do is going to return await, and I'll do this dot category, no, not category, yeah, await first value from, and now you're going to pass the these dot category client dot send, and what will be the source you need to pass now. So if you go to the product, not product controller, and now you have to do product dot list, because this is the message pattern to fetch all the products. So you're going to copy this, and now you'll just send this here. So you're going to do category list, sorry, product dot list, and for data you don't have any data. Now save this. So this should be done. So now let's go and check this if there are any error or anything. Let's wait. Okay, there is no error. So now if I go here, right, so now let's say we have I already created these products. Okay, so this one. So now this will be localhost 4000 / products. These don't need any authorization token because this is a public route. Now till now we have created 2 products. Now let's see if the products are coming or not. So we are coming 1 product, and just now you created 2 products. Fine, right? So that means this is a public route. Similarly we'll create one more. So now what I'll do, simply I'm going to do @get, and let's do this one as products. Now remember this will be a dynamic value, so I'll do ID. This also will be a public route, and here I'm going to do async. I'll do get product by ID. I'll do get product is also only fine, and here you're able to pass the param, and what will be the param will be the ID only we taken, yes. So I'll do ID will be string, and then we are going to simply do try catch, and what we'll do map RPC error to HTTP, pass the error, and here what you're going to do, you're going to do return these dot, sorry again man, await first value from. Inside this we need to do these dot category client dot send, and now let's check that one. So you have product dot get by ID. So copy this, and you're going to pass it here. So here this will be product dot get by ID. Now remember this is one thing is very important, you have to pass the ID here. okay, because this is going to receive the payload, remember, and in the get product by ID you have the ID here, so you have to pass the ID. Okay, now this would work. So now let's save this. So let's see. Okay, so now if we go here, let's say I want to fetch this product based on this ID. So I'll copy this, I'll go here, change this, and now I'm going to also need to do 4000 because I'm running on 4000. Send. See, you're getting the data. And if you change this one to something else, let's see what is happening. So you're getting invalid product ID, bad request, status code 400, and you're getting in that format, the RPC format we have created, right? Awesome. So now this is working fine. Same this. So I hope that this should definitely clear your gateway to service communication, right? How we make use of this message pattern and how we are sending this based on this injection of this client that we have registered in our gateway. So this is one way. So till this part now we have actually implemented a global error handler, all the handlers and helpers and everything, how we are going to use that. And then also have created this logic, right? Catalog. Now remember, I mentioned that for catalog I'm going to give you some homework that I'm going to tell later at the end. For now we have created our product related things. One thing I'm going to tell, maybe let's keep this on for later only. So now next part will be very, very interesting. So I wanted to finish all the interesting parts. So what will be the next part? Next part will be, now we'll start working on the media service. Okay, so media service is also going to do what? Gateway to service communication. So whenever we're going to create a product, it's going to upload that image to Cloudinary first. It's going to get the URL, and that URL we're going to store as a image URL, because if you go here, right, in the create product, for now we are passing image URL as empty. So this is where we are going to talk to our media service. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now it's time to start working on the media service. Now as I already explained, right, that whenever we are going to create a product, now what we are going to do, right, we are going to store our images in Cloudinary cloud, not only local, using Multer and Cloudinary both. We are going to get the URL, image URL, and that URL we are going to store in our product collection. Before that, what you need to do, I think some of you already know that I usually use Cloudinary, and also I've used in many of my videos. I think in almost all Node.js videos, what you can do, right, you can just simply create a folder, create an account, and then what you need to do, right, you just have to get the API keys. That's it. Okay, so you can go to the home and then directly you'll get the API keys and everything. So you need the cloud name, API key, and the secret key. So these three things you need: Cloudinary cloud name, Cloudinary API key, Cloudinary API secret. Copy both, all three, and paste it in env. I already done it. I'm not going to show the secrets. And also you need, so you can see that below I have that added. And also I added one more env that is for media service. Okay, and I've given this one as soft media. So these things, these will be the prerequisite first we are going to do. Now next thing what we need to do, right, so I'm going to install Cloudinary and Multer, both the packages. I'm going to clear, and I'll do npm install Multer and Cloudinary. Okay, enter. Now this is where it will become very interesting, so you have to understand all the flows. And I think we also need to install the types. So I'll do npm install save dev @types/Multer. So once this is done, so what will be our first step? Now we'll do one by one. Okay, so I'm going to just minimize this one, and remember I already opened all the services. So gateway, catalog service, search service, media service, all services are running. So now let's close everything else. So first thing what I'll do, right, I'm going to close this part also, and let's start with our media. So inside media, inside source, I'm going to create a folder called as Cloudinary. Okay, so I'll do Cloudinary, and let's create a Cloudinary.client.ts. So first we need to create the client. So first I'm going to import from Cloudinary. So this will be version 2, and let's give this one name as Cloudinary. Alright, now next thing, simply create a function, right? You don't have to do anything else here. So you have to do maybe init Cloudinary. And here first of all you need the three things. So I'm going to get the cloud name, so which will be process.env. So let's copy all these three things from here. So I need the cloud name, I need the API key, so this will be process.env.cloudinary API key, and I need the secret key. So const secret key. So this will be process.env.API secret. So these three things we need. Just give a small check that if in case these all are not present, so if the cloud name or if the API key or the secret key all are not present, so in that case I'm just going to just throw a simple error. So I'll do throw new error, and I'll do that Cloudinary secrets are missing. Okay, now what you need to do, very simple, you just take the Cloudinary, this Cloudinary, and then just create a config. So do config, and then this will take three things. So first it will take the cloud name, which will be your cloud name, it will take the API key, which will be API key, and then you have to just pass the secret key. No, I think it's API secret. So I'll do API, sorry, what is that secret key? And then what you need to do, simply you're going to return this Cloudinary instance, and that's it. So this will be your first thing that we need to do. Once we'll do that, now we are going to create our media schema, right, and media DTO, both the things we need to create. So the first thing what I'll do, right, so because this is the named as media, so what I'm thinking, right, inside source, now what you can do, right, you can also give some different name also. For example, let's say config or utils or whatever. I'm just going to give this one name as media only, although it looks little odd, but it's fine because we have media. Inside media we are going to write media.schema.ts file and media.dto.ts file. So two files we are going to create. So first I'm going to do media.schema.ts, and second will be media.dto.ts. and in this media.schema file, as usual, like we have already done multiple times, first I'm going to create the class. So I'll do export class and I'll do media. So first of all what I need the URL. Definitely this will be my image URL, and also don't forget to give the schema here from Nest Mongoose. This is very important, and you have to give the timestamps as true. And for this URL, what you can do, simply you're going to take the prop and just give the required property as true. So this is the first thing that we need. Now copy this. Cloudinary also will give you a public ID, which is very important. Why? Because when we are going to delete a product, for example, let's say I'm going to delete a product, in that time what I need to do, you're not going to delete the product from your DB only. This is the important part, because whenever we have something called cloud storage, let's say consider any company, right, they are storing their assets in a cloud storage. Now let's say I'm deleting a particular YouTube video. Okay, now based on that YouTube video, whatever assets that are associated with that video, that thing also you need to delete. Means basically if I delete a product, and for that particular product I have 5 images that are stored in Cloudinary, you need to, or you should actually delete, or else what will happen, this will become very odd. So you are deleting your product from DB, but your images are still present in Cloudinary, which is wrong. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, simply, so I'll do public ID, and public ID will be string, this will be required will be true, and this will be a unique property. Okay, so correct, this is important, so this will be unique, so this will be true, and I'm also make the index as true for this one. Okay, now next thing what I'm going to do, simply I will do one more, let's say upload by, maybe let's do user ID, which will be string, and here I'm simply going to do @prop, and here I'm going to do required, this also will be true, and I'll do index will be true. So this is done, and at the end we also need the product ID. So I'll do product ID, and here I'm simply going to do this one as string, and let's copy this. So required will be true. Now required I'm going to put this one as false, and index will be true. So these 4 things we need. So first we need the URL, you need the public ID, upload by that particular user ID and product ID, and then you're going to just do export const, and I'll do media schema, and this will be my schema factory dot create for class, and then pass the schema. Okay, and also you need to export the type, so I'll do export type, and I'll do media document. So this will be hydrated document, and then pass your schema here, media. Alright, so I think this is done. Okay, so this will be our second step. So step by step we need to do, we have created our Cloudinary config, we have created our media schema. So our next step will be what? Next step will be we need to create our DTO. Okay, so now what I'm going to do simply, so first let's create, so I'm just going to do export class, and I'll do upload product image DTO. So first of all I need the file name, which will be string. I also need the MIME type, this will be string. I need the base 64. Okay, this will be also a string, and also let's take that upload by user ID. We have taken this one, right? So I'm just going to take this and I'll do upload by user ID. This also will be string. And for this file type, for every type I'm going to give this one as is string. This also will be, all will be same. So let's copy this. Okay, I'll give some space here to look little. Okay, so this is the first one, and let's create one more. We'll see if any more is needed, we're going to add later. So I'll do attach to product DTO, and here I'm going to get the media ID, which will be string. I need the product ID, which will be string, and let's take one more, that will be attached by user ID, and this will be string. And for this one, same, we are going to use is a string, and also let's make this one is optional. Okay, all right, so I think this is done. So we have all our data related things are ready, right? So that means what are the things we are going to store and what all we actually need. So next thing will be, now let's go to our so media service only. I'll go to main.ts. Now first of all we'll see, I think this all we don't have to change anything, we already created the service. So first of all I'm going to use what, remember we have created our global validation logic, right? So we need to do apply to microservice layer. So this we are going to import, and we are going to pass our app here so that we can use our validation logic and everything, right? So this is very important. So this will be a small change that we are going to do in this main.ts file. So this is something like the setup. Once we do that, now we are going to start with our main business logic. So what I mean by business logic, so here we are going to do what, we're going to upload our product to upload our image to Cloudinary. So first of all we need to do that. Now remember, if you're doing this one for the first time, this might seem little tricky, but if you have already done my nodejs part 2, this will be very easy to understand. But you need to understand the flow, that how these things are happening. So from this point I will do little slow. So I'll go to media service, and let's do one thing, let's do little slowly, right? So what I'm going to do maybe, so first of all what I need to do right here, I think let's close, okay, let's keep it all the files so that you'll understand what is happening. So first I'm going to take a private here, and I'll do a read only, and I'm going to take my Cloudinary here. So I'll do initiate our Cloudinary. So we are going to do what, we are going to call, we'll call init Cloudinary. So this will be our first step. Okay, so now after this I need the constructor, because we need to do what, we need to inject our model. Now this part we have multiple times we have done in other services also. So we're going to do inject model, and here I'm going to get my media from schema dot name. So I'll take private read only media model. So this will be your model type from Mongoose, and you're going to import the type. So we have the media document type. So I'm going to use the media document. Alright, so this will be our second step. Now what I'm going to do, right, simply I'm going to create our first helper function. So I'll do async, and I'm just going to do, maybe let's say, upload product image. Okay, so first of all, we're going to upload the image. So what are the things that we'll be receiving? So we're going to receive a file name, MIME type, right? We are going to get the base64, and we are going to get what? Uploaded by user ID. So basically we have created the DTO right here, this one. And now remember, these DTO we are going to use where? We are going to anyways going to use in our media controller. So we are doing opposite side. So first we are doing this, then we are doing that, or you can do also reverse it. First I can do media controller also, then I can come back and do the business logic, but it's fine anyways. Both the ways you'll be able to understand that what is happening. So basically from here we are going to give the pattern that, okay, these, for this particular service we have this controller which will be actually using this upload product image DTO, where you are going to get the file name, MIME type, base64, blah blah, all these properties. So now in this media service, first of all, what I'm going to do, so this is going to receive the input. So that will be the first step. So this will be input, and here I'm going to get all these 5 things, right? I mentioned, 4 things. So we'll do file name, which will be string. We'll get the MIME type, this also will be string. We'll get the base64, which will be string, and also I'm going to get that property upload by user ID, which will be string. Okay, so these will be the first steps. Now here we have to give some condition. So I'm going to do if not equal to input dot base64. So I'm just going to do a RPC bad request, and I'm just going to do image base64 is needed. Okay, so then what else we can also do the same validation for. Let's do MIME type also, because this is important. So I'm just going to do if not equal to input dot MIME type, and dot starts with, so because we are actually supporting only image related files, right? So you have to give that will start with image. If this is not, that means this can be a video also, some other types also. So you're not going to support that. So I'm just going to do that only images are allowed for now. So I'll do only images are allowed. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm going to do what? So now we are going to create the buffer. So buffer, how you are going to create? Is normal concepts. Buffer you are going to create from your base64 that you are going to receive. So you'll do simply buffer. So you'll do buffer dot from, and here you have to pass this input dot base64, and here you have to give the type. So this will be my base64. I hope you are getting right. Okay, so this is going to create the buffer, and once you'll create the buffer, also let's give a small check that if this buffer length is not present, so it's an invalid one. So I'm going to do a bad request, that invalid image data, because this is possible, right? You'll see that some of the times some images, even though you look that okay this images is correct, but the data, there can be invalid image data for that particular image. So it is going to give you error in prod in case you are not giving this condition. So it's actually important. Alright everyone, so now after this, what are you going to do? Right now we'll be creating our main upload result. So I'm going to do const, let's do upload result. So this will be await, so we'll do new promise, and here we can give this one upload API response from Cloudinary, or let's do this one as undefined. Okay, and here we are going to do resolve and reject. Alright, so the first thing what we need to do, we need to create a stream. So stream we are going to create. So first of all, I have the Cloudinary instance, right? So I'm going to do this dot Cloudinary, and this is going to give you this uploader, and then you're going to use this upload stream. Okay, so I'll do upload stream, and here what you can do, you can give a folder. And now why folder? This is just for to keep everything organized. So you can give a folder, and let's say I want to give this one as NestJS Microservice, right, slash maybe let's do product, something like that. Okay, and here I'm going to do this one as resource type will be, this will be image. I hope this is clear. Now here what you need to do, you need to take a callback. Now we'll do error and result. So first of all, if error, So what will happen if error occurs? So you're going to reject it. So it's a normal promise concept, right? So we'll do reject the error and then you're going to return. That's it. If there is no error, so what we'll do, we'll resolve. So we'll take the resolve and then we'll take this result that we are going to get. So we're going to get the result. Now we have to, okay, we have to end the stream. So I'll do stream dot end and then you're going to pass the buffer that you have created. That's it. So now what you can do, right, we'll do const URL and this will be this upload result, and here we are going to do simply dot secure URL, okay, or else upload result dot URL. So if either should be present, right, if it is presence of a take here or else take this. Then you are also going to take very important, and that is the public ID. So public ID will be upload result dot public ID. That's it. Now just give a small check that if this URL is not present or if this public ID is also not present. So in that case what you're going to do simply, so you call the bad request and I'm simply going to do that Cloudinary, let's do upload did not return proper response, something like that. Okay, so once this is done, so now what we need to do, so now we are going to save this, right? So we're going to make use of our model, media model. So now once everything will get, so we'll do const create our media document. So we'll create media doc and this will be this dot media model dot what you do create, right? And here you are going to pass the URL, then you have the public ID, right? And then you have the upload by user ID. Remember, now upload by user ID will be, so this you are going to get from where? So this will be get from your input. Okay, so let's explain how this process is working. First let's complete. So I'll do input dot upload user ID, and here what I'm going to do for now, so I'll do product ID and let's do this one as undefined. Alright, so now this is done. Now what you're going to return, right? So I'm just going to return, so first let's return the media ID. So I'll do media ID, let's do this one as string of this media doc dot, this will give me ID, right? So this ID will be from our ID doesn't exist. We need to do this on Auth. So this is our document ID. Then we are going to do URL, I'm also going to return, and I'm also going to return the public ID. So these three things. So this is the first step, this is done. So this will upload the image. Now what we are going to do simply, so we are going to attach this particular image to our product, because we need to associate our product with the image or vice versa, with the image with our product, right? Then only you'll be able to see. It's not about only the end goal is not only to upload the image to Cloudinary and save in your media collection in your MongoDB. That is not the case. What you need to do, you have to upload that in Cloudinary, you store that, and then you're going to attach that particular image to that particular product. Then only you'll be able to save that in your product collection, right? So that means we need to create one more here. So I'm going to do async and I'll do attach to product. Okay, and here I'm also going to receive the input. Now what are the things this is going to receive? This is going to receive the media ID and the product ID. So I'm just going to take the media ID, right? So this will be media ID. I think this we have created, right? So this will be media ID and the product ID, these two things. So I'll do media ID, this will be string, and also I'm going to take a product ID which also will be a string. So this is done. So now what are you going to do, const upload, and here I'm going to do await these dot media model. And now here how you're going to do that, now you're going to do that based on the media ID, right? And it's very simple. You'll do simply find by ID and update. So first you're going to find that particular document based on ID, then you're going to update. So to find by ID, and here how you're going to update. So first you have to give the ID. So ID will be your input dot media ID. Clear. Then what you have to do, this pop-up is irritating, man. Okay, then I'm just going to do set, and then I'm just going to set the product ID. So product ID will be my this input dot product ID. So now this will be attached. So I'll do input dot product ID. So that's why if you go here, we have kept, see, it's undefined here. Okay, So this will update the product ID. Now what you're going to do, right, simply, so after this I'm going to take a new property. So I'm just going to do new will be true. Okay, this is done, and then you're going to execute. Okay, so this will be our query. Now I'm just going to simply do a small check that if not equal to upload, saying that no, not upload, or what, upload, no, not upload, man. We'll give this one as updated. So I'll do updated. If this is not updated, so in that case I'm simply going to do RPC not found error, and then I'll do media not found. Okay, so this is done, and at the end I'm going to return. So let's return the media ID, which will be string of updated dot id. Then you are going to return the product ID. So product ID will be what, updated dot product ID, because this will have the product ID stored, right? URL will be updated dot URL, and also you're going to return the public ID. This is actually important, so I'll do public ID, which will be updated dot public ID. Okay, so this is done. So now we have created two business logic. One is to upload the image and store the image in our DB, and then we are going to attach, this is the important, but then we are going to attach that image with the product, so that we can upload, we can update this particular property, product ID, so that we'll understand that this image is actually belongs to this particular product. So I think this is done. Now we are going to create the controllers. Now I already mentioned that you can create the controllers first also, then, but vice versa is also it's fine. So I'll go to media controller. Okay, so first here what are you going to do? First you need to do, I think we have already done. This is inject. We have to take the media service here. Then I'm going to create two controllers. So first I'm going to do what I'm doing. So I'll upload product, then image. Okay, here you have to do what? You have to take the payload. Remember, payload you have to take from microservices. And what will be your payload type? So now you're going to give the payload, and this will be the DTO that we have created. Okay, so now you're getting it, upload to upload product image DTO. So import this. This is done, and now what you have to do simply, so you're going to return these dot media service dot upload product image, and here you're going to pass the payload. So you'll pass the payload. So that's why I mentioned that this actually is going to receive all this property. This is nothing but this is framed here based on this DTO. Okay, so vice versa. So you can do this one, then you can do this. First you can do services, and then you go back and see how this is linked. Both ways this is correct. So this is done, but remember we have to communicate. How we are going to communicate? We have the message pattern. We have discussed, right, this concept. And now I'm going to give this one as, let's say, remember. So I'll do media dot, and let's do upload product, and I'll do this one as image. Okay, so this will be my message pattern for this particular controller. Similarly we need to do for one more. So I'm going to do attach to product. Okay, this is done. Now here again the same thing. So I'm going to do payload, and I'm going to take payload, which will become attach to product DTO. So I'll do attach to product DTO. Okay, and then you're going to do return these dot media service dot attach to product DTO and pass the payload, and we are going to pass another message pattern here. So I'll do message pattern of, and let's do this one as media dot attach to product. I hope this is clear, right? See, this is you'll see that, okay, like Sangam is telling this is not that much difficult. It's actually not. I'm repeating one thing again and again, right? If you can understand the flow, that what is controller, right? Why we are using controller, how these things are linked, what actually services is. The main part I see that some of you or students find difficulties, like when we need to inject this model, why actually we need it, how we are going to initialize all these things. If you can understand these flow properly, right, this is nothing but creating a small function and then you're just interacting with your DB. Same for this one. Okay, but yeah, definitely you have to know this message pattern, all these concepts. So till this part this is completed, but definitely not yet done. So now what we need to do, we need to go to our media module. Okay, so we're going to going reverse way. So we'll go to media module. Now what we're going to import, now we have already done, right, these things. So first we need to import the config module for our env. So I'll do config module dot for root, and I'll do is global, and this will be true. So this is the first import we need. We also need to import, so I'll do mongoose module dot for root, and I need what, I'll do process dot env dot, and then what we need to do, right, so you have to go to our env and we need to get the mongo URI media, because this is what we are going to interact, and this you are going to do as string, and then at the end you are also going to import your schema. So I'll do mongoose module dot for feature, and this will be what, okay, this will be array object, and you have to give the name. So name will be your media schema dot name, and then you're going to pass the schema, and schema will be the media schema, and this is done. So now we have created the service, we have created the controller, we have created the module, but is this completed yet? Not yet. Why? Now when I'll go to my gateway, remember two types of communication, gateway to service, service to service. Now service to service we haven't started yet, but gateway to service we have already done. So if I go to gateway, go to source, go to products and products controller, HTTP controller, and you'll see that I kept that here, that okay, this is where we are going to do the media and image logic placeholder. Means when I'm going to call the create product controller here, this is where I need to actually connect to our media controller. I hope this is clear, right? So let's see how we are going to do that here in the next part. Alright, so now let's see how we are going to do that and where actually we need to do that. See, the first of all, we need to see we are using this product endpoint here, right, with admin only, which is fine, because we are actually using an image, that means file upload is involved. So that means what we need to do, right, here we need to use the concept of, I think these also I will discuss in my basic NestJS course. We are going to use a use interceptors, okay, because we need to use the file interceptor. So I'm just going to use a use interceptor, and inside these what you need to do, right, you're going to use the file interceptor. So I'll do file interceptor from Nest platform access express. I think this we have installed, we already have. Okay, now here what you have to do, right, so you have to give the that what actually you are doing field name. So field name, actually I'm going to give this one as image, and maybe let's give some other options. So I'm just going to do a limits property, and I'm just going to give a file size, and file size I'm going to give this one as 5 into 1024 into 1024, which will be 5 MB. So this will be our first step that we need to do. Second thing what we need to do, now remember we are actually talking to catalog via RMQ client. Similarly now we need to talk to our media client. Remember I already did explain this point, right? So that means here we need to inject, so I'm going to inject what, media client. So now if you go to your gateway, we have the module, right? So this is where you have registered the media client. So this is what we need. So I'm going to give that, okay, talk to media client, and then I'm just going to do this one as private read only, and let's give this one as media client, and the type will be same, client proxy. So this is done. So now where actually we need to do that. So first of all, so what will be the process that you need to understand. So first of all we are going to upload the image. We are going to, so we'll do upload image. So upload the image, then what will happen, image URL you are going to get, alright, image URL you are going to save with your product. Then what will happen, so once the product will be saved, product will give you an ID, so the new product ID, and this product ID we are going to now attach to this. You understand the process, right? See, everything is very, very simple, and it's like a sync. So first you upload the image. Upload image will go to Cloudinary, it is going to save, you're going to get the image URL back. Then that image URL I'm going to take and I'm going to save with our product. This product now will be stored in our DB, and then this product will give you a new ID, right? So whenever there is a new collection will be stored in your MongoDB, it will give you a new ID, and this ID I'm going to attach with our media. How we are going to do that? Now that is the reason we have actually written this logic, that whenever I'm going to attach this media with the product, I'm going to get the media ID, right? Because my media will be already stored, right? That is the reason first we are going to call upload image method, then we are going to call attach to product method. So these two will be coming one after another. You can never do attach to product first and then you're going to upload the image. It's not going to work. First you have to do upload image, get the image URL, save the product, get the product ID, and then this product ID is nothing but here. Then you're going to attach the product ID with this. So now what will happen, so I'm going to remove this. So first of all, okay, let's remove this. What is this? I think log we are doing. Okay, so first of all we'll take two things. So first I'm going to take let and let's do image URL. So this image URL will be either string or this will be undefined, and first of all I'm going to take this one as undefined, and then I'm also going to take the media ID, which will be string or this will be undefined, and here I'm going to do this one as undefined. Alright, so now here we are going to simply check that if file is present. So in that case what we're going to do, we're going to create the base64 and then we will be actually calling this media.upload service message pattern. So this controller we need to call, but how we are going to get the file, so that is very simple. So here after this I'm going to just take uploaded file. Okay, and here what we need to do, we have to give the type. So this file will become express.multer.file, or this will be undefined. Okay, so I think this is done. So now we are going to give the check that if file is present. So in that case I'm going to create the base64. So to base64, and this will be file that we have, and this will give you the buffer, and then just do toString and give base64. So this will be the first step. And now what we are going to do, simply I'm going to take a try catch, and here I'm going to get the error. Now remember we have the map RPC error to HTTP, and then we are going to pass the error. And in this try what I'll do simply, so I'm going to do const upload result. Now very important, now what you're going to do, await, and then I'm going to do first value from RxJS, and here now we are going to call this, right? So now I'm just going to do this.medias client, and then what you need to do, .send, and now this is where you're going to use the metadata. I already explained all of this, but still I'm going to repeat. So this metadata we are going to use because this is what we are having. So I'm going to do media.upload product image here, and then what you need to pass, you need to pass all the properties, right? That what are the things it's going to receive. So first I'm going to pass the file name. So file name will be, so if you go here, right, file name, mime type, base64, upload by user ID, all these things we need to pass. So first I'm going to pass file name, which will become file.original name. Then you're going to pass the mime type, so this will be file.mime type. Then you're going to pass the base64, just now we have created, and then we are going to pass the upload by user ID. So I'm going to do upload by user ID, and this is where you are going to use. So how we are going to get it, so we'll be getting from my current user. So this user dot Clerk user ID. So this will be my current user who is uploading the image. I hope this is clear. Now I'm just going to do image URL. So this image URL that we are having, this one, what will happen? So this will give you this upload result.url. This will give you the URL right at the return, because if you go here, go to this media service, go to definition, and if you see, right, we are returning this URL here. So that URL I need. Then I need the media ID, and media ID I think also you're returning, right? So this media ID we need. So I'm just going to do upload result dot media ID. See, everything is linked. So this is done. So this will be the first. So you're going to, this is actually doing what? This is now uploading the image to Cloudinary. You are getting the URL back. Now what we need to do, right? So now when I'm going to create the payload, see, remember I've kept the image URL as empty. Now this image URL will be the image URL, this one. See everything. So now what I can do, I can simply just remove this, right? So this will become the image URL just now. So that means what? So uploading the image, store the image in Cloudinary, get the URL, store the URL with the product. Now product will be what? See, product is stored here. So once the product will be saved, what will happen? Product will give you the ID. And then what I'm going to do again, so I'll go here and then I'm going to attach that product with that particular media. So now what I'll do simply, where you can do that here. Okay, so now I'm simply going to do the check if the media ID is present. So now I'm going to do try catch, and here so what I can do, I'll do map this one, and then if the media ID is present, so I'm just going to do await, and I'll do first value from, and here and now I'm going to do this dot media client dot, and this will give you send, and now I'll go to media controller and see we have this media dot attach to product. So now you have the product ID, so now you're going to attach it. Means attach karna isko, means you have to attach that particular media URL with the product. So we'll do media dot attach to product, and now what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the media ID. So let me just check, media ID only we have, right? So you have the media ID, product ID, and attach by user ID, these three things. Let me just copy from this here, and the attach by user ID. So these three things we need. So I'll go to product controller. So I need to pass the three things, media ID. So media ID will be the media ID that we have. Product ID will be what? Now this product will give you the ID, right? So now what I'm going to do simply, so product ID will be my string of product dot underscore ID, and attached by user ID will be user dot clerk ID. So user dot clerk ID. That's it, and this is completed. So see, we have done a lot of things, but it's not that much difficult. I tried my best to explain this one simply. I hope you'll be understanding what all things we have done here. First of all, you're going to see if there are any error or anything. So I'm just going to go here, no error found. Let's go to the what is this category module, and this is what the media module also, no error. So now let's see if it is working or not, right? So I'll go to, I already created the, so we're running on 5,000 or 4,000 we are running, man. 4,000 I think. Let me just check quickly. 4,000. So I'll go to 4,000, and now image. So let's select image. Okay, and I'm going to give a some image, maybe which one I can give, maybe this one. Okay, and now let's see if we are sending this. Okay, the token we have to create. So let's create a token. So let's send. See, now it's fantastic. See, now it's not only doing what, it's going to upload the image, get the URL, save the URL, and then attach. See what will happen if I go here, right? I think I close the Cloudinary. So let me just reload this once. Let me just quickly open the Cloudinary. Okay, now see, so you have the catalog, media, and user. Now if you go to the media, see what will happen. Go to media collection, and I can see the main fantastic thing is that is not only URL, but your upload by user ID is also there. That means what? See, I'm repeating this thing again and again. That means you go to media controller, right? So we're not only uploading the image. First you're uploading the image to Cloudinary, get the URL, store the product, get the product ID, and then again attach that product to media. Okay, so this is the whole process. So now you can see here you have the media in a separate collection. Go to this one, right? So I'm going to show you the latest asset. This will be uploaded here, and media live, where you can, I think here you can see this. See, last one, this we have uploaded, right? So now if you go to the catalog, go to products. So go to products and see the last product just now we have added. So go to last one, see, you have the image URL also. Fantastic, right? So that means this is working fine. So that means we are not only just creating the product, we are communicating with our services from our gateway. Now remember, we haven't done service to service yet, that we are going to do, but these will give a very, very clear picture that how you are going to communicate with between your gateway to your services. So till this part, the media service is now completed. So now let's move on to the next one, which will be a search service, which will be very important, because now I'm going to explain how we are going to implement service to service communication. So we're going to talk to, let's say, our catalog service to our search service. So let's see how we're going to do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now we are going to start with a very important section that you don't want to miss. So don't skip any of this particular section, right? So any of the topics that we are going to discuss basically in this section. So here I'm going to show you that how we are actually going to communicate with now service to service. Okay, so we have done with gateway to service. So here what I'm going to do, right? So we are going to communicate with our catalog service and our search service. So each and everything that we are going to create in this one, it's actually very important. And if you can master these concepts, right, you will be able to create any kind of complex microservices using NestJS. I can guarantee. So just watch that how I'm going to explain this one. See, the first of all, what we are going to do, right? So first step will be, I'm going to just add a env here. Okay, so let's add this one as Mongo URI search. So that will be our first step, and I'm going to make this one as soft search. All right, so first what I'll do, right, so let's close everything else. So first we'll start with, now remember, first of all you need to understand that whenever you're going to communicate with two services, so first of all you need to decide that, okay, this will be my service A and this will be my service B. So whenever you're going to talk, so that means there has to be some communication way so that we will be able to talk between two services. So basically I'm talking about a bridge. Now here the bridge is nothing but our RMQ client or RabbitMQ. So that will be our first step. So what I mean by this, so first of all, because we are talking with catalog and search service, so we need to go to our catalog service. So let's go to our catalog service, and this catalog service I'm going to go to catalog module. So let's close this source and then go to catalog module. So what will be our first step? The first step will be here, actually in the import we need to actually communicate to that search via our RMQ client or RabbitMQ client. Remember, this is not actually happening via gateway. So gateway is not coming into picture. It's actually very important. So you're just talking directly with a service to service. So you're going to talk with catalog with service. Why I'm repeating the same thing again and again, so that you'll be able to understand these concepts. If you're not able to understand, you are not going to create any complicated project using this service to service communication. So you need to understand each and every step. So now first of all what we need to do, right, so let's do very slowly. So first I'm going to take say clients module, and first you need to register that particular service that you want to talk. Okay, so I'm just going to give register and see what actually we're doing. So first I'm going to give here, okay, I'm going to give a name. So this will be my unique identifier. So I'm going to give this one as search, let's give this one as events, and let's give this one as client. Okay, and then we are going to give a transport. I think this we have already discussed. So what will be transport? Transport will be RabbitMQ, right? We are using transport.rmq. If you're using something else, that you need to give it here. For example, let's say gRPC or Kafka, but I'm going to give RMQ. Then we are going to give the options. So here I'm going to give URLs, and here what I need to do, so I need to do process .env dot, and then I'll go to top, and then I'm going to take my RabbitMQ URL. All right, or else I'm just going to do this one as AMQP, and this will run on localhost. What we have used, let me just check. I think 5672 or something. 5672. So I'm going to copy this. Okay, so this is done. So now after options we need to give a queue, right? So I'm just going to give this one as queue. So queue will be our search queue that we have created, right? So you have the search queue. So here I'm just going to give this one process.env.queue, or else this will be search queue. All right, and then I'm just going to give this one as queue options, and this will be durable, and I'm going to give this one as false. So these will be our first step. So simply we are doing that. Okay, now catalog is actually doing what? Talks directly to search via RMQ client. Now I'm just going to write that not via gateway. So this is the important part here, right? So we're not talking via gateway, so that you can understand both the things, that how we are going to talk to gateway to service and service to service. So that will be our first step. Now let's start with, so what I'm going to do, right? So I'll go to, let's go to catalog. I think we are in the catalog only, and I'll go to products, and then I'm going to, let's create a products. Let's do product dot events dot ts. So here I'm just going to give some of the events that we need. So first I will export a type here. So I'm going to do export type, and then I'm just going to do product created event. Now remember, you need to understand one more thing is actually that what is actually I'm talking about event here. Event are actually the contract between services. So what I mean by contract, or the better word will be events will be public contracts, right? So public contracts between services. Now I'll give you one tip here that actually this I'm talking about my experience. Now remember, I'm not talking about that I've worked in NestJS in my companies, it's not like that, but I've worked in other microservices. So when we have some contract, right, what we'll do, right, you're going to keep this one small and stable. Okay, so this is actually a very important point. So here you need to actually, what I mean by this, you need to understand that what all properties that actually need to make the job or to complete the job that we are going to do here. So for example, let's say if I create a product, in this case I need a product ID, I need the name of the product, description, status, we have price, image URL, and that which user is actually created that product. So for example, let's say created by Clerk user ID, something like that. Now in this one I'm just taking all this because we are working with all these properties. Now let's say you're working in a freelancing project, there you can have 30 properties for a particular product, right? So you can have, let's say, product is in sale or not, how much discount you're giving, what will be the price when the product will be in sale, blah blah, right? So in that case you need to understand that what all properties that I need to take here to complete the job. You're not going to take 50 properties, right? That is the thing that I'm actually trying to explain here. So try to give this one small and stable. So for example, let's say first of all I need the product ID, this is important, and I'm going to take this one as string. I'm going to take the name of the product, which will be string. I'm going to take the description of the product, which will be string. Also let's take the status. Status we have taken a draft or active, right? And then what else? We are going to take the price, which will be number, and then I'm also going to take the image URL, very very important, so this will be string, and I'm also going to take the created by Clerk user ID, and this will be a string. So for now I need all this. Now remember, we haven't created product update event or delete event, that is fine, but that I'm going to explain later, that what are the homework that I'm going to give you. So for example, if I'm showing you that okay, how you're going to do this using product created event, you should not stop here. Again, I'm repeating the same thing that I've done in the other services. You don't have to stop here. What you need to do, you need to now try to implement the same thing with a different functionality. For example, let's say product update event, so that you can understand that whether you are able to apply that concept that you are learning without watching the video. And this is where actually this is the exact place when you are going to skip the tutorial hell. Or else what will happen, let's say if I'm showing you this product created event and then you pause the video and try to create another event with a product update event, and let's say that part is not explained in the video and you are not able to do it, that means what? That means whatever you have learned from this, right, still you need more learning. You are getting, right, what I mean? Then what you'll do, you'll go to YouTube and then search for this particular thing, how we are going to do update. That is where you'll be trapped. Instead, what you should do it, right, first you have to think that okay, how the product update will work. Go to Google, search some blogs, read some blogs, check the documentation and try to implement. Make mistakes and then only you'll be able to learn. Or else I can guarantee, 100% guarantee, you have to watch 100 videos, then also you'll not be able to complete a project by your own. Okay, so this is the first step that we need to do. So product events. Now what we are going to do right now, we are going to implement our event publisher, from where we are going to publish the event. So in this maybe let's do one thing, right? So in this source, catalog source, I'm going to create one more folder. So I'm going to give this one as events, and let's give this one as product. Maybe let's do hyphen events, and then we'll do dot publisher dot ts. Okay, so first of all, what we need to do here in this publisher, right? So now first of all, here we need to, this is where we are going to create our product created event. Okay, this is where we are going to emit. So in simple word, this is where we are going to emit that particular event in event style, right? So now first of all, let's say how we are going to do this. I'm going to close everything else. So let's create export, and I'll do class, and I'll do product, maybe let's do events, and let's do publisher, and this is going to implements, and I'm going to use the on module init. Okay, now this also I have explained in my previous videos, you have to check all of this. So this is nothing but, so if you worked with React, right, so I'm going to see, don't compare 100%, but I'm trying to explain in a simpler way. You have something called use effect, then you give empty dependency, something like that, right, whenever the page will be getting loaded. So this is same, this is the interface when it will be called, the host module will be initialized. Okay, you can check the lifecycle events also here. So if you click here, right, you can go, you can read all of this. So you'll be seeing all the details and how, what all we are having, lifecycle sequence, module init, application bootstrap, all these things, destroy. So I'm going to take the on module init. Now first of all, what we need to do, right, so first let's take a logger. So I'm going to take a private, and I'll do read only, and I'm going to give this one as logger, and I will do new logger. And here what we are going to do, right, so let's give this one as product event publisher, and I'm going to maybe use the name. So this is the first step, and also we need to make this one as injectable. This is important, so I'm going to do this one as injectable. Okay, now after this, first of all, let's take the constructor. These concepts you have done multiple times. Now what we need to do, now this is where you need to understand that why we actually created this particular logic here, that we have actually registered that search client, that we are going to talk to the search client via the search queue that we are having. Now we need this actually name, the search events client. So what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to inject this here. So I'm going to do, okay, now we'll inject what, so you're going to inject this token. So inject token is nothing but this name. So we're actually registering, we already registered, right? This means it will understand the token. I need to talk to search service via this particular client, so I'm going to inject it here. So that will be the first step, and then what you'll do, just take a private read only, and maybe let's give this one a search events client, and what will be the type, client proxy, right? So we'll do client proxy. Okay, so this is done. So now what I am going to do, right, I'm going to take a on module init. Okay, and this will be a async method. Now inside these, first of all, we need to do what, so we're going to ensure that the RMQ client that we have, it's actually established a proper connection, or it's established a connection early. So how we are going to do that, so we'll do await, and we'll do these dot search events client, and this is going to give you this connect method. Okay, all right, so this we need to do first. Once we'll do that, now it's time. Also, let's do one thing, let's do the log here, right? So I'm just going to check that these dot logger, and maybe I'm going to do connected to search queue. Remember, so we'll do search queue because we're connected to that search service via search queue. That is the important part here. So we have this queue, right? So we have to give the search queue. What I'm doing here, I'm doing wrong. This will not log, this will be log. Okay, so this is done. Now what I need to do, right, now I'm going to create my product created event. So I'm going to do async, and let's do let's do product created only. So I'll do product created, and this is going to give the take the event, and I'm just going to take that product created event and created this one, right? We have the product created event, this one, this is the type we have created. So I need this, so this is what I'm going to receive. So I'll do product created event, and always take try catch. There is no error, so you'll understand easily. And error I'm just going to give any, so this is fine. And then I'm just going to do these dot logger dot 1, and here I'm just going to do failed to publish product created event, something like that. And in this try, what you need to do, right, so first let's do a log here, and I'm going to log the event so that you can check, and I'll do event is now logging here. Okay, and how we are going to do that, so we'll use the first value from RxJS. And what we need to do, if you work with socket, right, you see how that will work, right? It's like bi-directional. So you're going to emit from one side, you're going to consume from another side, and vice versa. So you're going to emit from one side, consume from other side, like that. So here what you need to do, you're going to use this, we have created that search, we have this search events client, right? So what this will do, right, so this is going to give you, so it'll do search client, right, and if you just do emit, see it's going to give you emit. Send we have already discussed, right? So we are going to know emit. So these emits, so you can see that what this is telling, emits are event to the server or the broker, because we are using RabbitMQ, used for event communication between microservices. So emit means, now what I'm going to do, right, so let's give a product created event, something like that. So I'll do product dot created, and we'll see if we are using this on any places or not. Okay, so we have product created, and what you have to pass, you have to pass that event, right, the payload. Basically payload means this event that we are going to receive. So this will be your data, the type will be product created event. Okay, so this is now is done. Now what will happen if you have multiple? So you're going to have multiple here, right? So let's say one you have for product updated, product something else, blah blah, whatever you're going to do it here. So till this part, this is completed. So what we have done, see, the important part is, if you go to category module here, category module, and if you don't do this one, right, that don't register that particular search service, it's not going to work. There is no, because these catalog services don't even know, right, that okay, I need to talk to search client. This is just the name, this is just the identifier, but you need to give the queue here, because this is actually connecting based on the search queue. So it will understand that okay, I need to connect to the search queue. This is the important part here. So now I think this is completed. So what will be our next step, right? So next step will be, so let's go to our product service, because remember, in the product service we need to do a couple of things. So if I go to product service, right, go to product service, now this is where we are doing what, we are creating a new product. Now when I'm going to create product, right, when I'm going to create a new product, what I need to do, once the product creation is successful, I'm going to emit that particular event. If you have worked with event driven architecture, you will understand what I'm telling. So let's say you saved a product. The moment I'm going to save the product, I'm going to emit the event. Search service or search microservice is going to consume that, and it's going to save another record based on that, so that it will happen automatically. So but how we are going to do that? Now this is where we have this where we are doing this is where we are going to do that. So now we have created this event here, right, newly created product. Now I'm going to do what? So here I'm going to emit what? So emit that event. So to emit that event after DB success. So means you actually have now saved the product to DB. So this is where you're going to do that. But before that, we need to actually take it here, right? So let's go to here, and I'm just going to do private, and I'll do read only, and you're going to take events, and then you're going to take the product event publisher. Just now we have created this one, so you need this one, right? So I'll do product event publisher, and now you can simply emit. This is not that much difficult, right? See, believe me, when I started learning NestJS and these microservices, I learned by creating multiple projects. I'll be stuck and create multiple projects. Then now this will be like very simple. So you'll do events, and then what you need to do, you have to use product created event, and product created will receive the product created event type, right? This is the type. So in this one, you're going to have all these properties. So let's say you have the product ID. So what will be the product ID now? Product ID will be this newly created product will do what? So this is going to give you the ID, because this is the product that is getting stored in your DB. So you'll simply do newly created product, and also just do this on a string. So you'll do newly created product dot, and you'll see this will give you the ID. Okay, then what I'm going to do, simply also you have to, okay, we have taken the event here. Then we have the name. So I'll do newly created product dot name. Then we have the description. So I'll do newly created product dot description. Then we have the status. So we'll do newly created product dot status. Then we also need to pass the price, so which will be newly created product dot price. Then we have the image URL, which will be newly created product dot image URL. And at the end we have the created by, this one is important. So and this will be newly created product dot, you have the created by user ID. okay, and this is done. So now simply we are doing that. Okay, whenever the product will be now stored, you are going to emit this event. So the moment I'm going to emit, so you emit from one side, you're going to consume from another side. I hope this is clear, right? So till this part, this is done. Now in the next part, what we're going to do, right, we'll start with our search service. Now the very first thing what you need to do, right, in the search service, in the main file that we have. So let's go here. Let's go to the search source and then main.ts. Remember, we need to register that validation logic we have done, right? So apply to microservices layer. So this will be the very first thing you need to do, and you have to pass the app so that we can make use of this validation and all those things, right? So till this part, this is done. Now let's see how we are going to consume that event in this service in the next section. Alright, so what will be our first step? See, first step will be, first we are going to create our search or index schema. So let's do one thing, right? So first of all, inside this search service, inside source, I'm going to create. Now again, you can give any other name. For example, let's say utils, or let's say a search schema, but I'm going to give this one as search only. And inside this, what I'll do, right, simply, or also you can create the file outside also, it's absolutely fine. So first we're going to create the schema. So I'm just going to do search index schema.ts. You can give whatever name you like, it's up to you. So first of all, we are going to create, so I'm just going to do export class, and let's do this one as search product. And here first of all, I need the product ID, so this will be string. I need the name of the product, which will be also a string. Let's do one thing. I'm also going to store a normalized text that we can use for a simple text based search. So something like normalized text, and this will be string. Let's do the status, because we also have the status. I'm just going to do this one as dropped, or this will be active. And then I'm also going to do the price, which will be number. Now first of all, we need to do what? We are going to make this one as schema, right, from nest mongoose, and let's give the timestamps will be true. Also we are going to export the type as usual, so I'm just going to do export type. Let's do this one as search product document, and this will be hydrated document, and then I'm just going to pass this search product. Awesome. Now also I'm also going to give some prop for this. I'm just going to use prop, and let's use for this one, first one required will be true. I'm going to do unique. Definitely it's going to be true, because every product will have different ID, and index also will be true. For name, so here I'm just going to do, let's say, prop, and I will do required will be true. Same for this one, and for here I'm also going to do this will be true, and let's give a enum, and this will be array, and you're going to pass dropped, or this will be active. And for this also I'm going to do required will be true. Now you have to give comma here. Save this. So now I'm just going to do export const, and I'll do search product schema, and this will be same thing. So we'll do schema factory dot create for class, and then you're going to pass the target. Target is our search product. So this will be our first step that we are going to do. So what will be our second step? Now second step, we'll start working on our main business logic as usual, which will be what? Which will be our search service file. So I'll go here and let's go to search service file. First of all, let's do one thing. I think we can also let's keep it, or I'm thinking to remove. Let's remove only, or let's keep. I'm actually confused. Okay, let's keep it. We'll see later. See, I'm thinking, because this might confuse some of you, so that I want to keep it clean, but let's don't remove this one. First of all, what I'm going to do, right, injectable, it's already there. So first we're going to take the constructor, and inside this, what we need to inject? So we're going to inject our model as usual. So first of all, we're going to do inject model, and then we're going to get our search product dot name. So we'll take private read only, and then I'm going to give this one as model, same thing. So we'll do model from Mongoose, and then we're going to use our type. The type is our search product document. So I'm just going to do here search product document. Okay, so this will be our first step. Now what we're going to do, right? Next, remember we have that normalized text method, right? So I'm just going to create a method here. So let's do this one as normalize text. So here I'm just going to get the input, which will be, let's say I'm going to get a name, which will be string, and here I'm also get a description, which will be string. And what I'll do, right, I'm going to return, so let's return input dot name, and I'm also going to pass the description, so do input dot description, and here I'm just going to do 2 lowercase. Okay, so this is done. Now after this I'm just going to create our first method. So see how many methods that we need to create here. We need to basically create 2 methods. One, whenever we are going to create a product from our catalog service, we are going to do an entry or add an entry in our search service. So that means we need to upsert from our catalog event. So we're going to read from our catalog event. So that will be first method. The second method will be the actual search. So whenever we are going to, let's say we have a front end and there will be input, right? Whenever user will be typing something, so we're going to call that method. So there will be 2 methods that we are going to create. So let's start with first one. So first will be async, and let's do this one as upsert from, and I'm going to give this one as catalog event. Okay. Now here, so we'll be taking input, and what I'm going to get, right? So I'm just going to get the product ID, which will be string. I'm also get the name, which will be string. I'm also get the description, which will be string, and also I'm thinking we can also create the, no, I think this is fine. I think we'll be able to understand. So let's keep it like this, because we already know all these properties, right? That these many properties we have in our product, so it won't be difficult. So I'm just do draft or active, and also we are going to have the price as usual. We don't have any other field, so that it will become little complicated. So now first of all I'm going to use this normalized text. Okay, so I'll just use const, and let's do normalized what we are using here, normalized. So let's do normalized text, and I'll do these dot normalized text, and here I'm going to pass the name, so which will be our input dot name, and I'll pass the description, which will be input dot description. Okay, and then what we are going to do, right, simply I'm just going to add this. I'll do these dot model dot, so you're going to do what? I'm going to upsert. Upsert means what? So if this is not present, so you're going to create. If it is present, we're going to update. Okay, so I'll do find one and update, and here we are going to update based on what? Based on the product ID. So I'm going to give the query first. So I'm just going to give here product ID, which will be input dot product ID. This will be product ID. So I'll do input dot product ID. Okay, and then what are the things we're going to now update? So inside this I'm going to take a set. So now let's update the name, which will be input dot name, description, which will be input dot description. Then I'm also going to do status. Oh, let's do one thing, right? We can pass, instead of description, wrong, we can pass the normalized text, because we're anyways merging both this name and description, right? So let's pass the normalized text here. So I'll do normalized text, and I'm also going to pass update the status. So I'll do input dot status, and also the price. So price will be input dot price. Now here what you have to do, right? Remember, you have to pass the upsert as true. This is important. Okay, so you're going to pass upsert as true. You're going to do new as true, and I also explained one more properties in the previous section, if you remember. Set default on insert, that also I'm going to do as true. Okay, so this is done. So that's about it. So this is all we need to upsert this. So what I mean, whenever I'm going to create a new product, I'm going to pass an event. That event is going to consume in your controller for this search service, which is going to call this method, and it's going to check that if this is already present, so you're going to, if you want to update, you update. If it is not present, so you're going to upsert. All right, Now save this. Now we will create one more method, and that will be our query method. So here after this, I'm just going to create async, and let's do this one as query. So query is also going to receive an input, which will be, I'm going to receive a query which will be string, and let's keep one more property, limit, that will be optional. Now remember, all these things I'm doing, right, you can change. I always mention the same thing, that if you want to have some more features, you can add all these properties. Let's say you don't want to have the limit, you can remove this, it's up to you. So first I'm going to get the query, so this will be my input.query, or else I'm going to do empty. So I'm going to trim this. See, normal concepts, right? And then we are going to do 2 lowercase. So this will be the first step. Now if the query is not present, so what you're going to do, you're going to return empty. So there won't be any result, right? So you're going to return empty result. Then what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to give this limit here. So I'm just going to do limit, and what you can do, maybe let's do a math.minimum, and then I'm going to do math.max. And now what I'm going to do simply is I'm going to take the limit that we are going to pass, or else let's take by default 10. And here what I'm going to do, right, so it's going to take the max of these two, math.max of these two. Okay, then you're going to also have the minimum, so minimum of, so I'm going to give comma 20. Okay, so I think this is done. Now what I'm going to do, right, so see here we have to do a regex level of search, right? For this one I already created one regex. Now remember, I don't want to write all of this. What you can do, just search or go to ChatGPT and search for any simple search regex, and you'll be getting the same, right? So I'm just going to use this, I already created. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to use this regex. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply do return these dot, we have to use the model, and model is going to do find. Now we are going to find based on normalized text we have, right? Normalized text. So in this normalized text, what we'll do, right, we're going to give a regex, and in this regex I'm going to pass this regex, and then we are going to do a sort. Okay, and sort I'm going to do a created at, I'm going to do -1, and array yaar, sort. So what we are doing wrong? No, this is correct only. Then I'm just going to do a limit. Something we are doing wrong, is it? Let's remove this. This is not needed. Oh, I think there is a problem here. Dot sort, and here I'm just going to do created at -1, and then I'm going to do dot limit. So limit, I'm going to give the limit that we have used, right, this limit, and then you can going to execute. That's it. Okay, so this is two business logic or two services that we need. One is to upsert that product in our search collection, and second one will be this actual search endpoint that we are going to use. Also, I'm not able to recall, let me check if we have added the search. Okay, we have added the search, fine. So this is fine. So I think this is done. Now what will be our next step? Next step will be, now what are you going to do, right? We are going to manage a DTO, right? The DTO means basically the product events that we are going to consume, that will be having some fields, right? So that is basically the DTO structure or the model structure. So what we can do, right, inside the search you can create a events. So inside search, go to search source, and let's create a events, and I'm going to create a product, and let's do events dot DTO dot TS. This is the same thing, you'll understand. So these DTO, oh sorry, I've done STO, not DTO. This will be DTO. So this DTO will be using in our controller. So now let's close this and let's create. So I'm going to do export class, and let's do product created DTO, and here I'm just going to get the product ID, which will be string, then you will be having the name, which will be string. Then we are going to get the description, which will be string. Then also I'm going to get the status, so this will be either draft or this will be active. And also you're going to get the price, which will be number. Let's take the image URL, but I'm going to keep this one as optional, string. And also here we have the created by clerk user ID, so I'll do created by clerk. So this is what we need. So created by clerk user ID, so this will be string. Okay, so now let's give the validation. So I'm just going to do it. This will be is string, this will be also same, then description also will be same. So here I'm just going to do is in, and let's do this one as draft, comma active. Price will be number, and image URL will be optional. So first I'm going to do is optional and is string, and created by will be is optional, is string. Okay, so this will be our DTO. Now this part we have already done previously also, it won't be that much difficult. Now I'm going to create the search DTO also, right? Search DTO means whenever you are going to do what, so whenever I'm going to, now one more thing actually, if you want, right, you can also create one DTO folder and then you can put inside that also, that is also fine. But for now I'm just going to create the search DTO here only. Inside the search I'm going to do search query, let's do dot DTO dot ts. Okay, now this will be pretty simple. So in the search DTO, what are the things that we are going to receive? So if you go to services, we're receiving the query and the limit. Okay, now remember this DTO will be using in our controller. So now we are going actually backwards, just like how we are doing for our previous functionality also done, right? So I'm just going to do search query DTO, and here I'm just going to give the query which will be string, and also I'm going to give a limit. I'm going to give optional, and I'm going to do, sorry, this will be a number, not string. And for this one I'm just going to do this one as is string, and limit also will be, let's do is optional and is number, and also I'm going to do minimum of 1. That's it. So this will be pretty simple. Once we'll do that, now we'll be start working on the controller, right? So this is where we actually will be using this. So now we will go to our search controller. Okay, now you can keep this one you have used, right? You can keep this, you don't have to remove. So first of all, what we need to do, I think we already have the search service, so we'll be creating our 2 controllers. So one controller will be to observe the product, one will be to search the query. Okay, so let's start with first one. So I'm going to do async, and then what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to do on product created, and payload you're going to use from microservices, and then you'll be getting the payload. So payload will be what, now here you're going to use the DTO, just like we have created the product events DTO. So you'll do product created event DTO. Makes sense? Now inside this, what you can do simply, if you want, you can also log this payload just to check. Okay, and then you'll just simply do await, and now you'll do these dot product search service dot upsert from catalog event. And here now remember, that is the reason we have used this, right? So we'll be using all this product ID, name, description, status, price. So this you can now pass here. So I'm going to pass the product ID, which will be payload dot product ID. Then you'll be having the name, which will be payload dot name. Then you're going to have the description, which will be payload dot description. Then you're going to have the price, no, status, let's do first. So do payload dot status, and then you're going to have the price, which will be payload dot price. As simple as that. But is this completed? Let's see if you're able to understand, or if you can guess the problem here. This is not yet done. Why? Can you guess? Now here we are going to use a event pattern. Okay, so based on that event we'll be able to observe. So I'm just going to use a event, I think it's called event pattern. So event pattern you're going to import from your Nest microservices, and let's give this one as product dot created. Okay, so now this is completed. Now similarly we are going to use the this search query. Now remember there is a difference. So search query, why? So search query there will be message pattern. Why? Because from gateway we are going to call this particular search. So both are different. I already explained this point. So we have the gateway to service call, service to service call, right? So now for this search we will be using the HTTP controller via gateway. So in that case we're going to use the message pattern. So I'm just going to do async query, and here what I'm going to do simply, so let's do the payload again, and you'll be getting the payload. So payload will be the search query DTO, this search query DTO. So we'll do search query DTO, and then just return these dot search service dot query, and here you are going to pass the queue, which will be payload dot queue, and you're going to pass the limit, which will be payload dot limit. So this is completed. Now here you are going to use the message pattern. Okay, and this will be, let's give this one as search dot query. Okay, so now this is the important thing here. Now these things you need to understand. So with this part is now completed, means controllers is now completed. So now we need to go to our search module. So first of all, let's go to our search module. I was explaining this point multiple times that if you can understand the flow, right? Okay, first I have to write the business logic, I have to write the DTO, I have to write the controller, then I have to go to module and I have to import all of this. Now let's say if you're not able to understand anything and let's say you forgot to import, it will never work, right? So this is what I'm trying to explain multiple times. You need to understand the flow, how the NestJS flow is working. Forget about the microservices. Microservices is nothing like you are talking to two services or multiple services with your message pattern, event based architecture, right? But if you can understand the core NestJS concepts, you'll be able to create the project. So first what I'll do, right, as usual, so I'm not going to explain more, right? We have already done multiple times. So we're going to use the config module, and you'll pass the is global as true, and then after comma you have to register two things or import two things. One will be your mongoose module, where you're going to use your search MongoDB collection that you are going to import, and you're also going to register or import our search related search product schema. So first I'm going to do mongoose module, and then we'll do for root, and then you're going to do process dot env dot, and now let's see that name. So I'll go to env, and this mongo URI search. So this is what you need to use, and this will be as string. Okay, and then after this you're also going to use mongoose module dot for feature, and here, so first of all you have to give the name. So this will be my search product from our schema dot name, and also you're going to pass the schema, which will be search product schema. Okay, so this is now completed. So now you have completed your search module also. So now what you're going to do, now two things we need to do here, right? So first of all, so if I see first, let's see if there are any error or anything. Search, there was no error. Then this one, let's see, media, there won't be any error because we haven't touched that part. What is happening here? Product events publisher. Okay, see that we have to update that part. Let's see if there is any error or not. No TypeScript error. Okay, so first now let's do one thing. First we need to go to our gateway. Okay, so let's go to our gateway, and in this gateway inside source we have our product controller, right? HTTP controller. Similarly I'm going to create one for search. Okay, and what you'll do, right, you're going to create your search controller now I'm just going to create, so let's create here search dot controller dot ts. Now this is where you're going to actually call that search endpoint that we are going to do, right? So this is where you're going to create the controller, which is going to do what? It's going to call this particular business logic. Where is that search service, man? Search service. So I'm talking about this query, right? So this will talk to via gateway HTTP controller. It's going to call here. Alright, so now we'll start working on the search controller. But before that, you remember we checked there was one issue in the catalog service, and that is we forgot to add this product events publisher in our provider. So that we need to add. So go to this catalog module, and this is what I'm talking about. So we have this product event publisher that we have added, right? Which will actually talk to your search events client, remember? So this what you're going to do, right? You'll go to category module and then just going to add this in your providers, okay, and then import this. So this we actually missed. So now let's see, there should not be any error. So if I go here, right, okay, so I think this is done. So now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, search controller is what I am going to repeat once again. So this is actually basically the bridge between your gateway and your search service, and this is only for your search endpoint, right? So first of all, what I'm going to do right here, so let's create this one as so this will be export class, and I'm going to give this one as search HTTP controller, and also we need to make this one as controller. Alright, so first of all we need to do what? So we need to inject our search client. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to take the constructor here and just search for search client. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, this search client we have registered, you remember? So this is what I need. So I'm going to just copy this search client, and I'm going to just inject this one here. So I'm just going to do inject, and you inject search client, and you will take private read only, and then do search client, and this will be what? Client proxy. So this is done. So now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create the search controller. So I'm going to give async search what it's going to receive. It's going to receive a query, and also it's going to receive the limit. Remember just now we have done. So query, for query we can take the query, okay. So this is the parameter decorator, and query, this will be what query? So q is for query that we are going to take, and the type will be string. Similarly we have to take for comma, we have to take for limit. So I'm going to take another query, and this will be my limit, and limit will be my this will be, now remember this is optional, this was optional, so I'm going to take this one as string. Now what you need to do, right, you need to give the endpoint here. So I'm going to do a get, and I'm going to do this one as search. And also very important, remember we have used the authentication in the global level. That means each and every route will be considered as a auth route. Now to convert this one to a public route, we are going to use the is public or something we have used, right? Public, I think only public decorator. It's very important, or else what will happen, these endpoint also only auth user can access, no one others can access if the user is a unauth user. But normally if you go to any websites, what will happen, if you have any search endpoint, right, anyone should be able to access that. Alright, so first of all let's take a limit number. So I'm just going to do type of limit, if this is equal to string, and I'm going to do limit dot trim. Then I'm going to just convert this one to a number, or else this will be undefined. Then I'm going to simply take a try catch, and here you can use the map RPC error to HTTP and pass the error. And in this try, what you can do simply, now remember this is what you need to do. So I'm going to get the results, and this will be abbot. I'll use first value from, and now I'm going to use the these dot search client dot send. And what you're going to use, we're going to use the search query. So we'll go to our search microservices, go to search controller, and you have the message pattern which is using search.query. So copy this, and then you're going to pass it here. And what you need to pass, you need to pass the query, and you're going to pass the limit, which will be limit number. That's it. And then at the end you're just going to return. So I'm going to return the query, I'm going to return the, let's say, count. I'm going to check. So I'm going to do if array.is array of results. So if this is array, so I'm just going to take the result dot length, or else I'm going to do 0, and I'm going to pass also the result. That's it. So this is done. So now let's save this. Now there is one more thing we need to do, and that is we need to go to our gateway module. So go to gateway module, right? And remember we have used this product HTTP controller, right? So this is where we are going to also use this search HTTP controller we need to use in our controllers. So I'm going to give search HTTP controller, and with this part is also completed. So now first of all we'll see if there are any error or anything. First let's start with this one. Let's go to the end. No error. Let's see this one. I think there is no error. Okay, fantastic. Now let's go here and we are going to test our search feature. So first let's do one thing. I already have created the token, so I'm going to copy this token and go to post, and let's try to, okay, first let's change the token. Send this. Oh, I think this is running on 4000. Okay, so I'm going to go to 4000, send. Now this should actually save the product, save the image also in Cloudinary, and then also it should add a document in your search service also. Okay, this took some time, that is when maybe this upload is taking time. But what we need to check, we need to check in our search service. So product created DTO, so here we are getting this, right? That means this is working fine, I believe. Let me just check if we have console this someplace, product created DTO. Okay, we need to check if there are any error or anything. First of all, let's go here, refresh this. There should be one more collection. If the collection is there, the search collection, and if the document is there, that means this is working fine. Then we can verify actually properly. Let's see. Finger crossed. Oh, it's there. Fantastic. So that means, see now what is happening, right? If you understand properly, so let me explain. So if I go here, so let's go to the product event publisher, go to catalog, product event publisher, right? This is actually doing what? Whenever the product is created, so this is actually emitting this event product.created, and this is where we are passing this. Now if I go here, right, so let's check in our search here. I'm going to do find in folder event pattern, right? So this is where we are only logging the pattern. So now I'm going to just do let's do product payload, and I go here in the service. Here I'm going to log this. Okay, so I'm just going to log here, log, and do search document added as soon as product is created. I hope you're getting right what I mean. Means when the product is created, it's emitting the event, it's consuming the event here, and it should creating the product. So now let's see. Okay, now I'll go here. Let's keep it same. Okay, so I'm just going to, maybe let's do one thing. Let's do this one as my name. So okay, now let's send this. We have to check here. This is where you need to check if it is coming or not. Okay, it's coming here. Now we need to see if it is logging, right? Maybe this log is not coming here. Okay. I think it's not happening, right? It's not coming. Something we are doing wrong. So we need to check. It's not actually happening here. That means the data is not present. And if you see right here also, you don't have any data. Okay, so how we can check it, right? So let's see. First of all, we'll go in these product events here. So first let's see if this is logging or not. Connected to search queue. Okay, connected to search queue is happening. Now event is logging here. This we need to check. So this is also happening. So okay, this is something is happening here. This dot search emit product dot created. Now let's go to the search one, search controller, product dot created. Okay, this is correct only. Now let me just log here. Okay, I'm just going to do some test. 1 2 3 4 5. We'll see, we have to debug like this only. Now what I'll do, right, let's log this here in, but we need to go to in a search. This is the media one, search one. Let's go to the end. Now I'm going to send once again. We'll see where is the issue. Okay, test 1 to 5, this is coming here. Alright, that means this is working fine, right? Payload, insert, okay. Something is happening here, I'm sure. Okay, search doc added as soon as, see, this log is not happening. See, so, and if I go here also, right, so let me just refresh this. Alright, so after spending almost 5 to 10 minutes, I got the error, and it's a very minor silly error. So I'm going to show you. Okay, so first let's do one thing. So I'm going to just put this one in a try block, and let's do this one in a catch, and I'm just going to log the error so that you'll understand. So now let's save this. Let's wait. See, this is what I usually do, right? So that's, you'll see that sometimes I'll be facing issue, but you need to fix it. So there is no error. Now see, I'm going to send and see what error you are getting. Okay, now you see path product ID is not in schema. So then I'm thinking, okay, I have added the product ID, but why this is happening? And if you go to schema and you see this is capital. Okay, so this kind of error I usually do. So you have to make this one small. Now let's save this. Now let's try again. Okay, let's wait. Alright, so now let's try to send. Okay, so this is done. Now you can see that I thought, because everything we have done correct, right? Search log is added as soon as product is created. Now I'll go there and now refresh this. That's it. Now you have a document here, and this is your normalized text product with image sangam. So this is happening both. That is not the point. The point is now you have successfully completed a service to service communication. You are creating product in a catalog service, but you are adding document in your search service. And also if you see, right, now let's go here. I think I've already created one, but let me just check. Okay, let's do one thing. I will do this, right? So we have the get request. Let me just check. We already have the search one I created, not this one. Okay, this is one, this one I created. So I'm running on 4000, right? And now let's say I'm going to give this one as sangam, and let's see if this is working or not, right? So I'll do sangam. So now I'm going to send. That's it, you are getting the result, and give some random value here and send. No result. That means we have successfully implemented the query. Also we have done two things, right? The main two things you need to understand. I've also explained each and every detail that how you're going to talk to gateway to service via your RPC or like HTTP way, and then how you can communicate to service. And if you can do both the things, right, That means you will be able to create any kind of microservices project. Now we have actually almost completed all the things. Now remember, I know that we haven't done all the things. Now, at the beginning I told you that I'm going to give you some of the homework. If you go to the catalog, right, now in the catalog we have the products service that we have created. Now here, what are the things, new things that you can create? First of all, we have the list of products, product by ID, and creating a new product. We haven't implemented the update product and the delete product. Now even update product you can do very easily. So what you need to do, you have to just create a service, and then you have to go to controller and you have to add that controller. That's it, right? But the main thing what you need to test, that whether whatever you learned so far, whether you are able to do that or not, and that is delete product. So what you need to do, right, what will be your homework, and that is you have to implement a functionality that will be deleting a product, but deleting product not only from your catalog service. When you are going to delete a product, it's going to delete the image from your Cloudinary. So two things. First, it's going to delete the image from Cloudinary. It's going to delete the image from your media collection of your database also. Third, whenever you're going to delete a product, that also going to delete the search collection also. That means what you are doing, you have to also implement a service to service communication, and also gateway to service communication. Just now I have showed you all these things. So just try to implement. In case you are not able to do it, I think I already mentioned it, that I'll be creating more NestJS Microservices project. This is only on RabbitMQ. I'm planning to create some on Kafka in case if I'm getting some time, and some project full stack projects also. So try to implement that thing, that whether you are able to implement the delete functionality or not. In case you're getting any error, comment it down. If so many comments I'm getting, then I'm going to create a part 2 of this particular video. But till this part, we have actually completed all the services. I hope that you'll learn a lot of things. Now what I'm going to do, right, I think some of you are actually waiting for this, that most of you actually find difficulty how you can deploy these microservices. So I'm going to show you. So let's see how you're going to deploy this one in the next part. Alright, so now it's time to deploy our microservices. So for this one, I'm going to use Hostinger VPS, and also I've added some link in the description in case you guys are interested, so you can check it out. So before that, we need to do quite a few steps, right? So what I've done, right, I already created all the steps in a notepad, and I'm going to add this along with the source code so that you can just follow along. Now let's start step by step, because there are a lot of steps we need to do. Okay, now before that I wanted to mention one more thing. I think we are almost at the end of this section, right? I'm pretty sure you already registered for Clerk. So even if you're not, and also it will be very helpful if you can also share this with your friends also. It's completely free, so you can share the link that I have added in the description. So register for free, and this is nothing, this is just to support me and my channel, so it will be very, very helpful. So first what I'll do, right, so let's do one thing. I'm going to just increase this one. Okay, now there are quite a few steps we are going to do. First of all, I'm going to close this. I will anyway going to add this one. First we need to go to Nest CLI. Now see how I'm going to do it, all the steps and everything. See, for now I'm deleted the git folder from here, so I'll do from start, I'll do git init. Okay, so this will be our first step. And now you can see that we are going to push all the changes, and also I created one NestJS Microservices course repo. So this is what we are going to use. So first let's do one thing, let's make a couple of changes, and then we are going to push the code. Now what changes we need to do, that is the first important part. You remember that we created our gateway, this monorepo gateway, then we have the media service, then you have this RPC folder, search service, all this, right? Now if you recollect, when we created the NestJS project for the first time, it's created this NestJS Microservices folder. Actually you don't need this one. Why? Because now we have our services and gateway ready. So this will be a very, very important step. So you have to delete this, or what will happen, right? Whenever inside VPS, whatever VPS you're using, you're going to build the code. This actually the build, whenever the build will happen, right, it won't be able to find the main entry file for this particular Nest Microservices folder. So it's going to fail there. So this is mandatory. You have to delete this. So first delete this one. Save this, and then go to your package.json. This is just to extra check. Instead of this nest build, right, what you can do, simply just do nest build gateway, build catalog, media, and search. In case whatever services you are using, you can just add it. So I'm going to just add it here. Alright, and also you can add one more thing, that is you can just add some individual scripts to run that particular services in prod if you want to do it to start. So I'm just going to copy all this. Now don't worry, I'm going to add all of this in the source code, so we'll be getting all this. So now save this. Now remember, we already have the git ignore. If you don't have the git ignore, just check verify, because we are not going to push env and everything. So till this part, this is now completed. So what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to push this code to our GitHub. So this will be our first step. So copy this and then just enter. Okay, so this is done, and I will do pushing all code to GitHub, and now just do commit all the changes. Okay, so I think this is done. So now refresh this. Okay, so you have your code ready. So now first of all, what we need to do, right, we need to actually log in with our root access, right? So this will be a VPS IP. So we need to do SSH root and @ VPS IP. Now remember, in case you have to use your own root password, you want to change, you can change directly from here. So now first of all, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to copy this and then we'll start in our terminal. So first we are going to log in. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. So the first step was to do those changes, right, especially the nest CLI and the package.json changes, and then push the code to your GitHub. So this will be the first step. Now you will start with our all VPS steps. Alright, so now let's start. So first I'm going to copy, and then let's open our command line and then paste it. So we'll do yes. So let's give the password. I'll give my password here. If it is correct, you'll be logged in. Okay, I'm inside VPS now. So now let's start. So first we are going to update all the packages. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Alright, so this is done. Enter. We're going to install Git, Nginx, curl, nano, all these. So next step. So copy this. Let's wait. I'm not going to pause even if some of the steps are taking time, so that you can see what is happening in the background, right? And this will be very clear. I know most of you have so many doubts. Even if you watch multiple videos, right, just watch this particular section and you'll see that most of the doubts will be covered. Okay, now install. So once this is installed, we are going to enable the Nginx. So I'm going to copy this and then enable, and once we'll do that, now we are going to install node. So copy this, install. Now you can install whatever the node version you need. For now I'm using 20, but again it's up to you. It's completely flexible, right? You have all whatever you want to do. So let's wait. This is done. Now install this, and then we're going to check. Also we need to use install Docker. Why? Because we need to pull the image of RabbitMQ, right? We are using RabbitMQ, so that is very important. So let's wait. Okay, now see, we have the both npm and the node. Fantastic. So now let's install Docker. So copy this. We're going to enable, and then we're going to see the version. Okay, so this is done. Now enable this, and then we're going to see the version. So I'll copy this. So it's installed. Now we are going to start the RabbitMQ. Okay, so we'll copy this, and then we're going to run this command. So definitely it's will not be there, so it's going to pull. Once this is done, then you are going to check this, right? So we'll do docker ps. So let's see, so it's present, right? Fantastic. So now next step will be to enable some of the basic firewall. So allow SSH, open SSH. Okay, this is done, so enter. Let's do the same for this 80 TCP, and also I'm going to do enable and then check the status. Yes, and we'll check the status. Awesome. So this is done. Now we are going to clone. Now see, this is where it is actually little important you need to understand. So first of all, you need to give the GitHub username. So GitHub username will be, for me, this is Sangam Mukherjee. So this you need to copy and just replace here. Okay, token, this will be, I'm going to show you again, this will be your GitHub username, this will be the repo name. So repo name will be this NestJS Microservices course, and then just replace this one here, and this will be inside VPS. Now remember, the token you'll be getting from, go to settings, and then you have to go to developers options, sorry, developer settings, and this is where you are going to get the classic token. Now remember, you need a classic token. You can only check the token once, you have to copy it immediately. I already have the token created here in a different tab. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste the token in this particular part, and then I'm going to run this entire command, because I'm not going to show the GitHub token, absolutely not. So please do the same. So you have to just create the token, get the token, replace the token here, and then I'm just going to run this particular command. Okay, once I'll do that, then we are going to start from here. Okay, so now I'm inside this particular folder. So now what I'll do, right, simply, so I'll create the env file first. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and then create the file. Now this is where it's actually important. Why? Because now let me explain what we need to do. So first, go to your env. Now remember, in the env, right, you see, remember, while doing the TCP, we actually created all this port. Now remember, we are using now RabbitMQ, so we don't need any of this. Only one port is needed, that is your gateway port. Okay, very, very important. So what I've done, right, I already copied all these. So you can see that gateway port 4000, this is fine, this is, I'm going to change. So even if guys are seeing, this is fine. RabbitMQ, you have to change to this particular port 127.0.0.1 instead of localhost, and all this queue and everything, this will be as it is. Just remove two things you have to do: remove these ports, okay, and second is change the RabbitMQ URL. So now I'm going to copy this complete thing, go here and then just paste it, and then you'll do Control O, enter, Control X. Okay, so this is done. Now let's go here. So what I'll do, right, simply, now we are going to install. So I'm going to install the packages. So do npm ci. So once this is done, then we are going to build it. Let's wait. Okay, so I think this is done. Now let's start build. You'll see that one by one the webpack build should be successful. If you are getting that, that means correct. Let's see. Okay, so this is done. Let's wait. I'm not going to pause. Let's see. One more. Okay, this is done, right? Now you see, if I do this one, right, verify, you'll see that 4. Fantastic. So this is done. Now install PM2. So I'm going to install this one. Then we'll check. Now remember, all of this will be inside dist folder, right? So you're going to run this. I'm going to create a PM2 ecosystem CGS file and with all our microservices. Now remember, if you have given different name, right, all this will change. If you have multiple services, let's say you have 8 services, you have to add all of these. For now we have only 4, so I've added only 4. So let's wait. Okay, so we'll check this. So this is done. Alright, so till this part I hope you have completed. So now we are going to create our this ecosystem file. Now remember, one thing you need to check, and that is see that where actually your project you have created. Based on that you need to change this particular path. Okay, so this is one important point I wanted to mention. So first let's copy this, and then I'm going to create this, and let's copy this exactly from here, paste it. Let's do Ctrl O, enter, Ctrl X, and then we're just going to run this. So we have to do PM2 start and the file name, and then enter. Okay, so this is now online, and then you first do list. Okay, so this is done, and then just save this and start up. Okay, so now we are going to configure the Nginx. So I'm going to copy this, and then we'll paste it here, this part. So do Ctrl O, enter, Ctrl X, and then just enable this. Copy this. We'll see. I think this will be successful, and then just reload it again. I hope we have almost completed all. So now this should be in the running state, so you can just test it. Copy this, and then we'll paste it here, right? Oh sorry, you have to do HTTP, and then I'll go to this health. That's it. So now you can check this one also, right? So copy this and just do this, right? Maybe create one more request, and then just paste it here, and then let's do this one as products. Okay, so this will be get request products, and see if you are getting all the products or not. That's it. So we have successfully deployed our microservices to VPS. So I hope that I think we have almost completed all the things, and I already mentioned that source code and everything I'll be added in the description. Just one request, right? You can see, right, these kind of videos you're not going to see like in YouTube also, even in paid courses also. So one request is, if possible, you can share this video with your friends, right? And also if you can give this link where they can register for free on Clerk, that will be very helpful. So that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.